Chapter 1 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 1. Arbuthnot describes himself. I suppose that I, Humphrey Arbuthnot, should begin this history in which destiny has caused me to play so prominent a part with some short account of myself and of my circumstances. I was born 40 years ago in this very Devonshire village in which I write, but not in the same house. I now live in the Priory, an ancient place and a fine one in its way, with its panelled rooms, its beautiful gardens where, in this mild climate, in addition to our own, flourish so many plants which one would only expect to find in countries that lie nearer to the sun, and its green undulating park studded with great timber trees. The view, too, is perfect. Behind and around the rich Devonshire landscape with its hills and valleys, and its scarped faces of red sandstone, and at a distance in front, the sea. There are little towns quite near, too, that live for the most part on visitors, but these are so hidden away by the contours of the ground that from the Priory one cannot see them. Such is Fulcum, where I live, though for obvious reasons I do not give it its real name. Many years ago, my father, the Reverend Humphrey Arbuthnot, whose only child I am, after whom also I am named Humphrey, was the vicar of this place, with which our family is said to have some rather vague hereditary connection. If so, it was severed in the Caroline times because my ancestors fought on the side of Parliament. My father was a recluse and a widower, for my mother, a Scotswoman, died at or shortly after my birth. Being very high church for those days, he was not popular with the family that owned the Priory before me. Indeed, its head, a somewhat vulgar person of the name of Enfield, who had made money in trade, almost persecuted him, as he was in a position to do, being the local magnate and the owner of the rectorial tithes. I mention this fact because, owing to it, as a boy I made up my mind that one day I would buy that place and sit in his seat. A wild enough idea at the time. Yet it became ingrained in me, as do such aspirations of our youth, and when the opportunity arose in after years, I carried it out. Poor old Enfield! He fell on evil fortunes, for in trying to bolster up a favourite son who was a gambler, a spendthrift, and an ungrateful scamp, in the end he was practically ruined, and when the bad times came, was forced to sell the Fulcum estate. I think of him kindly now, for after all he was good to me, and gave me many a day's shooting, and leave to fish for trout in the river. By the poor people, however, of all the district round, for the parish itself is very small, my father was much beloved, though he did practice confession, wear vestments, and set lighted candles on the altar, and was even said to have openly expressed the wish, to which, however, he never attained, that he could see a censer swinging in the chancel. Indeed, the church, which, as monks built it, is very large and fine, and was always full on Sundays, though many of the worshippers came from far away, some of them doubtless out of curiosity because of its papistical repute, also because, in a learned fashion, my father's preaching was very good indeed. For my part, I feel that I owe much to these high church views. They opened certain doors to me and taught me something of the mysteries which lie at the back of all religions, and therefore have their home in the inspired soul of man whence religions are born. Only the pity is that in 99 cases out of 100 he never discovers, never even guesses at that entombed aspiration, never sinks a shaft down onto this secret but most precious vein of ore. I have said that my father was learned, but this is a mild description, for never did I know anyone quite so learned. He was one of those men who was so good all round that he became preeminent in nothing. A classic of the first water, a very respectable mathematician, an expert in theology, a student of sundry foreign languages and literature in his lighter moments, an inquirer into sociology, a theoretical musician, though his playing of the organ excruciated most people because it was too correct, a really first-class authority upon flint instruments, and the best grower of garden vegetables in the county, also of apples. Such were some of his attainments. That was what made his sermons so popular, since at times one or the other of these subjects would break out into them, his theory being that God spoke to us through all of these things. But if I begin to drift into an analysis of my father's abilities, I should never stop. It would take a book to describe them. And yet, mark this, with them all his name is as dead to the world today as though he had never been. Light reflected from 100 facets dissipates itself in space and is lost. That concentrated in one tremendous ray pierces to the stars. Now, I am going to be frank about myself, for without frankness, what is the value of such a record as this? Then it becomes simply another convention, or rather conventional method of expressing the octoroon kind of truth with which the highly civilized races feed themselves, as fastidious ladies eat cake and bread from which all but the smallest particle of nourishment has been extracted. The fact is, therefore, that I inherited most of my father's abilities, except his love for flint instruments, which always bored me to distraction, because although they are by association really the most human of things, somehow to me they never convey any idea of humanity. In addition, I have a practical side which he lacked. Had he possessed it, surely he must have become an archbishop instead of dying the vicar of an unknown parish. Also, I have a spiritual sense, mayhap mystical would be a better term, which with all this religion was missing from my father's nature. For I think that notwithstanding his charity and devotion, he never quite got away from the shell of things, never cracked it and set his teeth in the kernel which alone can feed our souls. His keen intellect, to take an example, recognized every one of the difficulties of our faith, and flashed hither and thither in the darkness, seeking explanation, seeking light, trying to reconcile, to explain. He was not great enough to put all this aside and go straight to the informing soul beneath that strives to express itself everywhere, even through those husks which are called the world, the flesh, and the devil, and as yet does not always quite succeed. It is this boggling over exteriors, as peering into pitfalls, this desire to prove that what such senses as we have tell us is impossible, is in fact possible, which causes the overthrow of many an earnest seeking heart, and renders its work, conducted on false lines, quite nugatory. these will trust to themselves and their own intelligence, and not be content to spring from the cliffs of human experience into the everlasting arms of that infinite which are stretched out to receive them and to give them rest in the keys of knowledge. When will man learn what was taught to him of old, that faith is the only plank wherewith he can float upon this sea, and that his miserable works avail him nothing? Also that it is a plank made of many sorts of wood, perhaps to suit our different weights. So, to be honest, in a sense, I believe myself to be my father's superior, and I know that he agreed with me. Perhaps this is owing to the blood of my Scotch mother, which mixed well with his own. Perhaps because the essential spirit given to me, though cast in his mould, was in fact quite different, or of another alloy. Do we, I wonder, really understand that there are millions and billions of these alloys, so many indeed that nature, or whatever is behind nature, never uses the same twice over? That is why no two human beings are or ever will be quite identical. Their flesh, the body of their humiliation, is identical in all. Any chemist will prove it to you. But that which animates the flesh is distinct and different because it comes from the home of that infinite variety which is necessary to the ultimate evolution of the good and bad that we symbolize as heaven and hell. Further, I had, and to a certain extent still have, another advantage over my father, which certainly came to me from my mother, who was, as I judge from all descriptions and such likenesses as remain of her, an extremely handsome woman. I was born much better looking. He was small and dark, a little man with deep-set eyes and beetling brows. I am also dark, but tall above the average, and well made. I do not know that I need say more about my personal appearance, to me not a very attractive subject, but the fact remains that they called me Handsome Humphrey at the university, and I was the captain of my college boat and won many prizes at athletic sports when I had time to train for them. Until I went up to Oxford, my father educated me, partly because he knew that he could do it better than anyone else, and partly to save school expenses. The experiment was very successful, as my love of all outdoor sports and of any small hazardous adventure that came to my hand, also of associating with fisher-folk, whom the dangers of the deep make men among men, saved me from becoming a milksop. For the rest, I learned more from my father, whom I always desired to please because I loved him, than I should have done at the best and most costly of schools. This was shown when I at last went to college with a scholarship, for there I did very well indeed, as search would still reveal. Here I had better set out some of my shortcomings, which in their sum have made a failure of me. Yes, a failure in the highest sense, though I trust what Stevenson calls a faithful failure. These have their root in fastidiousness and that lack of perseverance, which really means a lack of faith, again using the word in its higher and wider sense. For if one had real faith, one would always persevere, knowing that in every work undertaken with high aim there is an element of nobility, however humble and unrecognized that work may seem to be. God, after all, is the God of work. It is written large upon the face of the universe. I will not expand upon the thought. It would lead me too far afield, but those who have understanding will know what I mean. As regards what I interpret as fastidiousness, this is not very easy to express. Perhaps a definition will help. I am like a man with an overdeveloped sense of smell, who, when walking through a foreign city, however clean and well kept, can always catch the evil savours that are inseparable from such cities. More, his keen perception of them interferes with all other perceptions and spoils his walks. The result is that in after years, whenever he thinks of that beautiful city, he remembers, not its historic buildings or its wide boulevards or whatever it is it has to boast, but rather its ancient fish-like smell. At least he remembers that first, owing to this defect in his temperament. So it is with everything. A lovely woman is spoiled for such a one because she eats too much or has too high a voice. He does not care for his shooting because the scenery is flat, or for his fishing because the gnats bite as well as the trout. In short, he is out of tune with the world as it is. Moreover, this is a quality which, where it exists, cannot be overcome. It affects day laborers as well as gentlemen at large. It is bred in the bone. Probably the second failure-breeding fault, lack of perseverance, has its roots in the first, at any rate in my case. At least upon leaving college with some reputation, I was called to the bar, where, owing to certain solicitors and other connections, I had a good opening. Also, owing to the excellence of my memory and powers of work, I began very well, making money even during my first year. Then, as it happened, a certain case came into my way, and my leader falling ill suddenly after it was opened, was left in my hands. The man whose cause I was pleading was, I think, one of the biggest scoundrels it is possible to conceive. It was a will case, and if he won, the effect would be to beggar two most estimable middle-aged women who were justly entitled to the property, to which end personally I am convinced he had committed forgery. The perjury that accompanied it I do not even mention. Well, he did win, thanks to me, and the estimable middle-aged ladies were beggared, and as I heard afterwards, driven to such extremities that one of them died of her misery, and the other became a lodging-house keeper. The details do not matter, but I may explain that these ladies were unattractive in appearance and manner, and broke down beneath my cross-examination, which made them appear to be telling falsehoods, whereas they were only completely confused. Further, I invented an ingenious theory of the facts which, although the judge regarded it with suspicion, convinced an unusually stupid jury who gave me their verdict. Everybody congratulated me, and at the time I was triumphant, especially as my leader had declared that our case was impossible. Afterwards, however, my conscience smote me sorely, so much so that, arguing from the false premise of this business, I came to the conclusion that the practice of the law was not suited to an honest man. I did not take the large view that such matters averaged themselves up, and that if I had done harm in this instance, I might live to do good in many others, and perhaps become a just judge, even a great judge. Here I may mention that in after years, when I grew rich, I rescued that surviving old lady from her lodging-house, although to this day she does not know the name of her anonymous friend. So by degrees, without saying anything, for I kept on my chambers, I slipped out of practice, to the great disappointment of everybody connected with me, and took up authorship. A marvel came to pass. My first book was an enormous success. The whole world talked of it. A leading journal, delighted to have discovered someone, wrote it up. Other journals followed suit to be in the movement. One of them, I remember, which had already dismissed it with 3 or 4 sneering lines, came out with a second and 2-column notice. It sold like wildfire, and I suppose had some merits, for it is still read, though few know that I wrote it, since fortunately it was published under a pseudonym. Again I was much elated, and set to work to write another, and, as I believe, a much better book. but jealousies had been excited by this leaping into fame of a totally unknown person, which were, moreover, accentuated through a foolish article that I published in answer to some criticisms, wherein I spoke my mind with an insane freedom and biting sarcasm. Indeed, I was even mad enough to quote names, and to give the example of the very powerful journal which had first carped at my work and then gushed over it when it became the fashion. All of this made me many bitter enemies, as I found out when my next book appeared. It was torn to shreds. It was reviled as subversive of morality and religion, good arrows in those days. It was called puerile, half-educated stuff. Half-educated. Huh. More, an utterly false charge of plagiarism was cooked up against me, and so well and venomously run that vast numbers of people concluded that I was a thief of the lowest order. Lastly, my father, from whom the secret could no longer be kept, sternly disapproved of both these books, which, I admit, were written from a very radical and somewhat anti-church point of view. The result was our first quarrel, and before it was made up, he died suddenly. Now again, fastidiousness and my lack of perseverance did their work, and solemnly I swore that I would never write another book, an oath which I have kept till this moment, at least so far as publication is concerned, and now break only because I consider it my duty to do so, and am not animated by any pecuniary object. Thus came to an end my second attempt at carving out a career. By now I had grown savage and cynical, rather revengeful also, I fear. Knowing myself to possess considerable abilities in sundry directions, I sat down, as it were, to think things over and digest my past experiences. Then it was that the truth of a very ancient adage struck upon my mind, namely, that money is power. Had I sufficient money, I could laugh at unjust critics, for example. Indeed, they or their papers would scarcely dare to criticize me, for fear lest it should be in my power to do them a bad turn. Again, I could follow my own ideas in life, and perhaps work good in the world, and live in such surroundings as commended themselves to me. It was as clear as daylight, but how to make the money? I had some capital as a result of my father's death, about £8,000 in all, plus a little more that my 2 books had brought in. In what way could I employ it to the best advantage? I remembered that a cousin of my father, and therefore my own, was a successful stockbroker, also that there had been some affection between them. I went to him. He was an easy, good-natured man who was frankly glad to see me, and offered to put £5,000 into his business, for I was not minded to risk everything I had, if he would give me a share in the profits. He laughed heartily at my audacity. "Well, my son," he said, "being totally inexperienced at this game, you might lose us more than that in a month. But I like your courage, and the truth is that I do want help. I will think it over and write to you." He thought it over, and in the end offered to try me for a year at a fixed salary, with a promise of some kind of a partnership if I suited him. Meanwhile, my £5,000 remained in my pocket. I accepted, not without reluctance, since with the impatience of youth I wanted everything at once. I worked hard in that office, and soon mastered the business, for my knowledge of figures — I had taken a first-class mathematical degree at college — came to my aid, as in a way did my acquaintance with law and literature. Moreover, I had a certain aptitude for what is called high finance. Further, fortune, as usual, showed me a favorable face. In 1 year I got the partnership, with a small share in the large profits of the business. In 2, the partner above me retired, and I took his place with a third share of the firm. In 3, my cousin, satisfied that it was in able hands, began to cease his attendance at the office and betook himself to gardening, which was his hobby. In 4, I paid him out altogether, although to do this I had to borrow money on our credit, for by agreement the title of the firm was continued. Then came that extraordinary time of boom which many will remember to their cost. I made a bold stroke and won. On a certain Saturday, when the books were made up, I found that after discharging all liabilities, I should not be worth more than £20,000. On the following Saturday but 2, when the books were made up, I was worth £153,000. L'appétit vient au mangeant. It seemed nothing to me when so many were worth millions. For the next year I worked as few have done, and when I struck a balance at the end of it, I found that on the most conservative estimate I was the owner of £1.5 million in hard cash or its equivalent. I was so tired out that I remember this discovery did not excite me at all. I felt utterly weary of all wealth hunting and of the city and its ways. Moreover, my old fastidiousness and lack of perseverance reasserted themselves. I reflected, rather late in the day perhaps, on the ruin that this speculation was bringing to thousands, of which some lamentable instances had recently come to my notice, and once more considered whether it were a suitable career for an upright man. I had wealth. Why should I not take it and enjoy life? Also, and here my business acumen came in, I was sure that these times could not last. It is easy to make money on a rising market, but when it is falling the matter is very different. In 5 minutes I made up my mind. I sent for my junior partners, of whom I had taken in 2, and told them that I intended to retire at once. They were dismayed, both at my loss, for really I was the firm, and because, as they pointed out, if I withdrew all my capital, there would not be sufficient left to enable them to carry on. One of them, a blunt and honest man, said to my face that it would be dishonorable of me to do so. I was inclined to answer him sharply, then remembered that his words were true. "Very well," I said. "I will leave you £600,000 on which you shall pay me 5% interest, but no share of the profits." On these terms we dissolved the partnership, and in a year they had lost the £600,000, for the slump came with a vengeance. It saved them, however, and today they are earning a reasonable income. But I have never asked them for that £600,000. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 2 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jared Wetzel Brown. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Bastin and Bickley. Behold me once more a man without an occupation, but now the possessor of about £900,000. It was a very considerable fortune, if not a large one in England. Nothing like the millions of which I had dreamed, but still enough. To make the most of it, and to be sure that it remained, I invested it very well, mostly in large mortgages, at 4%, which, if the security is good, do not depreciate in capital value. Never again did I touch a single speculative stock who desired to think no more about money. It was at this time I bought the Fulcum property. It cost me about £120,000 of my capital, or with alterations, repairs, etc., say £150,000, on which sum it may pay a net 2.5%, not more. This £3,700 odd I have always devoted to the upkeep of the place, which is therefore in first-rate order. The rest I live on, or save. These arrangements, with the beautifying and furnishing of the house and the restoration of the church in memory of my father, occupied and amused me for a year or so. But when they were finished, time began to hang heavy on my hands. What was the use of possessing about £20,000 a year when there was nothing upon which it could be spent? For after all, my own wants were few and simple, and the acquisition of valuable pictures and costly furniture is limited by space. Oh, in my small way, I was like the weary king ecclesiast, for I too made me great works and had possessions of great and small cattle. I tried farming and lost money over it, and gathered me silver and gold and the peculiar treasure of kings, which I presume means whatever a man in authority chiefly desires, and so forth. But, behold, all was vanity and vexation of spirit, and there was no profit under the sun. So, notwithstanding my wealth and health and deference, which is the rich man's portion, especially when the limit of his riches is not known, it came about that I too hated life, and this when I was not much over 30. I did not know what to do. For society, as the word is generally understood, I had no taste. It bored me. Horse racing and cards I loathed, who had already gambled too much on a big scale. The killing of creatures under the name of sport palled upon me. Indeed, I began to doubt if it were right, while the office of a junior county magistrate in a place where there was no crime only occupied me an hour or two a month. Lastly, my neighbors were few and, with all due deference to them, extremely dull. At least I could not understand them because in them there did not seem to be anything to understand, and I am quite certain they did not understand me. More, when they came to learn that I was radical in my views and had written certain dreadful and somewhat socialistic books in the form of fiction, they both feared and mistrusted me as an enemy to their particular section of the race. As I had not married and showed no inclination to do so, their womenkind also, out of their intimate knowledge, proclaimed that I led an immoral life, though a little reflection would have shown them that there was no one in the neighborhood, which for a time I seldom left, who could possibly have tempted an educated creature to such courses. Terrible is the lot of a man who, while still young and possessing the intellect necessary to achievement, is deprived of all ambition. And I had none at all. I did not even wish to purchase a peerage or a baronetcy in this fashion or in that, and, as in my father's case, my tastes were so many and so catholic that I could not lose myself in any one of them. They never became more than diversions to me. A hobby is only really amusing when it becomes an obsession. At length, my lonesome friendlessness oppressed me so much that I took steps to mitigate it. In my college life I had two particular friends whom I think I must have selected because they were so absolutely different from myself. They were named Bastin and Bickley. Bastin, Basil was his Christian name, was an uncouth, shock-headed, flat-footed person of large, rugged frame and equally rugged honesty, with a mind almost incredibly simple. Nothing surprised him because he lacked the faculty of surprise. He was like that kind of fish which lies at the bottom of the sea and takes every kind of food into its great maw without distinguishing its flavor. Metaphorically speaking, heavenly manna and decayed cabbage were just the same to Bastin. He was not fastidious, and both were mental pabulum of a sort, together with whatever lay between these extremes. Yet he was good, so painfully good that one felt that without exertion to himself he had booked a first-class ticket straight to heaven, indeed, that his guardian angel had tied it round his neck at birth lest he should lose it, already numbered and dated like an identification disc. I am bound to add that Bastin never went wrong because he never felt the slightest temptation to do so. This, I suppose, constitutes real virtue, since, in view of certain Bible sayings, the person who is tempted and would like to yield to the temptation is equally a sinner with the person who does yield. To be truly good, one should be too good to be tempted, or too weak to make the effort worth the tempter's while. In short, not deserving of his powder and shot. I need hardly add that Bastin went into the church. Indeed, He could not have gone anywhere else. It absorbed him naturally, as doubtless heaven will do in due course. Only I think it is likely that until they get to know him, he will bore the angels so much that they will continually move him up higher. Also, if they have any susceptibilities left, probably he will tread upon their toes, an art in which I never knew his equal. However, I always loved Bastin, perhaps because no one else did, a fact of which he remained totally unconscious, or perhaps because of his brutal way of telling one what he conceived to be the truth, which, as he had less imagination than a dormouse, generally it was not. For if the truth is a jewel, it is one colored and veiled by many different lights and atmospheres. It only remains to add that he was learned in his theological fashion, and that among his further peculiarities were the slow, monotonous voice in which he uttered his views in long sentences, and his total indifference to adverse argument, however sound and convincing. My other friend, Bickley, was a person of a quite different character. Like Bastin, he was learned, but his tendencies faced another way. If Bastin's omnivorous throat could swallow a camel, especially a theological camel, Bickley's would strain at the smallest gnat, especially a theological gnat. The very best and most upright of men, yet he believed in nothing that he could not taste, see, or handle. He was convinced, for instance, that man is a brute-descended accident and no more, that what we call the soul or the mind is produced by a certain action of the gray matter of the brain, that everything apparently inexplicable has a perfectly mundane explanation, if only one could find it, that miracles certainly never did happen, and never will, that all religions are the fruit of human hopes and fears and the most convincing proof of human weakness, that notwithstanding our infinite variations we are the subjects of nature's single law and the victims of blind, black, and brutal chance. Such was Bickley, with his clever, well-cut face that always reminded me of a cameo, and thoughtful brow, his strong, capable hands, and his rather steely mouth, the mere set of which suggested controversy of an uncompromising kind. Naturally as the church had claimed Bastin, so medicine claimed Bickley. Now, as it happened, the man who succeeded my father as a vicar of Fulcombe was given a better living, and went away shortly after I had purchased the place, and with it the Adventson. Just at this time also I received a letter written in the large sprawling hand of Bastin, from whom I had not heard for years. It went straight to the point, saying that he, Bastin, had seen in a church paper that the last incumbent had resigned the living of Fulcombe, which was in my gift. He would therefore be obliged if I would give it to him, as the place he was at in Yorkshire did not suit his wife's health. Here I may state that afterwards I learned that what did not suit Mrs. Bastin was the organist, who was pretty. She was by nature a woman with a temperament so insanely jealous that actually she managed to be suspicious of Bastin, whom she had captured in an unguarded moment when he was thinking of something else, and who would as soon have thought of even looking at any woman as he would of worshipping Baal. As a matter of fact, it took him months to know one female from another. Except as possible providers of subscriptions and props of mothers' meetings, women had no interest for him. To return, with that engaging honesty which I have mentioned, Bastin's letter went on to set out all his own disabilities, which, he added, would probably render him unsuitable for the place he desired to fill. He was a high churchman, a fact which would certainly offend many. He had no claims to being a preacher, although he was extraordinarily well acquainted with the writings of the early fathers. What on earth had that to do with the question, I wondered? On the other hand, he had generally been considered a good visitor, and was fond of walking. He meant to call on distant parishioners, but did not say so. Then followed a page and a half on the evils of the existing system of the presentation to livings by private persons, ending with the suggestion that I had probably committed a sin in buying this particular Adventson in order to increase my local authority, that is, if I had bought it, a point on which he was ignorant. Finally, he informed me that as he had to christen a sick baby 5 miles away on a certain moor, and it was too wet for him to ride his bicycle, he must stop, and he stopped. There was, however, a P.S. to the letter, which ran as follows: Someone told me that you were dead a few years ago, and of course it may be another man of the same name who owns Fulcum. If so, no doubt the post office will send back this letter. That was his only allusion to my humble self in all those diffuse pages. It was a long while since I had received an epistle which made me laugh so much, and of course I gave him the living by return of post, and even informed him that I would increase its stipend to a sum which I considered suitable to the position. About 10 days later I received another letter from Bastin, which, as a scrawl on the flap of the envelope informed me, he had carried for a week in his pocket and forgotten to post, except, by inference, it returned no thanks for my intended benefits. What it did say, however, was that he thought it wrong of me to have settled a matter of such spiritual importance in so great a hurry, though he had observed that rich men were nearly always selfish when their time was concerned. Moreover, he considered that I ought first to have made inquiries as to his present character and attainments, etc., etc. To this epistle I replied by telegraph to the effect that I should as soon think of making inquiries about the character of an archangel, or that of one of his high church saints. This telegram, he told me afterwards, he considered unseemly and even ribald, especially as it had given great offence to the postmaster, who was one of the sidesmen in his church. Thus it came about that I appointed the Reverend Basil Bastin to the living of Fulcum, feeling sure that he would provide me with endless amusement, and act as a moral tonic and discipline. Also, I appreciated the man's blunt candor. In due course he arrived, and I confess that after a few Sundays of experience I began to have doubts as to the wisdom of my choice, glad as I was to see him personally. His sermons at once bored me, and, when they did not send me to sleep, excited in me a desire for debate. How could he be so profoundly acquainted with mysteries before which the world had stood amazed for ages? Was there nothing too hot or too heavy in the spiritual way for him to dismiss in a few blundering and casual words, as he might an ordinary incident of everyday life? I wondered. Also, his idea of high church observances was not mine, or, I imagine, that of anybody else. But I will not attempt to set it out. His peculiarities, however, were easy to excuse and entirely swallowed up by the innate goodness of his nature, which soon made him beloved of everyone in the place, for although he thought that probably most things were sins, I never knew him to discover a sin which he considered to be beyond the reach of forgiveness. Bastin was indeed a most charitable man, and in his way wide-minded. The person whom I could not tolerate, however, was his wife, who, to my fancy, more resembled a vessel, a very unattractive vessel, full of vinegar than a woman. Her name was Sarah, and she was small, plain, flat, sandy-haired, and odious, quite obsessed, moreover, with her jealousies of the Reverend Basil, at whom it pleased her to suppose that every woman in the countryside under 50 was throwing herself. Here I will confess that to the best of my ability I took care that they did an outward seeming, that is, whenever she was present, instructing them to sit aside with him in darkened corners, to present him with flowers, and so forth. Several of them easily fell into the humor of the thing, and I have seen him depart from a dinner party followed by that glowering Sarah with a handful of rosebuds and violets, to say nothing of the traditional offerings of slippers, embroidered markers, and the like. Well, it was my only way of coming even with her, which I think she knew, for she hated me poisonously. So much for Basil Bastin. Now for Bickley. Him I had met on several occasions since our college days, and after I was settled at the Priory, from time to time I asked him to stay with me. At length he came, and I found out that he was not at all comfortable in his London practice, which was of a nature uncongenial to him. Further, that he did not get on with his partners. Then, after reflection, I made a suggestion to him. I pointed out that, owing to its popularity amongst seaside visitors, the neighborhood of Fulcum was a rising one, and that although there were doctors in it, there was no really first-class surgeon for miles. Now Bickley was a first-class surgeon, having held very high hospital appointments, and indeed still holding them. Why, I asked, should he not come and set up here, on his own? I would appoint him doctor to the estate, and also give him charge of a cottage hospital which I was endowing, with liberty to build and arrange it as he liked. Further, as I considered that it would be of great advantage to me to have a man of real ability within reach, I would guarantee for 3 years whatever income he was earning in London. He thanked me warmly, and in the end acted on the idea, with startling results so far as his prospects were concerned. Very soon his really remarkable skill became known, and he was earning more money than as an unmarried man he could possibly want. Indeed, scarcely a big operation took place at any town within 20 miles, and even much further away, at which he was not called in to assist. Needless to say, his advent was a great boon to me, for, as he lived in a house I let him quite near by, whenever he had a spare evening he would drop in to dinner, and from our absolute opposite standpoints we discussed all things human and divine. Thus I was enabled to sharpen my wits upon the hard steel of his clear intellect, which was yet, in a sense, so limited. I must add that I never converted him to my way of thinking, and he never converted me to his, any more than he had converted Bastin, for whom, queerly enough, he had a liking. They pounded away at each other, Bickley frequently getting the best of it in the argument, and when at last Bastin rose to go, he generally made the same remark. It was, "It really is sad, my dear Bickley, to find a man of your intellect so utterly wrong-headed and misguided. I have convicted you of error at least half a dozen times, and not to confess it is mere pig-headedness. Good night. I am sure that Sarah will be sitting up for me." "Silly old idiot," Bickley would say, shaking his fist after him. "The only way to get him to see the truth would be to saw his head open and pour it in. Then we would both laugh." Such were my two most intimate friends, although I admit it was rather like the equator cultivating close relationships with the North and South Poles. Certainly Bastin was as far from Bickley as those points of the earth are apart, while I, as it were, sat equally distant between the two. However, we were all very happy, since in certain characters there are few things that bind men more closely than profound differences of opinion. Now I must turn to my more personal affairs. After all, it is impossible for a man to satisfy his soul if he has anything of the sort about him which in the remotest degree answers to that description, with the husk of wealth, luxury, and indolence, supplemented by occasional theological and other arguments between his friends. Becoming profoundly convinced of this truth, I searched round for something to do, and, like Noah's dove on the waste of waters, found nothing. Then I asked Bickley and Bastin for their opinions as to my best future course. Bickley proved a barren draw. He rubbed his nose and feebly suggested that I might go in for research work, which, of course, only represented his own ambitions. I asked him indignantly how I could do such a thing without any scientific qualifications whatever. He admitted the difficulty, but replied that I might endow others who had the qualifications. "In short, become a milch cow for sucking scientists," I replied, and broke off the conversation. Bastin's idea was, first, that I should teach in a Sunday school; secondly, that if this career did not satisfy all my aspirations I might be ordained and become a missionary. On my rejection of this brilliant advice, he remarked that the only other thing he could think of was that I should get married and have a large family, which might possibly advantage the nation and ultimately enrich the kingdom of heaven, though of such things no one could be quite sure. At any rate, he was certain that at present I was in practice neglecting my duty, whatever it might be, and in fact one of those cumberers of the earth who, he observed in the newspaper he took in and read when he had time, were very happily named the idle rich. "Which reminds me," he added, "that the clothing club finances are in a perfectly scandalous condition. In fact, it is £25 in debt, an amount that, as the squire of the parish, I consider it incumbent on you to make good, not as a charity, but as an obligation." "Look here, my friend," I said, ignoring all the rest, "will you answer me a plain question? Have you found marriage such a success that you consider it your duty to recommend it to others? And if you have, why have you not got the large family of which you speak?" "Of course not," he replied with his usual frankness. "Indeed, it is in many ways so disagreeable that I am convinced it must be right and for the good of all concerned. As regards the family, I am sure I do not know, but Sarah never liked babies, which perhaps has something to do with it." Then he sighed, adding, "You see, Arbuthnot, we have to take things as we find them in this world and hope for a better." "Which is just what I am trying to do, you unilluminating old donkey," I exclaimed, and left him there shaking his head over matters in general, but I think principally over Sarah. By the way, I think that the villagers recognize this good lady's vinegary nature. At least, they used to call her Sour Sal. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jared Wetzel Brown. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Natalie. Now, what Bastin had said about marriage stuck in my mind, as his blundering remarks had a way of doing, perhaps because of the grain of honest truth with which they were often permeated. Probably, in my position, it was more or less my duty to marry. But here came the rub. I had never experienced any leanings that way. I was as much a man as others, more so than many are, perhaps, and I liked women, but at the same time they repelled me. My old fastidiousness came in. To my taste there was always something wrong about them. While they attracted one part of my nature, they revolted another part, and on the whole I preferred to do without their intimate society, rather than work violence to this second and higher part of me. Moreover, quite at the beginning of my career I had concluded from observation that a man gets on better in life alone, rather than with another to drag at his side, or by whom perhaps he must be dragged. Still, true marriage, such as most men and some women have dreamed of in their youth, had always been one of my ideals. Indeed, it was on and around this vision that I wrote that first book of mine, which was so successful. Since I knew this to be unattainable in our imperfect conditions, however, notwithstanding Bastin's strictures, again I dismissed the whole matter from my mind as a vain imagination. As an alternative, I reflected upon a parliamentary career, which I was not too old to begin, and even toyed with one or two opportunities that offered themselves, as these do to men of wealth and advanced views. They never came to anything, for in the end I decided that party politics were so hateful and so dishonest that I could not bring myself to put my neck beneath their yoke. I was sure that if I tried to do so, I should fail more completely than I had done at the bar and in literature. Here, too, I am quite certain that I was right. The upshot of it all was that I sought refuge in that last expedient of weary Englishmen, travel, not as a globe-trotter, but leisurely, and with an inquiring mind, learning much, but again finding, like the ancient writer whom I have quoted already, that there is no new thing under the sun, that with certain variations it is the same thing over and over again. No, I will make an exception. The East did interest me enormously. There it was, at Benares, where I came into touch with certain thinkers who opened my eyes to a great deal. They released some hidden spring in my nature which hitherto had always been striving to break through the crust of our conventions and inherited ideas. I know now that what I was seeking was nothing less than the infinite, that I had immortal longings in me. I listened to all their solemn talk of epochs and years measureless to man, and reflected with a thrill that after all man might have his part in every one of them. Yes, that bird of passage as he seemed to be, flying out of darkness into darkness, still he might have spread his wings in the light of other suns millions upon millions of years ago, and might still spread them, grown radiant and glorious, millions upon millions of years hence in a time unborn. If only I could know the truth. Was life, according to Bickley, merely a short activity bounded by nothingness before and behind, or, according to Bastin, a conventional, golden-harped and haloed immortality, a word of which he did not in the least understand the meaning? Or was it something quite different from either of these, something vast and splendid beyond the reach of vision, something God-sent, beginning and ending in the eternal absolute, and at last partaking of his attributes and nature, and from aeon to aeon shot through with his light? And how was the truth to be learned? I asked my Eastern friends, and they talked vaguely of long, ascetic preparation, of years upon years of learning, from whom I could not quite discover. I was sure it could not be from them, because clearly they did not know. They only passed on what they had heard elsewhere, when or how they either could not or would not explain. So at length I gave it up. Having satisfied myself that all this was but an effort of oriental imagination called into life by the sweet influences of the eastern stars, I gave it up and went away, thinking that I should forget. But I did not forget. I was quick with a new hope, or at any rate with a new aspiration, and that secret child of holy desire grew and grew within my soul, till at length it flashed upon me that this soul of mine was itself the hidden master from which I must learn my lesson. No wonder that those Eastern friends could not give his name, seeing that whatever they really knew, as distinguished from what they had heard, and it was little enough, each of them had learned from the teaching of his own soul. Thus then, I too became a dreamer with only one longing, the longing for wisdom, for that spirit touch which should open my eyes and enable me to see. Yet now it happened strangely enough that when I seemed within myself to have little further interest in the things of the world, and least of all in women, I, who had taken another guest to dwell with me, those things of the world came back to me, and in the shape of woman the inevitable. Probably it was so decreed, since it is not written that no man can live to himself alone, or lose himself in watching and nurturing the growth of his own soul. It happened thus. I went to Rome on my way home from India, and stayed there a while. On the day after my arrival, I wrote my name in the book of our minister to Italy at that time, Sir Alfred Upton, not because I wished him to ask me to dinner, but for the reason that I had heard of him as a man of archaeological taste, and thought that he might enable me to see things which otherwise I should not see. As it chanced, he knew about me through some of my Devonshire neighbours who were friends of his, and did ask me to dinner on the following night. I accepted and found myself one of a considerable party, some of them distinguished English people who wore orders, as is customary when one dines with a representative of our sovereign. Seeing these, and this shows that in the best of us vanity is only latent, for the first time in my life I was sorry that I had none, and was only plain Mr. Arbuthnot, who, as Sir Alfred explained to me politely, must go in to dinner last, because all the rest had titles, and without even a lady, as there was not one to spare. Nor was my lot bettered when I got there, as I found myself seated between an Italian countess and a Russian prince, neither of whom could talk English, while, alas, I knew no foreign language, not even French, in which they addressed me, seeming surprised that I did not understand them. I was humiliated at my own ignorance, although in fact I was not ignorant, only my education had been classical. Indeed, I was a good classic, and had kept up my knowledge more or less, especially since I became an idle man. In my confusion it occurred to me that the Italian countess might know Latin, from which her own language was derived, and addressed her in that tongue. She stared, and Sir Alfred, who was not far off and overheard me, he also knew Latin, burst into laughter and proceeded to explain the joke in a loud voice, first in French and then in English, to the assembled company, who all became infected with merriment and also stared at me as a curiosity. Then it was that, for the first time, I saw Natalie, for owing to a mistake of my driver I had arrived rather late and had not been introduced to her. As her father's only daughter, her mother being dead, she was seated at the end of the table behind a fan-like arrangement of white Madonna lilies, and she had bent forward and, like the others, was looking at me, but in such a fashion that her head from that distance seemed as though it were surrounded and crowned with lilies. Indeed, the greatest art could not have produced a more beautiful effect, which was, however, really one of naked accident. An angel looking down upon earth through the lilies of heaven. That was the rather absurd thought which flashed into my mind. I did not quite realize her face at first, except that it seemed to be both dark and fair. As a fact, her waving hair, which grew rather low upon her forehead, was dark, and her large, soft eyes were gray. I did not know, and to this moment I do not know, if she was really beautiful. But certainly the light that shone through those eyes of hers and seemed to be reflected upon her delicate features was beauty itself. It was like that glowing through a thin vase of the purest alabaster within which a lamp is placed, and I felt this effect to arise from no chance, like that of the lily setting, but, as it were, from the lamp of the spirit within. Our eyes met, and I suppose that she saw the wonder and admiration in mine. At any rate, her amused smile faded, leaving the face rather serious, though still sweetly serious, and a tinge of color crept over it as the first hue of dawn creeps into a pearly sky. Then she withdrew herself behind the screen of lilies, and for the rest of the dinner, which I thought was never coming to an end, practically I saw her no more. Only I noted as she passed out that although not tall, she was rounded and graceful in shape, and that her hands were peculiarly delicate. Afterwards, in the drawing-room, her father, with whom I had talked at the table, introduced me to her, saying, "My daughter is the real archaeologist, Mr. Arbuthnot, and I think if you ask her, she may be able to help you." Then he bustled away to speak to some of his important guests, from whom I think he was seeking political information. "My father exaggerates," she said in a soft and very sympathetic voice, "but perhaps," and she motioned me to a seat at her side. Then we talked of the places and things that I more particularly desired to see, and, well, the end of it was that I went back to my hotel in love with Natalie, and, as she afterwards confessed, she went to bed in love with me. It was a curious business, more like meeting an old friend from whom one had been separated by circumstances for a score of years or so than anything else. We were, so to speak, intimate from the first. We knew all about each other, although here and there was something new, something different which we could not remember, lines of thought, veins of memory which we did not possess in common. On one point I am absolutely clear. It was not solely the everyday and ancient appeal of woman to man and man to woman which drew us together, though doubtless this had its part in our attachment, as under our human conditions it must do, seeing that it is nature's bait to ensure the continuance of the race. It was something more, something quite beyond that elementary impulse. At any rate, we loved, and one evening in the shelter of the solemn walls of the great Colosseum at Rome, which at that hour were shut to all except ourselves, we confessed our love. I really think we must have chosen the spot by tacit but mutual consent because we felt it to be fitting. It was so old, so impregnated with every human experience, from the direst crime of the tyrant who thought himself a god to the sublimest sacrifice of the martyr who already was half a god, with every vice and virtue also which lies between these extremes, that it seemed to be the most fitting altar whereon to offer our hearts and all that caused them to beat, each to the other. So Natalie and I were betrothed within a month of our first meeting. Within 3 we were married, for what was there to prevent or delay? Naturally Sir Alfred was delighted, seeing that he possessed but small private resources, and I was able to make ample provision for his daughter, who had hitherto shown herself somewhat difficult in this business of matrimony, and now was bordering on her 27th year. Everybody was delighted. Everything went smoothly as a sledge sliding down a slope of frozen snow, and the mist of time hid whatever might be at the end of that slope. Probably a plain, at the worst the upward rise of ordinary life. That is what we thought, if we thought at all. Certainly we never dreamed of a precipice. Why should we, who were young, by comparison, quite healthy and very rich? Who thinks of precipices under such circumstances, when disaster seems to be eliminated and death is yet a long way off? And yet we ought to have done so, because we should have known that smooth surfaces without impediment to the runners often end in something of the kind. I am bound to say that when we returned home to Fulham, where of course we met with a great reception, including the ringing, out of tune, of the new peal of bells that I had given to the church, Bastin made haste to point this out. "Your wife seems a very nice and beautiful lady, Arbuthnot," he reflected aloud after dinner, when Mrs. Bastin, glowering as usual, though what at I do not know, had been escorted from the room by Natalie. "And really, when I come to think of it, you are an unusually fortunate person. You possess a great deal of money, much more than you have any right to, which you seem to have done very little to earn, and do not spend quite as I should like you to do. And this nice property, that ought to be owned by a great number of people, as, according to the views you express, I should have thought you would acknowledge, and everything else that a man can want. It is very strange that you should be so favored, and not because of any particular merits of your own, which one can see. However, I have no doubt it will all come even in the end, and you will get your share of troubles like others. Perhaps Mrs. Arbuthnot will have no children, as there is so much for them to take. Or perhaps you will lose all your money and have to work for your living, which might be good for you. Or," he added, still thinking aloud after his fashion, "perhaps she will die young. She has that kind of face, although, of course, I hope she won't," he added, waking up. I do not know why, but his wandering words struck me cold. The proverbial funeral bell at the marriage feast was nothing to them. I suppose it was because, in a flash of intuition, I knew that they would come true, and that he was an appointed Cassandra. Perhaps this uncanny knowledge overcame my natural indignation at such supergauchery, of which no one but Bastin could have been capable, and even prevented me from replying at all, so that I merely sat still and looked at him. But Bickley did reply with some vigor. "Forgive me for saying so, Bastin," he said, bristling all over, as it were, "but your remarks, which may or may not be in accordance with the principles of your religion, seem to me to be in singularly bad taste. They would have turned the stomachs of a gathering of early Christians who appear to have been the worst-mannered people in the world, and at any decent heathen feast your neck would have been wrung as that of a bird of ill omen." "Why?" asked Bastin blankly. "I only said what I thought to be the truth. The truth is better than what you call good taste." "Then I will say what I think also to be the truth," replied Bickley, growing furious. "It is that you use your Christianity as a cloak for bad manners. It teaches consideration and sympathy for others of which you seem to have none. Moreover, since you talk of the death of people's wives, I will tell you something about your own, as a doctor, which I can do as I never attended her. It is highly probable, in my opinion, that she will die before Mrs. Arbuthnot, who is quite a healthy person with a good prospect of life." "Perhaps," said Bastin. "If so, it will be God's will, and I shall not complain." Here Bickley snorted. "Though I do not see what you can know about it. But why should you cast reflections on the early Christians, who were people of strong principle living in rough times, and had to wage war against an established devil worship? I know you are angry because they smashed up the statues of Venus and so forth, but had I been in their place I should have done the same." "Of course you would. Who doubts it? But as for the early Christians and their iconoclastic performances, well, curse them, that's all." And he sprang up and left the room. I followed him. Let it not be supposed from the above scene that there was any ill feeling between Bastin and Bickley. On the contrary, they were much attached to each other, and this kind of quarrel meant no more than the strong expression of their individual views to which they were accustomed from their college days. For instance, Bastin was always talking about the early Christians and missionaries, while Bickley loathed both. The early Christians because of the destruction which they had wrought in Egypt, Italy, Greece, and elsewhere of all that was beautiful, and the missionaries because, as he said, they were degrading and spoiling the native races, and, by inducing them to wear clothes, rendering them liable to disease. Bastin would answer that their souls were more important than their bodies, to which Bickley replied that as there was no such thing as a soul except in the stupid imagination of priests, he differed entirely on the point. As it was quite impossible for either to convince the other, there the conversation would end, or drift into something in which they were mutually interested, such as natural history and the hygiene of the neighborhood. Here I may state that Bickley's keen professional eye was not mistaken when he diagnosed Mrs. Bastin's state of health as dangerous. As a matter of fact, she was suffering from heart disease that a doctor can often recognize by the color of the lips, etc., which brought about her death under the following circumstances. Her husband attended some ecclesiastical function at a town over 20 miles away and was to have returned by a train, which would have brought him home about 5 o'clock. As he did not arrive, she waited at the station for him until the last train came in about 7 o'clock, without the beloved Basil. Then, on a winter's night, she tore up to the Priory and begged me to lend her a dog-cart in which to drive to the said town to look for him. I expostulated against the folly of such a proceeding, saying that no doubt Basil was safe enough but had forgotten to telegraph, or thought that he would save the 6pence which the wire cost. Then it came out, to Natalie's and my intense amusement, that all this was the result of her jealous nature of which I have spoken. She said she had never slept a night away from her husband since they were married, and with so many designing persons about, she could not say what might happen if she did so, especially as he was such a favourite and so handsome. Bastin was a fine-looking man in his rugged way. I suggested that she might have a little confidence in him, to which she replied darkly that she had no confidence in anybody. The end of it was that I lent her the cart with a fast horse and a good driver, and off she went. Reaching the town in question some 2.5 hours later, she searched high and low through wind and sleet, but found no Basil. He, it appeared, had gone on to Exeter to look at the cathedral where some building was being done, and, missing the last train, had there slept the night. About 1 in the morning, after being nearly locked up as a madwoman, she drove back to the vicarage, again to find no Basil. Even then she did not go to bed, but raged about the house in her wet clothes until she fell down utterly exhausted. When her husband did return on the following morning, full of information about the cathedral, she was dangerously ill, and actually passed away while uttering a violent tirade against him for his supposed suspicious proceedings. That was the end of this truly odious British matron. In after days, Bastin, by some peculiar mental process, canonized her in his imagination as a kind of saint. "So loving," he would say, "such a devoted wife. Why, my dear Humphrey, I can assure you that even in the midst of her death struggle her last thoughts were of me." Words that caused Bickley to snort with more than usual vigor until I kicked him to silence beneath the table. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jared Wetzel Brown. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Death and Departure. Now I must tell of my own terrible sorrow, which turned my life to bitterness and my hopes to ashes. Never were a man and a woman happier together than I and Natalie. Mentally, physically, spiritually, we were perfectly mated, and we loved each other dearly. Truly, we were as one. Yet there was something about her which filled me with vague fears, especially after she found that she was to become a mother. I would talk to her of the child, but she would sigh and shake her head, her eyes filling with tears, and say that we must not count on the continuance of such happiness as ours, for it was too great. I tried to laugh away her doubts, though whenever I did so, I seemed to hear Bastin's slow voice remarking casually that she might die, as he might have commented on the quality of the claret. At last, however, I grew terrified and asked her bluntly what she meant. "I don't quite know, dearest," she replied, "especially as I am wonderfully well, but... But what?" I asked. "But I think that our companionship is going to be broken for a little while." "For a little while!" I exclaimed. "Yes, Humphrey. I think that I shall be taken away from you. You know what I mean." And she nodded towards the churchyard. "Oh, my God!" I groaned. "I want to say this," she added quickly, "that if such a thing should happen, as it happens every day, I implore you, dearest Humphrey, not to be too much distressed, since I am sure that you will find me again. No, I can't explain how or when or where, because I do not know. I have prayed for light, but it has not come to me. All I know is that I am not talking of reunion in Mr. Bastin's kind of conventional heaven, which he speaks about as though to reach it one stumbled through darkness for a minute into a fine new house next door, where excellent servants had made everything ready for your arrival, and all the lights were turned up. It is something quite different from that, and very much more real." Then she bent down ostensibly to pat the head of a little black cocker spaniel called Tommy, which had been given to her as a puppy, a highly intelligent and affectionate animal that we both adored, and that loved her as only a dog can love. Really, I knew, it was to hide her tears, and fled from the room lest she should see mine. As I went, I heard the dog whimpering in a peculiar way, as though some sympathetic knowledge had been communicated to its wonderful animal intelligence. That night I spoke to Bickley about the matter, repeating exactly what had passed. As I expected, he smiled in his grave, rather sarcastic way, and made light of it. "My dear Humphrey," he said, "don't torment yourself about such fancies. They are of everyday occurrence among women in your wife's condition. Sometimes they take one form, sometimes another. When she has got her baby, you will hear no more of them." I tried to be comforted, but in vain. The days and weeks went by like a long nightmare, and in due course the event happened. Bickley was not attending the case. It was not in his line, he said, and he preferred that where a friend's wife was concerned, somebody else should be called in. So it was put in charge of a very good local man with a large experience in such domestic matters. How am I to tell of it? Everything went wrong. As for the details, let them be. Ultimately, Bickley did operate, and if surpassing skill could have saved her, it would have been done. But the other man had misjudged the conditions. It was too late. Nothing could help either mother or child, a little girl who died shortly after she was born, but not before she had been christened, also by the name of Natalie. I was called in to say farewell to my wife, and found her radiant, triumphant, even in her weakness. "I know now," she whispered in a faint voice. I understood as the chloroform passed away, but I cannot tell you. Everything is quite well, my darling. Go where you seem called to go, far away. Oh, the wonderful place in which you will find me, not knowing that you have found me. Goodbye for a little while, only for a little while, my own, my own. Then she died. And, for a time, I too seemed to die, but could not. I buried her and the child here at Fulham, or rather I buried their ashes, since I could not endure that her beloved body should see corruption. Afterwards, when all was over, I spoke of these last words of Natalie's with both Bickley and Bastin, for somehow I seemed to wish to learn their separate views. The latter, I may explain, had been present at the end in his spiritual capacity, but I do not think that he in the least understood the nature of the drama which was passing before his eyes. His prayers and the christening absorbed all his attention, and he never was a man who could think of more than one thing at a time. When I told him exactly what had happened and repeated the words that Natalie spoke, he was much interested in his own nebulous way, and said that it was delightful to meet with an example of a good Christian such as my wife had been, who actually saw something of heaven before she had gone there. His own faith was, he thanked God, fairly robust, but still an undoubted occurrence of the sort acted as a refreshment, like rain on a pasture when it is rather dry, you know, he added, breaking into simile. I remarked that she had not seemed to speak in the sense he indicated, but appeared to allude to something quite near at hand and more or less immediate. I don't know that there is anything nearer at hand than the hereafter, he answered. I expect she meant that you will probably soon die and join her in paradise, if you are worthy to do so. But of course it is not wise to put too much reliance upon words spoken by people at the last, because often they don't quite know what they are saying. Indeed, sometimes I think this was so in the case of my own wife, who really seemed to me to talk a good deal of rubbish. Goodbye. I promised to see Widow Jenkins this afternoon about having her varicose veins cut out, and I mustn't stop here wasting time in pleasant conversation. She thinks just as much of her varicose veins as we do of the loss of our wives. I wonder what Bastin's idea of unpleasant conversation may be, thought I to myself as I watched him depart, already wool-gathering on some other subject, probably the heresy of one of those early fathers who occupied most of his thoughts. Bickley listened to my tale in sympathetic silence, as a doctor does to a patient. When he was obliged to speak, he said that it was interesting, as an example of a tendency of certain minds towards romantic vision which sometimes asserts itself, even in the throes of death. You know, he added, that I put my faith in none of these things. I wish that I could, but reason and science both show me that they lack foundation. The world on the whole is a sad place, where we arrive through the passions of others implanted in them by nature, which, although it cares nothing for individual death, is tender towards the impulse of races of every sort to preserve their collective life. Indeed, the impulse is nature, or at least its chief manifestation. Consequently, whether we be gnats or elephants or anything between and beyond, even stars for aught I know, we must make the best of things as they are, taking the good and the evil as they come, and getting all we can out of life, until it leaves us, after which we need not trouble. You had a good time for a little while and were happy in it. Now you are having a bad time and are wretched. Perhaps in the future, when your mental balance has reasserted itself, you will have other good times in the afternoon of your days, and then follow twilight and the dark. That is all there is to hope for, and we may as well look the thing in the face. Only, I confess, my dear fellow, that your experience convinces me that marriage should be avoided at whatever inconvenience. Indeed, I have long wondered that anyone can take the responsibility of bringing a child into the world. But probably nobody does in cold blood, except misguided idiots like Bastin, he added. He would have 20, had not his luck intervened. Then you believe nothing, friend, I said. Nothing, I am sorry to say, except what I see and my 5 senses appreciate. You reject all possibility of miracle, for instance? That depends on what you mean by miracle. Science shows us all kinds of wonders which our great-grandfathers would have called miracles, but these are nothing but laws that we are beginning to understand. Give me an instance. Well, I replied at hazard, if you were assured by someone that a man could live for 1,000 years. I should tell him that he was a fool or a liar. That is all. It is impossible. Or that the same identity, spirit, animating principle, call it what you will, can flit from body to body, say in successive ages, or that the dead can communicate with the living? Convince me of any of these things, Arbuthnot, and mind you, I desire to be convinced, and I will take back every word I have said and walk through Fulham in a white sheet proclaiming myself the fool. Now, I must get off to the cottage hospital to cut out Widow Jenkinson's varicose veins. They are tangible and real at any rate, about the largest I ever saw, indeed. Give up dreams, old boy, and take to something useful. You might go back to your fiction writing. You seem to have leanings that way, and you know you need not publish the stories except privately for the edification of your friends. With this Parthian shaft, Bickley took his departure to make a job of Widow Jenkinson's legs. I took his advice. During the next few months I did write something which occupied my thoughts for a while, more or less. It lies in my safe to this minute, for somehow I have never been able to make up my mind to burn what cost me so much physical and mental toil. When it was finished, my melancholy returned to me with added force. Everything in the house took a tongue and cried to me of past days. Its walls echoed a voice that I could never hear again. In the very looking-glasses I saw the reflection of a lost presence. Although I had moved myself for the purposes of sleep to a little room at the further end of the building, footsteps seemed to creep about my bed at night, and I heard the rustle of a remembered dress without the door. The place grew hateful to me. I felt that I must get away from it, or I should go mad. One afternoon Bastin arrived carrying a book, and in a state of high indignation. This work, written, as he said, by some ribald traveller, grossly traduced the character of missionaries to the South Sea Islands, especially of those of the society to which he subscribed, and he threw it on the table in his righteous wrath. Bickley picked it up and opened it at a photograph of a very pretty South Sea Island girl clad in a few flowers and nothing else, which he held towards Bastin, saying, "Is it to this child of nature that you object? I call her distinctly attractive, though perhaps she does wear her hibiscus blooms with a difference to our women, a little lower down." "The devil is always attractive," replied Bastin gloomily. "Child of nature, indeed! I call her child of sin. That photograph is enough to make my poor Sarah turn in her grave." "Why?" asked Bickley, "seeing that wide seas roll between you and this dusky Venus. Also, I thought that according to your Hebrew legend, sin came in with bark garments." "You should search the Scriptures, Bickley," I broke in, "and cultivate accuracy. It was fig leaves that symbolized its arrival. The garments, which I think were of skin, developed later." "Perhaps," went on Bickley, who had turned the page, "she," he referred to the late Mrs. Bastin, "would have preferred her thus," and he held up another illustration of the same woman. In this the native belle appeared after conversion, clad in broken-down stays. I suppose they were stays, out of which she seemed to bulge and flow in every direction, a dirty white dress several sizes too small, a kind of Salvation Army bonnet without a crown, and a prayer book which she held pressed to her middle, the general effect being hideous, and in some curious way improper. "Certainly," said Bastin, "though I admit her clothes do not seem to fit, and she has not buttoned them up as she ought. But it is not of the pictures so much as of the letterpress with its false and scandalous accusations that I complain." "Why do you complain?" asked Bickley. "Probably it is quite true, though that we could never ascertain without visiting the lady's home." "If I could afford it," exclaimed Bastin with rising anger, "I should like to go there and expose this vile traducer of my cloth." "So should I," answered Bickley, "and expose these introducers of consumption, measles, and other European diseases, to say nothing of gin, among an innocent and Arcadian people." "How can you call them innocent, Bickley, when they murder and eat missionaries?" "I dare say we should all eat a missionary, Bastin, if we were hungry enough," was the answer, after which something occurred to change the conversation. But I kept the book and read it as a neutral observer, and came to the conclusion that these South Sea Islands, a land where it was always afternoon, must be a charming place, in which perhaps the stars of the tropics and the scent of the flowers might enable one to forget a little, or at least take the edge off memory. Why should I not visit them and escape another long and dreary English winter? No, I could not do so alone. If Bastin and Bickley were there, their eternal arguments might amuse me. Well, why should they not come also? When one has money, things can always be arranged. The idea, which had its root in this absurd conversation, took a curious hold on me. I thought of it all the evening, being alone, and that night it re-arose in my dreams. I dreamed that my lost Natalie appeared to me and showed me a picture. It was of a long, low land, a curving shore of which the ends were out of the picture, whereon grew tall palms, and where great combers broke upon gleaming sand. Then the picture seemed to become a reality, and I saw Natalie herself, strangely changeful in her aspect, strangely varying in face and figure, strangely bright, standing in the mouth of a pass whereof the little bordering cliffs were covered with bushes and low trees, whose green was almost hid in lovely flowers. There in my dream she stood, smiling mysteriously, and stretched out her arms towards me. As I awoke, I seemed to hear her voice, repeating her dying words. Go where you seem called to go, far away. Oh, the wonderful place in which you will find me, not knowing that you have found me. With some variations, this dream visited me twice that night. In the morning I woke up quite determined that I would go to the South Sea Islands, even if I must do so alone. On that same evening, Bastin and Bickley dined with me. I said nothing to them about my dream, for Bastin never dreamed, and Bickley would have set it down to indigestion. But when the cloth had been cleared away, and we were drinking our glass of port, both Bastin and Bickley only took one, the former because he considered port a sinful indulgence of the flesh, the latter because he feared it would give him gout. I remarked casually that they both looked very run down, and as though they wanted a rest. They agreed. At least each of them said he had noticed it in the other. Indeed, Bastin added that the damp and the cold in the church, in which he held daily services to no congregation except the old woman who cleaned it, had given him rheumatism, which prevented him from sleeping. Do call things by their proper names, interrupted Bickley. I told you yesterday that what you are suffering from is neuritis in your right arm, which will become chronic if you neglect it much longer. I have the same thing myself, so I ought to know, and unless I can stop operating for a while, I believe my fingers will become useless. Also, something is affecting my sight, overstrain, I suppose, so that I am obliged to wear stronger and stronger glasses. I think I shall have to leave Ogden, his partner, in charge for a while, and get away into the sun. There's none here before June. I would if I could pay a locum tenens and were quite sure it isn't wrong, said Bastin. I am glad you both think like that, I remarked, as I have a suggestion to make to you. I want to go to the South Seas about which we were talking yesterday to get the thorough change that Bickley has been advising for me, and I should be very grateful if you would both come as my guest. You, Bickley, make so much money out of cutting people about that you can arrange your own affairs during your absence. But, as for you, Bastin, I will see to the wherewithal for the locum tenens and everything else. You are very kind, said Bastin. And certainly I should like to expose that misguided author, who probably published his offensive work without thinking that what he wrote might affect the subscriptions to the missionary societies, also to show Bickley that he is not always right, as he seems to think. But I could never dream of accepting without the full approval of the bishop. You might get that of your nurse also, if she happens to be still alive, mocked Bickley. As for his lordship, I don't think he will raise any objection when he sees the certificate I will give you about the state of your health. He is a great believer in me ever since I took that carbuncle out of his neck, which he got because he will not eat enough. As for me, I mean to come, if only to show you how continually and persistently you are wrong. But, Arbuthnot, how do you mean to go? I don't know. In a mail steamer, I suppose? If you can run to it, a yacht would be much better. That's a good idea, for one could get out of the beaten tracks and see the places that are never or seldom visited. I will make some inquiries. And now, to celebrate the occasion, let us all have another glass of port and drink a toast. They hesitated and were lost, Bastin murmuring something about doing without his stout next day as a penance. Then they both asked what was the toast, each of them, after thought, suggesting that it should be the utter confusion of the other. I shook my head, whereon, as a result of further cogitation, Bastin submitted that the unknown would be suitable. Bickley said that he thought this a foolish idea, as everything worth knowing was already known, and what was the good of drinking to the rest? A toast to the truth would be better. A notion came to me. Let us combine them, I said, and drink to the unknown truth. So we did, though Bastin grumbled that the performance made him feel like Pilate. We are all pilots in our way, I replied with a sigh. That is what I think every time I diagnose a case, exclaimed Bickley. As for me, I laughed, and for some unknown reason felt happier than I had done for months. Oh, if only the writer of that tourist tale of the South Sea Islands could have guessed what fruit his light-thrown seed would yield to us and to the world. I made my inquiries through a London agency which hired out yachts or sold them to the idle rich. As I expected, there were plenty to be had, at a price, but wealthy as I was, the figure asked of the buyer of any suitable craft staggered me. In the end, however, I chartered one for 6 months certain, and at so much per month for as long as I liked afterwards. The owners paid insurance and everything else on condition that they appointed the captain and first mate, also the engineer, for this yacht, which was named Star of the South, could steam at about 10 knots as well as sail. I know nothing about yachts, and therefore I shall not attempt to describe her, further than to say that she was of 550 tons burden, very well constructed, and smart to look at. As well she might be, seeing that a deceased millionaire from whose executors I hired her had spent a fortune in building and equipping her in the best possible style. In all, her crew consisted of 32 hands. A peculiarity of the vessel was that, owing to some fancy of the late owner, the passenger accommodation, which was splendid, lay forward of the bridge. This, with the ship's storerooms, refrigerating chamber, etc., being almost in the bows. It was owing to these arrangements, which were unusual, that the executors found it impossible to sell, and were therefore glad to accept such an offer as mine in order to save expenses. Perhaps they hoped that she might go to the bottom, being heavily insured. If so, the fates did not disappoint them. The captain, named Astley, was a jovial person who held every kind of certificate. He seemed so extraordinarily able at his business that personally I suspected him of having made mistakes in the course of his career, not unconnected with the worship of Bacchus. In this I believe I was right. Otherwise, a man of such attainments would have been commanding something bigger than a private yacht. The first mate, Jacobson, was a melancholy Dane, a spiritualist who played the concertina, and seemed to be able to do without sleep. The crew were a mixed lot, good men for the most part, and quite unobjectionable, more than half of them being Scandinavian. I think that is all I need to say about the Star of the South. The arrangement was that the Star of the South should proceed through the Straits of Gibraltar to Marseille, where we would join her, and thence travel via the Suez Canal to Australia and on to the South Seas, returning home as our fancy or convenience might dictate. All the first part of the plan we carried out to the letter. Of the remainder I say nothing at present. Star of the South was amply provided with every kind of store. Among them were medicines and surgical instruments selected by Bickley, and a case of Bibles and other religious works in sundry languages of the South Seas, selected by Bastin, whose bishop, when he understood the pious objects of his journey, had rather encouraged than hindered his departure on sick leave, and a large number of novels, books of reference, etc., laid in by myself. She duly sailed from the Thames and reached Marseille after a safe and easy passage, where all three of us boarded her. I forgot to add that she had another passenger, the little spaniel, Tommy. I had intended to leave him behind, but while I was packing up he followed me about with such evident understanding of my purpose that my heart was touched. When I entered the motor to drive to the station, he escaped from the hands of the servant, whimpering, and took refuge on my knee. After this I felt that destiny intended him to be our companion. Moreover, was he not linked with my dead past, and, had I but known it, with my living future also? End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 5. The Cyclone. We enjoyed our voyage exceedingly. In Egypt, a land I was glad to revisit, we only stopped a week, while the Star of the South, which we rejoined at Suez, coaled and went through the canal. This, however, gave us time to spend a few days in Cairo, visit the pyramids, and Saqqara, which Bastin and Bickley had never seen before, and inspect the great museum. The journey up the Nile was postponed until our return. It was a pleasant break, and gave Bickley, a most omnivorous reader, who was well acquainted with Egyptian history and theology, the opportunity of trying to prove to Bastin that Christianity was a mere development of the ancient Egyptian faith. It never seemed to occur to either of them that all faiths may be, and indeed probably are, progressive. In short, different rays of light thrown from the various facets of the same crystal, as in turn these are shone upon the sun of truth. Our passage down the Red Sea was cool and agreeable. Thence we shaped our course for Ceylon. Here again we stopped a little while to run up to Kandy and to visit the ruined city of Anaranjapura, with its great Buddhist topes that once again gave rise to religious argument between my two friends. Leaving Ceylon, we struck across the Indian Ocean for Perth in Western Australia. It was a long voyage, since to save coal we made most of it under canvas. However, we were not dull, as Captain Astley was a good companion, and even out of the melancholy Dane, Jacobsen, we had entertainment. He insisted on holding séances in the cabin, at which the usual phenomena occurred. The table twisted about, voices were heard, and Jacobsen's accordion wailed out tunes above our heads. These happenings drove Bickley to a kind of madness, for here were events that he could not explain. He was convinced that someone was playing tricks upon him, and devised the most elaborate snares to detect the rogue, entirely without result. First he accused Jacobsen, who was very indignant, and then me, who laughed. In the end, Jacobsen left the circle and the cabin, which was locked behind us, only Bastin and Bickley remaining there in the dark. Presently we heard sounds of altercation, and Bickley emerged looking very red in the face, followed by Bastin, who was saying, "Can I help it if someone pulled your nose and snatched off your glasses, which anyway are quite useless to you when there is no light? Again, is it possible for me, sitting on the other side of the table, to have placed the concertina upon your head and made it play the national anthem, a thing that I have not the slightest idea of how to do?" "Please do not try to explain," snapped Bickley. "I am perfectly aware that you deceived me somehow, which, no doubt, you think a good joke." "My dear fellow," I interrupted, "is it possible to imagine old Basil deceiving anyone?" "Why not?" snorted Bickley, "seeing that he deceives himself from one year's end to the other." "I think," said Bastin, "that this is an unholy business, and that we are both deceived by the devil, and I will have no more to do with it." And he departed to his cabin, probably to say some appropriate prayers. After this the séances were given up, but Jacobsen produced an instrument called a planchette, and with difficulty persuaded Bickley to try it, which he did after many precautions. The thing, a heart-shaped piece of wood mounted on wheels with a pencil stuck at its narrow end, cantered about the sheet of paper on which it was placed, Bickley, whose hands rested upon it, staring at the roof of the cabin. Then it began to scribble, and after a while it stopped still. "Will the doctor look?" said Jacobsen. "Perhaps the spirits have told him something." "Oh, curse all this silly talk about spirits!" exclaimed Bickley, as he arranged his eyeglasses and held up the paper to the light, for it was after dinner. He stared, then with an exclamation which I will not repeat, and a glance of savage suspicion at the poor Dane, and the rest of us, threw it down and left the cabin. I picked it up, and next moment was screaming with laughter. There, on the top of the sheet, was a rough but entirely recognizable portrait of Bickley, with the accordion on his head, and underneath, written in a delicate Italian female hand, absolutely different from his own, were these words, taken from one of St. Paul's epistles: "Oppositions of science, falsely so called." Underneath them, again in a scrawling, schoolboy fist, very like Bastin's, was inscribed, "Tell us how this is done, you silly doctor who think yourself so clever." "It seems that the devil really can quote scripture," was Bastin's only comment, while Jacobsen stared before him and smiled. Bickley never alluded to the matter, but for days afterwards I saw him experimenting with paper and chemicals, evidently trying to discover the form of invisible ink which would appear on the application of the hand. As he never said anything about it, I fear that he failed. This planchette business had a somewhat curious ending. A few nights later, Jacobsen was working it and asked me to put a question. To oblige him, I inquired on what day we should reach Fremantle, the port of Perth. It wrote an answer, which, I may remark, subsequently proved to be quite correct. "That is not a good question," said Jacobsen, "since, as a sailor, I might guess the reply. Try again, Mr. Arbuthnot. Will anything remarkable happen on our voyage to the South Seas?" I inquired casually. The planchette hesitated a while and then wrote rapidly and stopped. Jacobsen took up the paper and began to read the answer aloud. "To A, B, and D, and B, the C, the most remarkable things will happen that have happened to men in the living world. That must mean me, Bickley the doctor, and Bastin the clergyman," I said, laughing. Jacobsen paid no attention, for he was reading what followed. As he did so, I saw his face turn white, and his eyes begin to start from his head. Then suddenly he tore the paper into pieces, which he thrust into his pocket. Lifting his great fist, he uttered some Danish oath, and with a single blow smashed the planchette into fragments, after which he strode away, leaving me astonished and somewhat disturbed. When I met him the next morning, I asked him what was on the paper. "Oh," he said quietly, "something I should not like you two proper English gentlemen to see. Something not nice, you understand. Those spirits are not always good. They do that kind of thing sometimes. That's why I broke up this planchette." Then he began to talk of something else, and there the matter ended. I should have said that, principally with a view to putting themselves in a position to confute each other, ever since we had started from Marseille, both Bastin and Bickley spent a number of hours each day in assiduous study of the language of the South Sea Islands. It became a kind of competition between them as to which of them could learn the most. Now Bastin, although simple and even stupid in some ways, was a good scholar, and as I knew him at college, had quite a faculty for acquiring languages, in which he had taken high marks at examinations. Bickley, too, was an extraordinarily able person, with an excellent memory, especially when he was on his mettle. The result was that before we ever reached a South Sea island, they had a good working knowledge of the local tongues. As it chanced, too, at Perth we picked up a Samoan and his wife, who, under some White Australia regulations, were not allowed to remain in the country, and offered to work as servants in return for a passage to Apia, where we proposed to call some time or other. With these people, Bastin and Bickley talked all day long, till really they became fairly proficient in their soft and beautiful dialect. They wished me to learn also, but I said that with two such excellent interpreters, and the natives while they remained with us, it seemed quite unnecessary. Still, I picked up a good deal in a quiet way, much as they did, perhaps. At length, travelling on and on as a voyager to the planet Mars might do, we sighted the low shores of Australia, and that same evening were towed, for our coal was quite exhausted, to the wharf at Fremantle. Here we spent a few days exploring the beautiful town of Perth and its neighbourhood, where it was very hot just then, and eating peaches and grapes till we made ourselves ill, as a visitor often does, who is unaware that fruit should not be taken in quantity in Australia, while the sun is high. Then we parted for Melbourne almost before our arrival was generally known, since I did not wish to advertise our presence or the object of our journey. We crossed the great Australian bight of evil reputation in the most perfect weather. Indeed, it might have been a mill pond, and after a short stay at Melbourne, went on to Sydney, where we coaled again and laid in supplies. Then our real journey began. The plan we laid out was to sail to Suva in Fiji, about 1,700 miles away, and after a short stay there, on to Hawaii or the Sandwich Islands, stopping perhaps at the Phoenix Islands and the central Polynesian Sporades, such as Christmas and Fanning Isles. Then we proposed to turn south again through the Marshall Archipelago and the Caroline Islands, and so on to New Guinea and the Coral Sea. Particularly did we wish to visit Easter Island on account of its marvellous sculptures that are supposed to be the relics of a prehistoric race. In truth, however, we had no fixed plan except to go wherever circumstance and chance might take us. Chance, I may add, or something else, took full advantage of its opportunities. We came to Suva in safety and spent a while in exploring the beautiful Fiji Isles, where both Bastin and Bickley made full inquiries about the work of the missionaries, each of them drawing exactly opposite conclusions from the same set of admitted facts. Thence we steamed on to Samoa and put our 2 natives ashore at Apia, where we procured some coal. We did not stay long enough in these islands to investigate them, however, because persons of experience there assured us from certain familiar signs that one of the terrible hurricanes with which they are afflicted was due to arrive shortly, and that we should do well to put ourselves beyond its reach. So having coaled and watered, we departed in a hurry. Up to this time, I should say that we had met with a most wonderful good fortune in the matter of the weather. So good indeed that never on one occasion since we left Marseille had we been obliged to put the fiddles on the tables. With the superstition of a sailor, Captain Astley, when I alluded to the matter, shook his head, saying that doubtless we should pay for it later on, since luck never goes all the way, and cyclones were reported to be about. Here I must tell that after we were clear of Apia, it was discovered that the Danish mate, who was believed to be in his cabin unwell from something he had eaten, was missing. The question arose whether we should put back to find him, as we supposed that he had made a trip inland and had met with an accident, or been otherwise delayed. I was in favour of doing so, though the captain, thinking of the threatened hurricane, shook his head and said that Jacobsen was a queer fellow, who might just as well have gone overboard as anywhere else, if he thought he heard the spirits of whom he was so fond calling him. While the matter was still in suspense, I happened to go into my own stateroom, and there, stuck in the looking-glass, saw an envelope in the Dane's handwriting addressed to myself. On opening it, I found another sealed letter, unaddressed, and also a note that ran as follows. Honoured Sir, you will think very badly of me for leaving you, but the enclosed, which I implore you not to open until you have seen the last of the Star of the South, will explain my reason, and I hope will clear my reputation. I thank you again for all your kindness, and pray that the spirits who rule the world may bless and preserve you, also the Doctor and Mr. Bastin. This letter, which left the fate of Jacobsen quite unsolved, for it might mean either that he had deserted or drowned himself, I put away with the enclosure in my pocket. Of course, there was no obligation on me to refrain from opening the letter, but I shrank from doing so, both from some kind of sense of honour and, to tell the truth, for fear of what it might contain. I felt that this would be disagreeable. Also, although there was nothing to connect them together, I bethought me of the scene when Jacobsen had smashed the planchette. On my return to the deck, I said nothing whatsoever about the discovery of the letter, but only remarked that on reflection I had changed my mind, and agreed with the captain that it would be unwise to attempt to return in order to look for Jacobsen. So the boatswain, a capable individual who had seen better days, was promoted to make his watches, and we went on as before. How curiously things come about in the world. For nautical reasons that were explained to me, but which I will not trouble to set down, if indeed I could remember them, I believe that if we had returned to Apia, we should have missed the great gale and subsequent cyclone, and with these much else. But it was not so fated. It was on the fourth day, when we were roughly 700 miles or so north of Samoa, that we met the edge of this gale about sundown. The captain put on steam in the hope of pushing through it, but that night we dined for the first time with the fiddles on, and by 11 o'clock it was as much as one could do to stand in the cabin while the water was washing freely over the deck. Fortunately, however, the wind veered aft of us, so that by putting about her head a little, seamen must forgive me if I talk of these matters as a landlubber, we ran almost before the wind, though not quite in the direction that we wished to go. When the light came, it was blowing very hard indeed, and the sky was utterly overcast, so that we got no glimpse of the sun or of the stars on the following night. Unfortunately, there was no moon visible. If indeed there had been, I do not suppose that it would have helped us because of the thick pall of clouds. For quite 72 hours we ran on beneath bare poles before the gale. The little vessel behaved splendidly, riding the seas like a duck, but I could see that Captain Astley was growing alarmed. When I said something complimentary to him about the conduct of the Star of the South, he replied that she was forging ahead all right, but the question was, where to? He had been unable to take an observation of any sort since we left Samoa. Both his patent logs had been carried away, so that now only the compass remained, and he had not the slightest idea where we were in that great ocean studded with atolls and islands. I asked him whether we could not steam back to our proper course, but he answered that to do so we would have to travel dead in the eye of the gale, and he doubted whether the engines would stand it. Also there was the question of coal to be considered. However, he had kept the fires going, and he would do what he could if the weather moderated. That night during dinner, which now consisted of tinned foods and whisky and water, for the seas had got to the galley fire, suddenly the gale dropped, whereat we rejoiced exceedingly. The captain came down into the saloon very white and shaken, I thought, and I asked him to have a nip of whisky to warm him up, and to celebrate our good fortune in having run out of the wind. He took the bottle, and, to my alarm, poured out a full half-tumbler of spirit, which he swallowed undiluted in 2 or 3 gulps. "That's better," he said with a hoarse laugh. "But man, what is it that you are saying about having run out of the wind? Look at the glass." "We have," said Bastin, "and it is wonderfully steady. About 29 degrees, or a little over, which it has been for the last 3 days. Captain Astley laughed in a mirthless fashion, and answered, "Oh, that thing," he said, "that's a passenger's glass. I told the steward to put it out of gear so that you might not be frightened. It is an old trick. Look at this." He produced one of the portable variety out of his pocket. We looked, and it stood somewhere between 27 degrees and 28 degrees. That's the lowest glass I ever saw in the Polynesian or any other seas during 30 years. It's right too, for I have tested it by 3 others. "What does it mean?" I asked rather anxiously. "The South Sea Cyclone is of the worst breed," he replied. "That cursed Dane knew that it was coming, and that's why he never left the ship. Pray as you never prayed before," and again he stretched out his hand towards the whisky bottle. But I stepped between him and it, shaking my head. Thereupon he laughed for the 3rd time and left the cabin. Though I saw him once or twice afterwards, these were really the last words of intelligible conversation that I ever had with Captain Astley. "It seems that we are in some danger," said Bastin, in an unmoved kind of way. "I think that was a good idea of the captain's, to put up a petition, I mean. But as Bickley will scarcely join in it, I will go into the cabin and do so myself." Bickley snorted then. "Confound that captain! Why did he play such a trick on us about the barometer?" "Humphrey, I do believe he had been drinking." "So do I said, looking at the whisky bottle. "Otherwise, after taking those precautions to keep us in the dark, he would not have let on like that." "Well," said Bickley, "he can't get to the liquor except through this saloon, as it is locked up forward with the other stores." "That's nothing," I replied, "as doubtless he has a supply of his own. Rum, I expect. We must take our chance." Bickley nodded and suggested that we go up on deck to see what was happening. So we went. Not a breath of wind was stirring, and even the sea seemed to be settling down a little. At least, so we judged from the motion, for we could not see either it or the sky. Everything was black as pitch. We heard the sailors, however, engaged in rigging guide ropes fore and aft, and battening down the hatches with extra tarpaulins by the light of lanterns. Also they were putting ropes round the boats and doing something to the spars and topmasts. Presently Bastin joined us, having, I suppose, finished his devotions. "Really, it is quite pleasant here," he said. "One never knows how disagreeable the wind is until it stops." I lit my pipe, making no answer, and the match burned quite steadily there in the open air. "What is that?" exclaimed Bickley, staring at something which I now saw for the first time. It looked like a line of white approaching through the gloom. With it came a hissing sound, and although there was still no wind, the rigging began to move mysteriously, like a thing in pain. A big drop of water also fell from the sides into my pipe and put it out. Then one of the sailors cried in a hoarse voice, "Get down below, governors, unless you want to go into the sea." "Why?" inquired Bastin. "Why? Because there's a hurricane coming, that's all. Coming as though the devil had kicked it out of hell." Bastin seemed inclined to remonstrate at this sort of language, but we pushed him down the companion and followed, propelling the spaniel Tommy in front of us. Next moment I heard the sailors battening the hatch with hurried blows, and when this was done to their satisfaction, heard their feet also as they ran into shelter. Another instant and we were all lying in a heap on the cabin floor, with poor Tommy on top of us. The cyclone had struck the ship. Above the wash of water and the screaming of the gale, we heard other mysterious sounds, which doubtless were caused by the yards hitting the seas, for the yacht was lying on her side. I thought that all was over, but presently there came a rending, crashing noise. The masts, or one of them, had gone, and by degrees we righted. "Near thing," said Bickley. "Good heavens, what's that?" I listened, for the electric light had temporarily gone out, owing, I suppose, to the dynamo having stopped for a moment. A most unholy, hollow sound was rising from the cabin floor. It might have been caused by a bullock with its windpipe cut, trying to get its breath and groaning. Then the light came on again, and we saw Bastin lying at full length on the carpet. "He's broken his neck or something," I said. Bickley crept up to him, and, having looked, sang out, "It's all right. He's only seasick." I thought it would come to that if he drank so much tea. "Seasick," I said faintly. "Seasick?" "That's all," said Bickley. "The nerves of the stomach acting on the brain, or vice versa, that is. If Bastin has a brain," he added, sotto voce. "Oh," groaned the prostrate clergyman, "I wish I were dead." "Don't trouble about that," answered Bickley. "I expect soon you will be. Here, drink some whisky, you donkey." Bastin sat up and obeyed, out of the bottle, for it was impossible to pour anything into a glass, with the results too dreadful to narrate. "I call that a dirty trick," he said presently, in a feeble voice, glowering at Bickley. "I expect I shall have to play you a dirtier trick before long, for you are a pretty bad case, old fellow." As a matter of fact he had, for Bastin had really begun to think that he was going to die. Somehow we got him to his cabin, which opened off the saloon, and as he managed to drink nothing more, Bickley managed to inject morphia or some other compound into him, which made him insensible for a long time. He must be in a poor way, he said, for the needle went more than a quarter-inch into him, and he never cried out or stirred. Couldn't help it without rolling. But now I could hear the engines working, and I think that the bow of the vessel was got head-on into the seas, for instead of rolling, we pitched, or rather the ship stood first upon one end, and then upon the other. This continued for a while, until the first burst of the cyclone had gone by. Then suddenly the engines stopped. I supposed that they had broken down, but I never learned, and we seemed to veer about, nearly sinking in the process, and to run before the hurricane at terrific speed. "I wonder where we're going to," I said to Bickley. "To the land of sleep, Humphrey, I imagine," he replied in a more gentle voice than I had often heard him use, adding, "Goodbye, old boy. We have been real friends, haven't we? Notwithstanding my peculiarities. I only wish that I could think that there was anything in Bastin's views, but I can't. I can't. It's good night for us poor creatures." End of chapter 6.
Chapter 6 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alex Skolnick. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 6. Land. At last, the electric light really went out. I had looked at my watch just before this happened and wound it up, which, Bickley remarked, was superfluous and a waste of energy. It then marked 3:20 in the morning. We had wedged Bastin, who was now snoring comfortably, into his berth with pillows and managed to tie a cord over him. No, it was a large bath towel, fixing one end of it to the little rack over his bed and the other to its framework. As for ourselves, we lay down on the floor between the table legs, which, of course, were screwed, and the settee, protecting ourselves as best we were able by the help of the cushions, etc., between two of which we thrust the terrified Tommy who had been sliding up and down the cabin floor. Thus we remained, expecting death every moment till the light of day. A very dim light, struggling through a porthole of which the iron cover had somehow been wrenched off. Or perhaps it was never shut. I do not remember. About this time there came a lull in the hellish, howling hurricane. The fact being, I suppose, that we had reached the center of the cyclone. I suggested that we should try to go on deck and see what was happening. So we started, only to find the entrance to the companion so faithfully secured that we could not by any means get out. We knocked and shouted, but no one answered. My belief is that at this time everyone on the yacht except ourselves had been washed away and drowned. Then we returned to the saloon, which, except for a little water trickling about the floor, was marvelously dry, and, being hungry, retrieved some bits of food and biscuit from its corner and ate. At this time the cyclone began to blow again worse than ever, but, it seemed to us, from another direction, and before it sped our poor derelict bark. It blew all day till, for my part, I grew utterly weary, and even longed for the inevitable end. If my views were not quite those of Bastin, certainly they were not those of Bickley. I had believed from my youth up that the individuality of man, the ego, so to speak, does not die when life goes out of his poor body, and this faith did not desert me then. Therefore, I wished to have it over and learn what there might be upon the other side. We could not speak much because of the howling of the wind, but Bickley did manage to shout to me something to the effect that his partners would, in his opinion, make an end of their great practice within 2 years, which, he added, was a pity. I nodded my head, not caring twopence what happened to Bickley's partners, or their business, or to my own property, or to anything else. When death is at hand, most of us do not think much of such things, because then we realize how small they are. Indeed, I was wondering whether, within a few minutes or hours, I should or should not see Natalie again, and if this were the end to which she had seemed to beckon me in that dream. On we sped, and on. About 4 in the afternoon we heard sounds from Bastin's cabin which faintly reminded me of some tune. I crept to the door and listened. Evidently he had awakened and was singing, or trying to sing, for music was not one of his strong points. "For those in peril on the sea." Devoutly did I wish that it might be heard. Presently it ceased, so I suppose he went to sleep again. The darkness gathered once more. Then of a sudden something fearful happened. There were stupendous noises of a kind I had never heard. There were convulsions. It seemed to us that the ship was flung right up in the air 100 feet or more. "Tidal wave, I expect," shouted Bickley. Almost as he spoke, she came down with the most appalling crash onto something hard, and nearly jarred the senses out of us. Next, the saloon was whirling round and yet being carried forward, and we felt air blowing upon us. Then our senses left us. As I clasped Tommy to my side, whimpering and licking my face, my last thought was that all was over, and that presently I should learn everything or nothing. I woke up feeling very bruised and sore, and perceived that light was flowing into the saloon. The door was still shut, but it had been wrenched off its hinges, and that was where the light came in. Also some of the teak planks of the decking, jagged and splintered, were sticking up through the carpet. The table had broken from its fastenings and lay upon its side. Everything else was one confusion. I looked at Bickley. Apparently he had not awakened. He was stretched out, still wedged in with his cushions and bleeding from a wound to his head. I crept to him in terror and listened. He was not dead, for his breathing was regular and natural. The whiskey bottle, which had been corked, was upon the floor, unbroken, about 1/3 full. I took a good pull at the spirit. To me it tasted like nectar from the gods. Then I tried to force some down Bickley's throat, but could not, so I poured a little upon the cut on his head. The smart of it woke him up in a hurry. "Where are we now?" he exclaimed. "You do not mean to tell me that Bastin was right after all, and that we live again somewhere else? Oh, I could never bear that ignominy." "I do not know about living somewhere else," I said, "although my opinions on that matter differ from yours. But I do know that you and I are still on earth in what remains of the saloon of the Star of the South." "Thank God for that! Let's go and look for old Bastin," said Bickley. "I do pray that he is all right also." "It is most illogical of you, Bickley, and indeed wrong," groaned a deep voice from the other side of the cabin door, "to thank a God in whom you do not believe, and to talk of praying for one of the worst and most inefficient of his servants, when you have no faith in prayer." "Got you there, my friend," I said. Bickley murmured something about force of habit, and looked smaller than I had ever seen him do before. Somehow we forced the door open. It was not easy because it was jammed. Within the cabin, hanging on either side of the bath towel which had stood the strain nobly, something like a damp garment over a linen line, was Bastin, most of whose bunk seemed to have disappeared. Yes, Bastin, pale and disheveled and looking shrunk, with his hair tousled and his beard apparently growing all ways, but still Bastin alive, if very weak. Bickley ran at him and made a cursory examination with his fingers. "Nothing broken," he said triumphantly. "He's all right." "If you had hung over a towel for many hours in the most violent weather, you would not say that," groaned Bastin. "My inside is a pulp, but perhaps you would be kind enough to untie me." "Bosh," said Bickley, as he obeyed. "All you want is something to eat. Meanwhile, drink this." And he handed him the remains of the whiskey. Bastin swallowed every drop, murmuring something about taking a little wine for his stomach's sake. "One of the Pauline injections, you know." After which he was much more cheerful. Then we hunted about and found some more of the biscuits and other food with which we filled ourselves after a fashion. "I wonder what has happened," said Bastin. "I suppose that, thanks to the skill of the captain, we have after all reached the haven where we would be." Here he stopped, rubbed his eyes, and looked towards the saloon doors, which, as I have said, had been wrenched off its hinges, but appeared to have opened wider than when I observed it last. Also, Tommy, who was recovering his spirits, uttered a series of low growls. "It is a most curious thing," he went on, "and I suppose I must be suffering from some hallucinations, but I could swear that, just now, I saw looking through that door the same improper young lady, clothed in a few flowers and nothing else, whose photograph in that abominable and libelous book was indirectly the cause of our tempestuous journey." "Indeed," replied Bickley. "Well, so long as she has not got on one of the broken-down strays in the Salvation Army bonnet without a crown, which, you may remember, she wore after she had fallen into the hands of your fraternity, I'm sure I do not mind. In fact, I should be delighted to see anything so pleasant." At this moment, a distinct sound of female tittering arose from beyond the door. Tommy barked, and Bickley stepped towards it, but I called to him, "Look out! Where there are women there are sure to be men. Let us be ready against accidents." So we armed ourselves with pistols. that is, Bickley and I did, Bastin being fortified solely with the Bible. Then we advanced, a remarkable and dilapidated trio, and dragged the door wide. Instantly, there was a scurry, and we caught sight of the women's forms, wearing only flowers, and a few of these, running over white sands toward groups of men armed with odd-looking clubs, some of which were fashioned into the shapes of swords and spears. To make an impression, I fired 2 shots with my revolver into the air, whereupon both men and women fled into groves of trees and vanished. "They don't seem to be accustomed to white people," said Bickley. "Is it possible that we have found a shore upon which no missionary has set a foot?" "I hope so," said Bastin. "Seeing that, unworthy as I am, then the opportunities for me would be very great." We stood still and looked about us. This is what we saw. All the after part of the ship from forward of the bridge had vanished utterly. There was not a trace of it. She had, as it were, been cut in two. More, we were some considerable distance from the sea, which was still raging over a quarter-mile away, where great white combers struck upon a reef and spouted into the air. Behind us was a cliff, apparently of rock, but covered with earth and vegetation. And against this cliff, in which the prow of the ship was buried, she, or what remained of her, had come to anchor for the last time. "You see what has happened," I said. "A great tidal wave has carried us up here and retreated." "That's it!" exclaimed Bickley. "Look at the debris!" And he pointed to torn-up palms, bushes, and seaweed piled into heaps which still ran salt water. Also to a number of dead fishes that lay about among them, adding, "Well, we are saved anyhow." "And yet there are people like you who say that there is no providence," ejaculated Bastin. "I wonder what the views of Captain Astley and the crew are, or rather were, upon that matter," interrupted Bickley. "I don't know," answered Bastin, looking about him vaguely. "It is true that I can't see any of them, but if they are drowned, no doubt it is because their period of usefulness in this world had ended." "Let's get down and look about us," I remarked, being rather anxious to avoid further argument. So we scrambled from the remnant of the ship, like Noah descending out of the ark, as Bastin said, onto the beach beneath, where Tommy rushed to and fro, gambolling for joy. Here we discovered a path which ran diagonally up the side of a cliff which was nowhere more than 50 or 60 feet in height, and possibly had once formed above the shore of this land, or perhaps that of a lake. Up this path we went, following the tracks of many human feet, and reaching the crest of the cliff, looking about us, basking as we did so in the beautiful morning sun. For the sky was now clear of clouds, and with that last awful effort which destroyed our ship, the Cyclone had passed away. We were standing on a plain down which ran a little stream of good water whereof Tommy drank greedily, we following his example. To the right and left of this plain, further than we could see, stretched brushland over which towered many palms, rather ragged now because of the lashing of the gale. Looking inland, we perceived that the ground sloped gently downwards, ending at a distance of some miles in a large lake. Far out in this lake, something like the top of a mountain of a brown color rose above the water, and on the edge of it was what from that distance appeared to be a tumbled ruin. "This is all very interesting," I said to Bickley. "What do you make of it?" "I don't quite know. At first sight, I should say that we are standing on the lip of a crater of some vast extinct volcano. Look how it curves to north and south and at the slope running down to the lake." I nodded. "Lucky that the tidal wave did not get over the cliff," I said. "If it had, the people here would have all been drowned out. I wonder where they have gone." As I spoke, Bastin pointed toward the edge of the bush, some hundreds of yards away, where we perceived brown figures slipping about among the trees. I suggested that we should go back to the mouth of our path, so as to have a line of retreat open in case of necessity, and await events. So we did, and there stood still. By degrees the brown figures emerged onto the plain, to the number of some hundreds, and we saw that they were both male and female. The women were clothed in nothing except flowers and a little girdle. The men were all armed with wooden weapons, and also wore a girdle, but no flowers. The children, of whom there were many, were quite naked. Among these people we observed a tall person clothed in what seemed to be a magnificent feather cloak, and, walking around and about him, a number of grotesque forms adorned with hideous masks and basket-like headdresses that were surmounted by plumes. "The king or chief and his priests, or medicine-men! This is splendid!" said Bickley triumphantly. Bastin also contemplated them with enthusiasm as raw material upon which he hoped to get to work. By degrees and very cautiously they approached us. To our joy we perceived that behind them walked several young women who bore wooden trays of food or fruit. "That looks well," I said. "They would not make offerings unless they were friendly." "The food may be poisoned," remarked Bickley suspiciously. The crowd advanced. We were standing quite still, looking as dignified as we could, I as the tallest in the middle, with Tommy sitting at my feet. When they were about 25 yards away, however, that wretched little dog caught sight of the masked priests. He growled and then rushed at them, barking, his long black ears flapping as he went. The effect was instantaneous. One and all they turned and fled precipitately, who evidently had never before seen a dog and looked upon it as a deadly creature. Yes, even the tall chief and his masked medicine men fled like hares pursued by Tommy, who bit one of them in the leg, evoking a terrific howl. I called him back and took him into my arms. Seeing that he was safe for a while, the crowd reformed and once again advanced. As they came, we noted that they were a wonderfully handsome people, tall and straight with regularly shaped features and nothing of the Negro about them. Some of the young women might even be called beautiful, though those who were elderly had become corpulent. The feather-clothed chief, however, was much disfigured by a huge growth with a narrow stalk to it that hung from his neck and rested on his shoulder. "I'll have that off him before he is a week older," said Bickley, surveying this deformity with great professional interest. On they came, the girls with the platters walking ahead. On one of these were what looked like joints of baked pork, on another some plantains and pear-shaped fruits. They knelt down and offered these to us. We contemplated them for a while. Then Bickley shook his head and began to rub his stomach with appropriate contortions. Clearly they were quick-minded enough, for they saw the point. At some words the girls brought the platters to the chief and others, who took from them portions of the food at hazard and ate them to show that it was not poisoned, we watching their throats the while to make sure that it was swallowed. Then they returned again, and we took some of the food, though only Bickley ate, because, as I pointed out to him, being a doctor who understood the use of antidotes, clearly he should make the experiment. However, nothing happened. Indeed, he said that it was very good. After this there was some pause. Then suddenly Bastin took out his parable in the Polynesian tongue, which, to a certain extent, he had acquired with so much pains. "What is this place called?" he asked slowly and distinctly, pausing between each word. His audience shook their head, and he tried again, putting the accents on different syllables. Behold, some bright spirit understood him and answered, "Orofena." "That means a hill, or an island, or a hill in an island," whispered Bickley to me. "Who is your god?" asked Bastin again. The point seemed one upon which they were a little doubtful, but at last the chief answered, "Oro, he who fights." "In other words, Mars," said Bickley. "I will give you a better one," said Bastin in the same slow fashion. Thinking that he referred to himself, these children of nature contemplated his angular form doubtfully and shook their heads. Then, for the first time, one of the men who was wearing a mask and a wicker crate on his head spoke in a hollow voice, saying, "If you try, Oro will eat you up." "Head priest," said Bickley, nudging me, "old Bastin had better be careful, or he will get his teeth into him and call them Oros." Another pause, after which the man in a feather cloak and the growth on his neck that a servant was supporting said, "I am Marama, the chief of Orofena. We have never seen men like you before, if you are men. What brought you here, and with you that fierce and terrible animal, or evil spirit which makes a noise and bites?" Now Bickley pretended to consult me, who stood brooding and majestic, that is, if I can be majestic. I whispered something, and he answered, "The gods of wind and sea." "What nonsense!" ejaculated Bastin. "There are no such things." "Shut up," I said. "We must use similes here." To which he replied, "I don't like similes that tamper with the truth." "Remember Neptune and Aeolus?" I suggested, and he lapsed into consideration of the point. "We knew that you were coming," said Marama. "Our doctors told us all about you a moon ago. But we wish that you would come more gently, as you nearly washed away our country." After looking at me, Bickley replied, "How thankful should you be that in our kindness we have spared you?" "What do you come to do?" inquired Marama again. After the usual formula of consulting me, Bickley answered, "We come to take that mountain," he meant lump, "off your neck, and make you beautiful, also to cure all the sickness among your people." "And I come," broke in Bastin, "to give you new hearts." These announcements evidently caused great excitement. After consultation, Marama answered, "We do not want new hearts, as the old ones are good, but we wish to be rid of lumps and sicknesses. If you can do this, we will make you gods and worship you and give you many wives." Here Bastin held up his hands in horror. "When will you begin to take away the lumps?" "Tomorrow," said Bickley. "But learn that if you try to harm us, we will bring another wave which will drown all your country." Nobody seemed to doubt our capacities in this direction, but one inquiring spirit in a wicker crate did ask how it came about that if we controlled the ocean we had arrived in half a canoe instead of a whole one. Bickley replied to the effect that it was because the gods always traveled in half canoes to show their higher nature, which seemed to satisfy everyone. Then we announced that we had seen enough of them for that day and would retire to think. Meanwhile, we should be obliged that if they would build us a house and keep us supplied with whatever food they had. "Do the gods eat?" asked the skeptic again. "That fellow is a confounded radical," I whispered to Bickley. "Tell him that they do when they come to Orofena." He did so, whereon the chief said, "Would the gods like a nice young girl cooked?" At this point, Bastin retired down the path. Realizing that he had to do with cannibals, we said that we preferred to look at the girls alive and would meet them again tomorrow morning, where we hoped that the house would be ready. So, our first interview with the inhabitants of Orofena came to an end, on which we congratulated ourselves. On reaching the remains of the Star of the South, we set to work to take stock of what was left to us. Fortunately, it proved to be a very great deal. As I think I mentioned, all the passenger part of the yacht lay forward of the bridge, just in front of which the vessel had been broken into, almost as cleanly as she were severed by a gigantic knife. Further, our stores were forward, and practically everything else that belonged to us, even down to Bickley's instruments and medicines and Bastin's religious works, to say nothing of a great quantity of tinned food and groceries. Lastly, on the deck above the saloon had stood 2 large lifeboats. Although these were amply secured at the commencement of the gale, one of them, that on the port side, was smashed to smithereens. Probably some spar had fallen upon it. The starboard boat, however, remained intact, and, so far as we could judge, seaworthy, although the bulwarks were broken by the waves. "There's something we can get away in if necessary." "Where to?" remarked Bastin. "We don't know where we are, or if there is any other land within 1,000 miles. I think we had better stop here, as Providence seemed to have intended, especially when there is so much work to my hand." "Be careful," answered Bickley, "that the work in your hand does not end in the cutting of all our throats. It is an awkward thing interfering with the religion of savages, and I believe that these untutored children of nature sometimes eat missionaries." "Yes, I have heard of that," said Bastin. "They bake them first as they do pigs, but I don't know that they would care to eat me," and he glanced at his bony limbs, "especially when you are much plumper. Anyhow, one can't stop for a risk of that sort." Deigning no reply, Bickley walked away to fetch some fine fish which had been washed up by the tidal wave, and were still flapping about in a little pool of salt water. Then we took counsel as to how to make the best of our circumstances, and, as a result, set to work to tidy up the saloon and cabins, which was not difficult, as what remained of the ship lay on an even keel. Also, we got out some necessary stores, including paraffin for the swinging lamps, with which the ship was fitted in case of accident to the electric light, candles, and the guns we had brought with us so that they might be handy in the event of attack. This done, by the aid of the tools that were in the storerooms, Bickley, who was an excellent carpenter, repaired the saloon door, all that was necessary to keep us private, as the bulkhead still remained. "Now," he said triumphantly when he had finished and got the lock and bolts to work to his satisfaction, "we can stand a siege if needed, for as the ship is iron-built, they can't even burn us out, and that teak door would take some forcing. Also, we can shore it up." "How about something to eat? I want my tea," said Bastin. "Then, my reverend friend," replied Bickley, "take a couple of the fire buckets and fetch some water from the stream. Also, collect driftwood, of which there is plenty about. Clean those fish and grill them over the saloon stove." "I'll try," said Bastin, "but I never did any cooking before." "No," replied Bickley. "On second thoughts, I will see to them myself, but you can get the fish ready." So, with due precautions, Bastin and I fetched water from the stream, which we found flowed over the edge of the cliff, quite close at hand, into a beautiful coral basin that might have been designed for a bath of the nymphs. Indeed, one at a time, while the other watched, we undressed and plunged into it, and never was a tub more welcome than after our long days of tempest. Then we returned to find that Bickley had already set the table and was engaged in frying the fish very skillfully on the saloon stove, which proved to be well adapted to the purpose. He was cross, however, when he found that we had bathed and that it was now too late for him to do likewise. While he was cleaning himself as well as he could in his cabin basin and Bastin was boiling water for tea, suddenly I remembered the letter from the Danish mate Jacobson, concluding that it might now be opened, as we had certainly parted with most of the Star of the South for the last time. I read it. It was as follows. "The reason, honored sir, that I am leaving the ship is that on the night I tore up the paper, the spirit controlling the planchette wrote these words. After leaving Samoa, the Star of the South will be wrecked in a hurricane and everybody on board drowned except A, B, and B. Get out of her! Get out of her! Don't be a fool, Jacob, unless you want to come over here at once. Take our advice and get out of her, and you will live to be old. Skoll. Sir, I am not a coward, but I know that this will happen, for the spirit which signs itself Skoll never tells a lie. I did try to give the captain a hint to stop at Apia, but he had been drinking and openly cursed me and called me a sneaking cheat. So I'm going to run away, of which I am very much ashamed, but I do not wish to be drowned yet, as there is a girl whom I want to marry, and my mother I support. You will be safe, and I hope you will not think too badly of me. Jacob Jacobson. P.S. It is an awful thing to know the future. Never try to learn that." I gave this letter to Bastin and Bickley to read, and asked them what they thought of it. "Coincidence," said Bickley. "The man is a weak-minded idiot, and heard in Samoa that they expected a hurricane." "I think," chimed in Bastin, that the devil knows how to look after his own at any rate, for a little while. I dare say that it would have been much better for him to be drowned. At least he is a deserter and failed in his duty. I never wish to hear him again, I said. As a matter of fact, I never have. But the incident remains quite unexplained either by Bickley or Bastin. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dan Holbrow. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 7. The Orofenans. To our shame, we had a very pleasant supper that night off the grilled fish, which was excellent, and some tinned meat. I say to our shame, in a sense, for on our companions the sharks were supping, and by rights we should have been sunk in woe. I suppose that the sense of our own escape intoxicated us. Also, notwithstanding his joviality, none of us had cared much for the captain, and his policy had been to keep us somewhat apart from the crew, of whom, therefore, we knew but little. It is true that Bastin held services on Sundays, for such as would attend, and Bickley had doctored a few of them for minor ailments. But there, except for a little casual conversation, our intercourse began and ended. Now the sad fact is that it is hard to be overwhelmed with grief for those with whom we are not intimate. We were very sorry, and that is all that can be said, except that Bastin, being High Church, announced in a matter-of-fact way that he meant to put up some petitions for the welfare of their souls. To this, Bickley retorted that from what he had seen of their bodies, he was sure they needed them. Yes, it was a pleasant supper, not made less so by a bottle of champagne, which Bickley and I shared. Bastin stuck to his tea, not because he did not like champagne, but because, as he explained, having now come in contact with the heathen, it would never do for him to set them an example in the use of spirituous liquors. However much we may differ, Bastin, I respect you for that sentiment, commented Bickley. I don't know why you should, answered Bastin, but if so, you might follow my example. That night we slept like logs, trusting to our teak door which we barricaded, and to Tommy, who was a most excellent watchdog, to guard us against surprise. At any rate, we took the risk. As a matter of fact, nothing happened, though before dawn Tommy did growl a good deal, for I heard him, but as he sank into slumber again on my bed, I did not get up. In the morning I found from fresh footprints that 2 or 3 men had been prowling about the ship, though at a little distance. We rose early, and taking the necessary precautions, bathed in the pool. Then we breakfasted, and having filled every available receptacle with water, which took us a long time, as these included a large tank that supplied the bath, so that we might have at least a week's supply in case of siege, we went on deck and debated what we should do. In the end, we determined to stop where we were and await events, because, as I pointed out, it was necessary that we should discover whether these natives were hostile or friendly. In the former event, we could hold our own on the ship, whereas away from it we must be overwhelmed. In the latter, there was always time to move inland. About 10 o'clock, when we were seated on stools, smoking with our guns by our side, for here, owing to the overhanging cliff, in which, it will be remembered, the prow of the ship was buried, we could not be reached by missiles thrown from above. We saw numbers of the islanders advancing upon us along the beach on either side. They were preceded, as before, by women who bore food on platters and in baskets. These people, all talking excitedly and laughing after their fashion, stopped at a distance, so we took no notice of them. Presently Marama, clad in his feather cloak, and again accompanied by priests or medicine men, appeared walking down the path on the cliff face, and standing below made salutations and entered into a conversation with us, of which I give the substance, that is, so far as we could understand it. He reproached us for not having come to him as he expected we would do, We replied that we preferred to remain where we were until we were sure of our greeting, and asked him what was the position. He explained that only once before, in the time of his grandfather, had any people reached their shores, also during a great storm, as we had done. They were dark-skinned men like themselves, 3 of them, but whence they came was never known, since they were at once seized and sacrificed to the god Oro, which was the right thing to do in such a case. We asked whether he would consider it right to sacrifice us. He replied, certainly, unless we were too strong, being gods ourselves, or unless an arrangement could be concluded. We asked, what arrangement? He replied that we must make them gifts, also that we must do what we had promised and cure him, the chief, of the disease which had tormented him for years. In that event, everything would be at our disposal, and we, with all our belongings, should become taboo, holy, not to be touched. None would attempt to harm us. Nothing should be stolen under penalty of death. We asked him to come up on the deck with only one companion, that his sickness might be ascertained, and after much hesitation he consented to do so. Bickley made an examination of the growth, and announced that he believed it could be removed with perfect safety, as the attachment to the neck was very slight, but of course there was always a risk. This was explained to him with difficulty, and much talk followed between him and his followers, who gathered on the beach beneath the ship. They seemed adverse to the experiment until Marama grew furious with them, and at last burst into tears, saying that he could no longer drag this terrible burden about with him, and he touched the growth. He would rather die. Then they gave way. I will tell the rest as shortly as I can. A hideous wooden idol was brought on board, wrapped in leaves and feathers, and upon it the chief and his head people swore safety to us whether he lived or died, making us the guests of their land. There were, however, 2 provisos made, or as such we understood them. These seemed to be that we should offer no insult or injury to their god, and secondly, that we should not set foot on the island in the lake. It was not till afterwards that it occurred to me that this must refer to the mountain top, which appeared in the inland sheet of water. To those stipulations we made no answer. Indeed, the Orofenans did all the talking. Finally, they ratified their oaths by a man who, I suppose, was a head priest, cutting his arm and rubbing the blood from it on the lips of the idol, also upon those of the chief. I should add that Bastin had retired as soon as he saw that false god appear, of which I was glad, since I felt sure that he would make a scene. The operation took place that afternoon and on the ship, for when once Marama had made up his mind to trust us, he did so very thoroughly. It was performed on deck, in the presence of an awed multitude who watched from the shore, and when they saw Bickley appear in a clean nightshirt and wash his hands, uttered a groan of wonder. Evidently they considered it a magical and religious ceremony. Indeed, ever afterward they called Bickley the Great Priest, or sometimes the Great Healer in later days. This was a grievance to Bastin, who considered that he had been robbed of his proper title, especially when he learned that among themselves he was only known as the Bellower because of the loud voice in which he addressed them. Nor did Bickley particularly appreciate the compliment. With my help, he administered the chloroform, which was done under shelter of a sail for fear lest the people should think that we were smothering their chief. Then the operation went on to a satisfactory conclusion. I omit the details, but an electric battery and a red-hot wire came into play. "There," said Bickley triumphantly when he had finished tying the vessels and made everything neat and tidy with bandages. "I was afraid he might bleed to death, but I don't think there's any fear of that now, for I have made a real job of it." Then, advancing with the horrid tumour in his hands, he showed it in triumph to the crowd beneath, who groaned again and threw themselves onto their faces. Doubtless now it is the most sacred relic of Orofena. When Marama came out of the anesthetic, Bickley gave him something which sent him to sleep for 12 hours, during which time his people waited beneath. This was our dangerous period, for our difficulty was to persuade them that he was not dead, although Bickley had assured them that he would sleep for a time while the magic worked. Still, I was very glad when he woke up on the following morning, and 2 or 3 of his leading men could see that he was alive. The rest was lengthy but simple, consisting merely in keeping him quiet and on a suitable diet until there was no fear of the wound opening. We achieved it somehow with the help of an intelligent native woman who, I suppose, was one of his wives, and 5 days later were enabled to present him, healed though rather tottery, to his affectionate subjects. It was a great scene, which may be imagined. They bore him away in a litter with the native woman to watch him, and another to carry the relic preserved in a basket. And us they acclaimed as gods. Thenceforth we had nothing to fear in Orofena, except Bastin, although this we did not know at the time. All this while we had been living on our ship and growing very bored there, although we employed the empty hours in conversation with selected natives, thereby improving our knowledge of the language. Bickley had the best of it, since already patients began to arrive, which occupied him. One of the first was that man whom Tommy had bitten. He was carried to us in an almost comatose state, suffering apparently from the symptoms of snake poisoning. Afterwards it turned out that he conceived Tommy to be a divine but most venomous lizard that could make a very horrible noise, and began to suffer as one might do from the bite of such a creature. Nothing that Bickley could do was enough to save him, and ultimately he died in convulsions, a circumstance that enormously enhanced Tommy's reputation. To tell the truth, we took advantage of it to explain that Tommy was, in fact, a supernatural animal, a sort of tame demon which only harmed people who had malevolent intentions towards those he served, or who tried to steal any of their possessions, or to intrude upon them at inconvenient hours, especially in the dark. So terrible was he, indeed, that even the skill of the great priest, i.e. Bickley, could not avail to save any whom once he had bitten in his rage. Even to be barked at by him was dangerous, and conveyed a curse that might last for generations. All this we set out when Bastin was not there. He had wandered off, as he said, to look for shells, but as we knew, to practice religious orations in the Polynesian tongue with the waves for audience, as Demosthenes is said to have done to perfect himself as a political orator. Personally, I admit that I relied more on the terrors of Tommy to safeguard us from theft and other troubles than I did upon those of the native taboo and the priestly oaths. The end of it all was that we left our ship, having padlocked up the door. The padlock, we explained, was a magical instrument that bit worse than Tommy, and moved inland in a kind of triumphal procession, priests and singers going before, the Orofenans sang extremely well, and minstrels following after, playing upon instruments like flutes, while behind came the bearers, carrying such goods as we needed. They took us to a beautiful place in a grove of palms, on a ridge where grew many breadfruit trees, that commanded a view of the ocean upon one side, and of the lake with the strange brown mountain top on the other. Here, in the midst of the native gardens, we found that a fine house had been built for us of a kind of mud brick, and thatched with palm leaves, surrounded by a fenced courtyard of beaten earth, and having wide overhanging verandas. A very comfortable place indeed in that delicious climate. In it we took up our abode, visiting the ship occasionally to see that all was well there, and awaiting events. For Bickley, these soon began to happen in the shape of an ever-increasing stream of patients. The population of the island was considerable, anything between 5,000 and 10,000, so far as we could judge, and among these, of course, there were a number of sick. Ophthalmia, for instance, was a prevalent disease, as were the growths such as Marama had suffered from, to say nothing of surgical cases and those resulting from accident or from nervous ailments. With all of these Bickley was called upon to deal, which he did with remarkable success by help of his books on tropical diseases and his ample supplies of medical necessaries. At first he enjoyed it very much, but when we had been established in the house for about 3 weeks, he remarked, after putting in a solid 10 hours of work, that for all the holiday he was getting, he might as well be back at his old practice, with the difference that there he was earning several thousands a year. Just then a poor woman arrived with a baby in convulsions, to whose necessities he was obliged to sacrifice his supper, after which came a man who had fallen from a palm tree and broken his leg. Nor did I escape, since having somehow or other established a reputation for wisdom, as soon as I had mastered sufficient of the language, every kind of knotty case was laid before me for decision. In short, I became a sort of Chief Justice. Not an easy office, as it involved the acquirement of the native law, which was intricate and peculiar, especially in matrimonial cases. At these oppressive activities, Bastin looked on with a gloomy eye. "You fellows seem very busy," he said one evening, "but I can find nothing to do. They don't seem to want me, and merely to set a good example by drinking water or tea, while you swallow whiskey and their palm wine or whatever it is very negative kind of work, especially as I am getting tired of planting things in the garden and playing policeman round the wreck which nobody goes near. Even Tommy is better off, for at least he can bark and hunt rats." "You see," said Bickley, "we are following our trades. Arbuthnot is a lawyer and acts as a judge. I'm a surgeon, and, I may add, a very general practitioner, and work at medicine in an enormous and much neglected practice. Therefore you, being a clergyman, should go and do likewise. There are some 10,000 people here, but I do not observe that, as yet, you have converted a single one." Thus spoke Bickley in a light and unguarded moment, with his usual object of what is known as getting a rise out of Bastin. Little did he guess what he was doing. Bastin thought a while ponderously, then said, "It is very strange from what peculiar sources Providence sometimes sends inspirations. If wisdom flows from babes and sucklings, why should it not do so from the well of agnostics and mockers?" "There's no reason which I can see," scoffed Bickley, "except that as a rule wells do not flow." "Your jest is ill-timed and, I may add, foolish," continued Bastin. "What I was about to add was that you have given me an idea, as it was no doubt intended that you should do. I will, metaphorically speaking, gird up my loins and try to bear the light into all this heathen blackness." "Then it is one of the first you ever had, old fellow. But what's the need of girding up your loins in this hot climate?" inquired Bickley with innocence. "Pyjamas and that white and green umbrella of yours would do just as well." Bastin vouchsafed no reply, and sat for the rest of that evening plunged in deep thought. On the following morning he approached Marama and asked his leave to teach the people about the gods. The chief readily granted this, thinking, I believe, that he alluded to ourselves, and orders were issued accordingly. They were to the effect that Bastin was to be allowed to go everywhere unmolested and to talk to whom he would about what he would, to which all must listen with respect. Thus he began his missionary career in Orofena, working at it, good and earnest man that he was, in a way that excited even the admiration of Bickley. He started a school for children, which was held under a fine spreading tree. These listened well, and being of exceedingly quick intellect, soon began to pick up the elements of knowledge. But when he tried to persuade them to clothe their little naked bodies, his failure was complete, although, after much supplication, some of the bigger girls did arrive with a chaplet of flowers round their necks. Also, he preached to the adults, and here again was very successful in a way, especially after he became more familiar with the language. They listened. To a certain extent they understood. They argued and put to poor Bastin the most awful questions, such as the whole bench of bishops could not have answered. Still, he did answer them somehow, and they politely accepted his interpretation of their theological riddles. I observed that he got on best when he was telling them stories out of the Old Testament, such as the account of the creation of the world and of human beings, also of the deluge, etc. Indeed, one of their elders said, yes, this was quite true. They had heard it all before from their fathers, and that once the deluge had taken place around Orofena, swallowing up great countries, but sparing them because they were so good. Bastin, surprised, asked them who had caused their deluge. They replied, Oro, which was the name of their god, Oro who dwelt yonder on the mountain in the lake, and whose representation they worshipped in idols. He said that God dwelt in heaven, to which they replied with calm certainty, No, he dwells on the mountain in the lake, which was why they never dared to approach that mountain. Indeed, it was only by giving the name Oro to the divinity, and admitting that he might dwell in the mountain as well as everywhere else, that Bastin was able to make progress. Having conceded this, and not without scruples, however, he did make considerable progress. So much, in fact, that I perceived that the priests of Oro were beginning to grow very jealous of him, and of his increasing authority with the people. Bastin was naturally triumphant, and even exclaimed exultingly that within a year he would have half the population baptized. "Within a year, my dear fellow," said Bickley, "you will have your throat cut as a sacrifice, and probably ours also. It is a pity, too, as within that time I should have stamped out ophthalmia and some other diseases in the island." Here, leaving Bastin and his good work for a while, I will say a little about the country. From information which I gathered on some journeys that I made, and by inquiries from the chief, Marama, who had become devoted to us, I found that Orofena was quite a large place. In shape, the island was circular, a broad band of territory surrounding the great lake of which I have spoken, that in its turn surrounded a smaller island, from which rose the mountain top. No other land was known to be near the shores of Orofena, which had never been visited by anyone except the strangers 100 years ago or so, who were sacrificed and eaten. Most of the island was covered with forest, which the inhabitants lacked the energy, and indeed had no tools, to fell. They were an extremely lazy people, and would only cultivate enough bananas and other food to satisfy their immediate needs. In truth, they lived mostly upon breadfruit and other products of the wild trees. Thus it came about that in years of scarcity through drought or climatic causes, which prevented the forest trees from bearing, they suffered very much from hunger. In such years, hundreds of them would perish, and the remainder resorted to the dreadful expedient of cannibalism. Sometimes, too, the shoals of fish avoided their shores, reducing them to great misery. Their only domestic animal was the pig, which roamed about half wild and in no great numbers, for they had never taken the trouble to breed it in captivity. Their resources, therefore, were limited, which accounted for the comparative smallness of the population, further reduced, as it was, by a wicked habit of infanticide practiced in order to lighten the burden of bringing up children. They had no traditions as to how they reached this land, their belief being that they had always been there, but that their forefathers were much greater than they. They were poetical, and sang songs in a language which themselves they could not understand. They said that it was the tongue their forefathers had spoken. Also, they had several strange customs, of which they did not know the origin. My own opinion, which Bickley shared, was that they were, in fact, a shrunken and deteriorated remnant of some high race now coming to its end through age and interbreeding. About them, indeed, notwithstanding their primitive savagery, which in its qualities much resembled that of other Polynesians, there was a very curious air of antiquity. One felt that they had known the older world and its mysteries, though now both were forgotten. Also, their language, which in time we came to speak perfectly, was copious, musical, and expressive in its idioms. One circumstance I must mention. In walking about the country, I observed all over it enormous holes, some of them measuring as much as 100 yards across, with a depth of 50 feet or more. And this not on alluvial lands, although there traces of them existed also, but in solid rock. What this rock was, I do not know, as none of us were geologists, but it seemed to me to partake of the nature of granite. Certainly it was not coral, like that on and about the coast, but of a primeval formation. When I asked Marama what caused these holes, he only shrugged his shoulders and said he did not know, but their fathers had declared that they were made by stones falling from heaven. This, of course, suggested meteorites to my mind. I submitted the idea to Bickley, who, in one of his rare intervals of leisure, came with me to make an examination. If they were meteorites, he said, of which a shower struck the earth in some past geological age, all life must have been destroyed by them, and their remains ought to exist at the bottom of the holes. To me, They look more like the effect of high explosives, but that, of course, is impossible, though I don't know what else could have caused such craters. Then he went back to his work, for nothing that had to do with antiquity interested Bickley very much. The present and its problems were enough for him, he would say, who neither had lived in the past nor expected to have any share in the future. As I remained curious, I made an opportunity to scramble to the bottom of one of these craters, taking with me some of the natives with their wooden tools. Here I found a good deal of soil, either washed down from the surface or resulting from the decomposition of the rock, though oddly enough in it nothing grew. I directed them to dig. After a while, to my astonishment, there appeared a corner of a great worked stone quite unlike that of the crater. Indeed, it seemed to me to be a marble. Further examination showed that this block was most beautifully carved in bas-relief, apparently with the design of leaves and flowers. In the disturbed soil, also, I picked up a life-sized marble hand of a woman, exquisitely finished and apparently broken from a statue that might have been the work of one of the great Greek sculptors. Moreover, on the third finger of this hand was a representation of a ring, whereof, unfortunately, the bezel had been destroyed. I put the hand in my pocket, but as darkness was coming on, I could not pursue the research and disinter the block. When I wished to return the next day, I was informed politely by Marama that it would not be safe for me to do so, as the priests of Oro declared that if I sought to meddle with the buried things, the god would grow angry and bring disaster on me. When I persisted, he said that at least I must go alone, since no native would accompany me, and added earnestly that he prayed me not to go. So, to my great regret and disappointment, I was obliged to give up the idea. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alan Lord. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 8. Bastin attempts the martyr's crown. That carved stone and the marble hand took a great hold of my imagination. What did they mean? How could they have come to the bottom of that hole? Unless indeed they were part of some building and its ornaments which had been destroyed in the neighbourhood. The stone, of which we had only uncovered a corner, seemed far too big to have been carried there from any ship. It must have weighed several tons. Besides, ships do not carry such things about the world, and none had visited this island during the last 2 centuries at any rate. All local tradition would have recorded so wonderful a fact. Were there, then, once edifices covered with elegant carving standing on this place, and were they adorned with lovely statues that would not have disgraced the best period of Greek art? The thing was incredible, except on the supposition that these were relics of an utterly lost civilization. Bickley was as much puzzled as myself. All he could say was that the world was infinitely old, and many things might have happened in it whereof we had no record. Even Bastin was excited for a little while, but as his imagination was represented by 0, all he could say was, "I suppose someone left them there, and anyhow, doesn't matter much, does it?" But I, who have certain leanings towards the ancient and mysterious, could not be put off in this fashion. I remembered that unapproachable mountain in the midst of the lake, and that on it appeared to be something which looked like ruins, as seen from the top of the cliff through glasses. At any rate, this was a point that I might clear up. Saying nothing to anybody, one morning I slipped away and walked to the edge of the lake, a distance of 5 or 6 miles over rough country. Having arrived there, I perceived that the cone-shaped mountain in the centre, which was about a mile from the lake shore, was much larger than I had thought, quite 300 feet high indeed, and with a very large circumference. Further, Its sides, evidently, once had been terraced, and it was on one of these broad terraces, halfway up and facing towards the rising sun, that the ruin-like remains were heaped. I examined them through my glasses. Undoubtedly, it was a Cyclopean ruin, built of great blocks of coloured stone, which seemed to have been shattered by earthquake or explosion. There were the pillars of a mighty gateway, and the remains of walls. I trembled with excitement as I stared and stared. Could I not get to the place and see for myself? I observed that from the flat, bush-clad land at the foot of the mountain ran out what seemed to be the residue of a stone pier, which ended in a large table-topped rock between 200 and 300 feet across. But even this was too far to reach by swimming. Besides, for aught I knew, there might be alligators in that lake. I walked up and down its borders, till presently I came to a path which led into a patch of some variety of cotton palm. Following this path, I discovered a boathouse thatched over with palm leaves. Inside it were 2 good canoes with their paddles, floating and tied to the stumps of trees by fibre ropes. Instantly, I made up my mind that I would paddle to the island and investigate. Just as I was about to step into one of the canoes, the light was cut off. Looking up, I saw that a man was crouching in the doorplace of the boathouse in order to enter, and paused guiltily. "Friend from the sea," that was the name that these islanders had given to me, said the voice of Marama. "Say, what are you doing here?" "I'm about to take a row on the lake, Chief," I answered carelessly. "Indeed, friend. Have we then treated you so badly that you are tired of life?" "What do you mean?" I asked. "Come out into the sunlight, friend, and I will explain to you." I hesitated, till I saw Marama lifting the heavy wooden spear he carried, and remembered that I was unarmed. Then I came out. "What does all this mean, Chief?" I asked angrily, when we were clear of the patch of cotton palm. "I mean, friend, that you have been very near to making a longer journey than you thought. Have patience now, and listen to me. I saw you leaving the village this morning, and followed, suspecting your purpose. Yes, I followed alone, saying nothing to the priests of Oro, who, fortunately, were away watching the Bellower for their own reasons. I saw you searching out the secrets of the mountain with those magic tubes that make things big that are small, and things that are far off come near, and I followed you to the canoes." "All that is plain enough, Marama, but why?" "Have I not told you, friend from the sea, that yonder hill which is called Orofena, whence this island takes its name, is sacred?" "You said so, but what of it?" "This. To set foot thereon is to die, and, I suppose, great as you are, you, too, can die like others. At least, although I love you, had you not come away from that canoe, I was about to discover whether this is so." "Then, for what are the canoes used?" I asked, with irritation. "You see that flat rock, friend, with the hole beyond, which is the mouth of a cave that appeared only in the great storm that brought you to our land? They are used to convey offerings which are laid upon the rock. Beyond it no man may go, and since the beginning no man has ever gone." "Offerings to whom?" "To the Oromatuas, the spirits of the great dead who live there." "Oromatuas, Oro. It is always something to do with Oro. Who and what is Oro?" "Oro is a god, friend, though it is true that the priests say that above him there is a greater God, called the Gaia, the Creator, the Fate, who made all things and directs all things. Very well, but why do you suppose that Oro, the servant of the Gaia, lives in that mountain? I thought that he lived in a grove yonder, where your priests, as I am told, have an image of him. I do not know, friend from the sea, but so it has been held from the beginning. The image in the grove is only visited by his spirit from time to time. Now, I pray you, come back, and before the priests discover that you have been here, and forget that there are any canoes upon this lake. So, thinking it wisest, I turned the matter with a laugh, and walked away with him to the village. On our road I tried to extract some more information, but without success. He did not know who built the ruin upon the mountain, or who destroyed it. He did not know how the terraces came there. All he knew was that during the convulsion of nature, which resulted in the tidal wave that had thrown our ship upon the island, the mountain had been seen to quiver, like a tree in the wind, as though within it great forces were at work. Then it was observed to have risen a good many more feet above the surface of the lake, as might be noted by the watermark upon the shore. And then also the mouth of the cave had appeared. The priests said that all this was because the Orofenans who dwelt there were stirring, which portended great things. Indeed, great things had happened, for had we not arrived in their land? I thanked him for what he had told me, and, as there was nothing more to be learned, dropped the subject, which was never mentioned between us again, at least not for a long while. But in my heart I determined that I would reach that mountain, even though to do so I must risk my life. Something seemed to call me to the place. It was as though I were being drawn by a magnet. As it happened, before so very long, I did go to the mountain, not of my own will, but because I was obliged. It came about thus. One night I asked Bastin how he was getting on with his missionary work. He replied very well indeed, but there was one great obstacle in his path, the idol in the grove. Were it not for this accursed image, he believed that the whole island would become Christian. I asked him to be more plain. He explained that all his work was thwarted by this idol, since his converts declared that they did not dare to be baptized while it sat there in the grove. If they did, the spirit that was in it would bewitch them, and perhaps steal out at night and murder them. The spirits being our friends the sorcerers, I suggested. That's it, Arbuthnot. Do you know, I believe those devilish men sometimes offer human sacrifices to this satanic fetish, when there is a drought or anything of that sort. I can quite believe it, I answered, but as they will scarcely remove their god, and with it their own livelihood and authority, I'm afraid that as we don't want to be sacrificed, there is nothing to be done. At this moment, I was called away. As I went, I heard Bastin muttering something about martyrs, but paid no attention. Little did I guess what was going on in his pious but obstinate mind. In effect, it was this, that if no one else would remove that idol, he was quite ready to do it himself. However, he was very cunning over that business, almost Jesuitical indeed. Not one word did he breathe of his dark plans to me, and still less to Bickley. He just went on with his teaching, lamenting from time to time the stumbling block of the idol, and expressing wonder as to how it might be circumvented by a change in the hearts of the islanders, or otherwise. Sad as it is to record, in fact, dear old Bastin went as near to telling a fib in connection with this matter as I suppose he had ever done in his life. It happened thus. One day Bickley's sharp eye caught sight of Bastin walking about with what looked like a bottle of whisky in his pocket. "Hello, old fellow," he said. "Has the self-denying ordinance broken down? I didn't know that you took pegs on the sly," and he pointed to the bottle. "If you are insinuating, Bickley, that I absorb spirits surreptitiously, you're more mistaken than usual, which is saying a good deal. This bottle contains not Scotch whisky, but paraffin, although I admit that its label may have misled you unintentionally, so far as I am concerned." "What are you going to do with the paraffin?" asked Bickley. Bastin coloured through his tan and replied awkwardly, "Paraffin is very good to keep away mosquitoes, if one can stand the smell of it upon one's skin. Not that I bought it here with that sole object. The truth is that I'm anxious to experiment with a lamp of my own design made of native wood," and he departed in a hurry. "When next old Bastin wants to tell a lie," commented Bickley, "he should make up his mind as to what it is to be, and stick to it. I wonder what he is after with that paraffin. Not going to dose any of my patients with it, I hope. He was arguing the other day that it is a great remedy taken internally, being quite unaware that the lamp variety is not used for that purpose." "Perhaps he means to swallow some himself, just to show that he is right," I suggested. "The stomach pump is at hand," said Bickley, and the matter dropped. Next morning I got up before it was light, having some elementary knowledge of the main facts of astronomy, which remained with me from boyhood when I had attended lectures on the subject, which I had tried to refresh by help of an encyclopedia I had bought from the ship. I wished to attempt to obtain an idea of our position by help of the stars. In this endeavour, I may say, I failed absolutely, as I did not know how to take a stellar or any other observation. On my way out of our native house, I observed, by the lantern I carried, that the compartment of it occupied by Bastin was empty. I wondered whither he had gone at that hour. On arriving at my observation post, a rocky eminence on open ground, where, with Tommy at my side, I took my seat with the telescope, I was astonished to see, or rather to hear, a great number of the natives walking past the base of the mound towards the bush. Then I remembered that someone, Marama I think, had informed me that there was to be a great sacrifice to Oro at dawn on that day. After this I thought no more of the matter, but occupied myself in a futile study of the heavenly bodies. At length the dawn broke and put a period to my labours. Glancing round me before I descended from the little hill, I saw a flame of light appear suddenly about half a mile or more away, among those trees which I knew concealed the image of Oro. On this personally I had never had the curiosity to look, as I knew that it was only a hideous idol stuck over with feathers and other bedizenments. The flame shot suddenly straight into the still air, and was followed a few seconds later by the sound of a dull explosion, after which it went out. Also, it was followed by something else, a scream of rage from an infuriated mob. At the foot of the hill I stopped to wonder what these sounds might mean. Then, of a sudden, appeared Bickley, who had been attending to some urgent case, and asked me who was exploding gunpowder. I told him that I had no idea. "Then I have," he answered. "It's that ass Bastin up to some game. Now I guess why he wanted that paraffin. Listen to the row. What are they after?" "Sacrificing Bastin, perhaps," I replied, half in jest. "Have you your revolver?" He nodded. We always wore our pistols if we went out during the dark hours. "Then perhaps we had better go to see." We started, and had not covered 100 yards before a girl, whom I recognised as one of Bastin's converts, came flying towards us and screaming out, "Help! Help! They killed the bellower with fire. They cook him like a pig." "Just what I expected," said Bickley. Then we ran hard, as evidently there was no time to lose. And while we went, I extracted from the terrified girl, whom we forced to show us the way, that as the sacrifice was about to be offered, Bastin had appeared, and, making fire, applied it to the god Oro, who instantly burst into flame. Then he ran back, calling out that the devil was dead. As he did so, there was a loud explosion, and Oro flew into pieces. His burning head went a long way into the air and, falling onto one of the priests, killed him. Thereon the other priests and the people seized the bellower and made him fast. Now they were engaged in heating an oven in which to put him to cook. When it was ready, they would eat him in honour of Oro. "And serve him right too," gasped Bickley, who, being stout, was not a good runner. "Why can't he leave other people's gods alone, instead of blowing them up with gunpowder?" "Don't know," I answered. "Hope we shall get there in time." "To be cooked and eaten with Bastin," wheezed Bickley, after which his breath gave out. As it chanced, we did, for these stone ovens take a long time to heat. There, by the edge of his fiery grave, with his hands and legs bound in palm fibre shackles, stood Bastin, quite unmoved, smiling indeed, in a sort of seraphic way, which irritated us both extremely. Round him danced the infuriated priests of Oro, and round them, shrieking and howling with rage, was most of the population of Orofena. We rushed up so suddenly that none tried to stop us, and took our stand on either side of him, producing our pistols as we did so. "Thank you for coming," said Bastin in the silence which followed, "though I don't think it is the least use. I cannot recall that any of the early martyrs were ever roasted and eaten, though, of course, throwing them into boiling oil or water was fairly common. I take it that the rite is sacrificial, and even in a low sense, sacramental, not merely one of common cannibalism." I stared at him, and Bickley gasped out, "If you are to be eaten, what does it matter why you are eaten?" "Oh," replied Bastin, "there is all the difference in the world, though it is one that I cannot expect you to appreciate. And now, please be quiet, as I wish to say my prayers. I imagine that those stones will be hot enough to do their office within 20 minutes or so, which is not very long." At that moment, Marama appeared, evidently in a state of great perturbation. With him were some of the priests or sorcerers, who were dancing about as I imagine the priests of Baal must have done, and filled with fury. They rolled their eyes, they stuck out their tongues, they uttered weird cries, and shook their wooden knives at the placid Bastin. "What is the matter?" I asked sternly of the chief. "This, friend from the sea. The bellower there, when the sacrifice was about to be offered to Oro at the dawn, rushed forward, and having thrust something between the legs of the image of the god, poured yellow water over it, and with fire caused it to burst into fierce flame. Then he ran away and mocked the god, who presently, with a loud report, flew into pieces and killed that man. Therefore the bellower must be sacrificed." "What to?" I asked. "The image has gone, and the piece of it that ascended fell not upon the bellower, as would have happened if the god had been angry with him, but on one of its own priests, whom it killed. Therefore, having been sacrificed by the god itself, he it is that should be eaten, not the bellower, who merely did what his spirit bade him." This ingenious argument seemed to produce some effect upon Marama, but to the priests it did not at all appeal. "Eat them all," these cried. "They are the enemies of Oro, and have worked sacrilege." Moreover, to judge from their demeanour, the bulk of the people seemed to agree with them. Things began to look very ugly. The priests rushed forward, threatening us with their wooden weapons, and one of them even aimed a blow at Bickley, which only missed him by an inch or two. "Look here, my friend," called the doctor, whose temper was rising. "You name me the great priest, or great healer, do you not? Well, be careful, lest I should show you that I can kill as well as heal." Not in the least intimidated by this threat, the man, a great bedizened fellow, who literally was foaming at the mouth with rage, rushed forward again, his club raised, apparently with the object of dashing out Bickley's brains. Suddenly, Bickley lifted his revolver and fired. The man, shot through the heart, sprang into the air and fell upon his face, stone dead. There was consternation, for these people had never seen us shoot anything before, and were quite unacquainted with the properties of firearms, which they supposed to be merely instruments for making a noise. They stared, they gasped in fear and astonishment, and then they fled, pursued by Tommy, barking, leaving us alone with the two dead men. "It was time to teach them a lesson," said Bickley, as he replaced the empty cartridge and, seizing the dead man, rolled him into the burning pit. "Yes," I answered, "but presently, when they've got over their fright, they will come back to teach us one." Bastin said nothing. He seemed too dazed at the turn events had taken. "What do you suggest?" asked Bickley. "Flight," I answered. "Where to? The ship? We might hold that." "No, that is what they expect. Look, they're cutting off our road there. To the island in the lake, where they dare not follow us, for it is holy ground." "How are we going to live on the island?" asked Bickley. "I don't know," I replied, "but I'm quite certain that if we stay here we shall die." "Very well," he said. "Let us try it." While we were speaking, I was cutting Bastin's bonds. "Thank you," he said. "It is a great relief to stretch one's arms after they have been compressed with cords. But at the same time, I do not know that I am really grateful. The martyr's crown was hanging above me, so to speak, and now it has vanished into the pit, like that man whom Bickley murdered." "Look here," exclaimed the exasperated Bickley. "If you say much more, Bastin, I'll chuck you into the pit too, to look for your martyr's crown, for I think you've done enough mischief for one morning. If you are trying to shift the responsibility for that unfortunate man's destruction onto me—" "Oh, shut it, and trot," broke in Bickley. "Those infernal savages are coming with your blessed converts leading the van." So we trotted, at no mean pace. As we passed it, Bastin stooped down and picked up the head of the image of Oro, much as Atalanta in Academy pictures is represented as doing to the apples, and bore it away in triumph. "I know it is scorched," he ejaculated at intervals, "but they might trim it up and stick it onto a new body as the original false god. Now they can't, for there's nothing left." As a matter of fact, we were never in any real danger, for our pursuit was very half-hearted indeed. To begin with, now that their first rage was over, the Orofenans, who were fond of us, had no particular wish to do us to death, while the ardour of their sorcerers, who wished this very much, had been greatly cooled by the mysterious annihilation of their idol and the violent deaths of two of their companions, which they thought might be reduplicated in their own persons. So it came about that the chase, if noisy, was neither close nor eager. We reached the edge of the lake, where was the boathouse, of which I have spoken already, travelling a little more than a walk. Here we made Bastin unfasten the better of the two canoes, that by good luck was almost filled with offerings, which doubtless, according to custom, must be made upon the day of this feast to Oro, while we watched against surprise at the boathouse door. When he was ready, we slipped in and took our seats. Tommy jumped in after us and pushed the canoe, now very heavily laden, out into the lake. Here, at a distance of about 40 paces, which we judged to be beyond wooden spear throw, we rested upon our paddles to see what would happen. All the crowd of islanders had rushed to the lake edge, where they stood, staring at us stupidly. Bastin, thinking the occasion opportune, lifted the hideous head of the idol which he had carefully washed, and began to preach on the downfall of the god of the grove. This action of his appeared to awake memories or forebodings in the minds of his congregation. Perhaps some ancient prophecy was concerned. I do not know. At any rate, one of the priests shouted something, whereon everybody began to talk at once. Then, stooping down, they threw water from the lake over themselves and rubbed its sand and mud into their hair, all the while making genuflections toward the mountain in the middle, after which they turned and departed. "Don't you think we'd better go back?" asked Bastin. "Evidently my words have touched them, and their minds are melting beneath the light of truth." "Oh, by all means," replied Bickley with sarcasm, "for then their spears will touch us, and our bodies will soon be melting above the fires of that pit." "Perhaps you are right," said Bastin. "At least, I admit that you've made matters very difficult by your unjustifiable homicide of that priest, who I do not think meant to injure you seriously, and really was not at all a bad fellow, though opinionated in some ways. Also, I do not suppose that anybody is expected, as it were, to run his head into the martyr's crown. When it settles there of itself, it is another matter." "Like a butterfly," exclaimed the enraged Bickley. "Yes, if you like to put it that way, though the simile seems a very poor one. Like a sunbeam would be better." Here Bickley gave way with his paddle so vigorously that the canoe was as nearly as possible upset into the lake. In due course we reached the flat rock of offerings, which proved to be quite as wide as a double croquet lawn, and much longer. "What are those?" I asked, pointing to certain knobs on the edge of the rock at a spot where a curved projecting point made a little harbour. Bickley examined them and answered, "I should say that they are the remains of stone mooring posts, worn down by many thousands of years of weather. Yes, look, there is the cut of the cables upon the base of that one, and very big cables they must have been." We stared at one another. That is, Bickley and I did, for Bastin was still engaged in contemplating the blackened head of the god which he had overthrown. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jim. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 9. The Island in the Lake. We made the canoe fast and landed on the great rock to perceive that it was really a peninsula. That is to say, it was joined to the mainland of the lake island by a broad roadway quite 50 yards across, which appeared to end in the mouth of the cave. On this causeway we noted a very remarkable thing, namely, 2 grooves separated by an exact distance of 9 feet, which ran into the mouth of the cave and vanished there. "Explain," said Bickley. "Paths," I said, "worn by countless feet, walking on them for thousands of years." "You should cultivate the art of observation, Arbuthnot. What do you say, Bastin?" He stared at the grooves through his spectacles and replied, "I don't say anything, except that I can't see anybody to make paths here. Indeed, the place seems quite unpopulated, and all the Orofenans told me that they never landed on it, because if they did, they would die. It is a part of their superstitious nonsense. If you have any idea in your head, you had better tell us quickly before we breakfast. I am very hungry." "You always are," remarked Bickley, "even when most people's appetites might have been affected. Well, I think that this great plateau was once a landing place for flying machines, and that there is the air shed or garage." Bastin stared at him. "Don't you think we had better breakfast?" he said. There are 2 roast pigs in that canoe, and lots of other food, enough to last us a week, I should say. Of course, I understand that the blood that you have shed has thrown you off your balance. I believe it has that effect, except on the most hardened. Flying machines were only invented a few years ago by the brothers Wright in America. Bastin, said Bickley, I begin to regret that I did not leave you to take part in another breakfast yonder. I mean as the principal dish. It was Providence, not you, who prevented it, Bickley, doubtless because I am unworthy of such a glorious end. Then it is lucky that Providence is a good shot with a pistol. Stop talking nonsense and listen. If those were paths worn by feet, they would run to the edge of the rock. They do not. They begin there in that gentle depression and slope upwards somewhat steeply. The air machines, which were evidently large, lit in the depression, possibly as a bird does, and then ran on wheels or sledge skids along the grooves to the air shed in the mountain. Come to the cave and you will see. Not till we have breakfast, said Bastin. I will get out a pig. As a matter of fact, I had no supper last night, as I was taking a class of native boys and making some arrangements of my own. As for me, I only whistled. It all seemed very feasible, and yet how could such things be? We unloaded the canoe and ate. Bastin's appetite was splendid. Indeed, I had to ask him to remember that when this supply was done, I did not know where we should find any more. Take no thought for the morrow, he replied. I have no doubt it will come from somewhere, and he helped himself to another chop. Never had I admired him so much. Not a couple of hours before, he was about to be cruelly murdered and eaten. But this did not seem to affect him in the least. Bastin was the only man I have ever known with a really perfect faith. It is a quality worth having, and one that makes for happiness. What a great thing not to care whether you are breakfast on or breakfast. I see that there is lots of driftwood about here, he remarked, but unfortunately we have no tea, so in this climate it is of little use, unless indeed we can catch some fish and cook them. Stop talking about eating and help us haul up the canoe, said Bickley. Between the 3 of us we dragged and carried the canoe a long way from the lake, fearing lest the natives should come and bear it off with our provisions. Then, having given Tommy his breakfast off the scraps, we walked to the cave. I glanced at my companions. Bickley's face was alight with scientific eagerness. Here are not dreams or speculations, but facts to be learned, it seemed to say, and I will learn them. The past is going to show me some of its secrets, to tell me how men of long ago lived and died, and how far they had advanced to that point on the road of civilization at which I stand in my little hour of existence. That of Bastin was mildly interested, no more. Obviously, with half his mind, he was thinking of something else, probably of his converts on the main island, and of the school class fixed for this hour, which circumstances prevented him from attending. Indeed, like Lot's wife, he was casting glances behind him towards the wicked place from which he had been forced to flee. Neither the past nor the future had much real interest for Bastin, any more than it had for Bickley, though for different reasons. The former was done with, the latter he was quite content to leave in other hands. If he had any clear idea thereof, probably that undiscovered land appeared to him as a big, pleasant place where are no unbelievers or erroneous doctrines, and all sinners will be sternly repressed, in which, clad in a white surplice with all proper ecclesiastical trappings, he would argue eternally with the early fathers, and in due course utterly annihilate Bickley, that is, in a moral sense. Personally and as a man he was extremely attached to Bickley as a necessary and wrong-headed nuisance to which he had become accustomed. And what did I feel? I do not know, I cannot describe. An extraordinary attraction, a semi-spiritual exaltation, I think. That cave mouth might have been a magnet drawing my soul. With my body I should have been afraid, as I dare say I was, for our circumstances were sufficiently desperate. Here we were, castaways upon an island, probably uncharted, one of thousands in the recesses of a vast ocean, from which we had little chance of escape. More, having offended the religious instincts of the primeval inhabitants of that island, we had been forced to flee to a rocky mountain in the center of a lake, where, after the food we had brought with us by accident was consumed, we should no doubt be forced to choose between death by starvation, or, if we attempted to retreat, at the hands of justly infuriated savages. Yet these facts did not oppress me, for I was being drawn to I knew not what, and if it were to doom, well, no matter. Therefore, none of us cared. Bastin, because his faith was equal to any emergency, and there was always that white-robed heaven waiting for him beyond which his imagination did not go. I often wondered whether he pictured Mrs. Bastin as also waiting. If so, he never said anything about her. Bickley, because as a child of the present and a servant of knowledge he feared no future, believing it to be for him non-existent, and was careless as to when his strenuous hour of life should end. And I, because I felt that yonder lay my true future, yes, and my true past, even though to discover them I must pass through that portal which we know as death. We reached the mouth of the cave. It was a vast place. Perhaps the arch of it was 100 feet high, and I could see that once all this arch had been adorned with sculptures. Protected as these were by the overhanging rock, for that sculptured mouth of the cave was cut deep into the mountain face, they were still so worn that it was impossible to discern their details. Time had eaten them away like an acid, but what length of time? I could not guess, but it must have been stupendous to have worked thus upon that hard and sheltered rock. This came home to me with added force when, from subsequent examination, we learned that the entire mouth of this cave had been sealed up for unnumbered ages. It will be remembered that Marama told me the mountain and the lake had risen much during the frightful cyclone in which we were wrecked, and with it the cave mouth which previously had been invisible. From the markings on the mountainside, it was obvious that something of the sort had happened very recently, at any rate on this eastern face. That is, either the flat rock had sunk or the volcano had been thrown upwards. Once in the far past, the cave had been as it was when we found it. Then it had gone down in such a way that the table rock entirely sealed the entrance. Now this entrance was once more open, and although of course there was a break in them, the grooves of which I have spoken ran on into the cave at only a slightly different level from that at which they lay upon the flat rock. And yet, although they had been thus sheltered by a great stone curtain in front of them, still these sculptures were worn away by the tooth of time. Of course, however, this may have happened to them before they were buried in some ancient cataclysm, to be thus resurrected at the hour of our arrival upon the island. Without pausing to make any closer examination of these crumbled carvings, we entered the yawning mouth of that great place, following and indeed walking in the deep grooves that I have mentioned. Presently it seemed to open out as a courtyard might at the end of a passage, yes, to open on to some vast place whereof in that gloom we could not see the roof or the limits. All we knew was that it must be enormous. The echoes of our voices and footsteps told us as much, for these seemed to come back to us from high, high above, and far, far away. Bickley and I said nothing. We were too overcome. But Bastin remarked, "Did you ever go to Olympia? I did once to see a kind of play where the people said nothing, only ran about dressed up. They told me it was religious, the sort of thing a clergyman should study. I didn't think it religious at all. It was all about a nun who had a baby." "Well, what of it?" snapped Bickley. "Nothing particular, except that nuns don't have babies, or if they do, the fact should not be advertised." But I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking that this place is like an underground Olympia." "Oh, be quiet," I said, for though Bastin's description was not bad, his monotonous, drawling voice jarred on me in that solemnity. "Be careful where you walk," whispered Bickley, for even he seemed awed. "There may be pits in this floor." "I wish we had a light," I said, halting. "If candles are of any use," broke in Bastin. "As it happens, I have a packet in my pocket. I took them with me this morning for a certain purpose." "Not unconnected with the paraffin and the burning of the idol, I suppose," said Bickley. "Hand them over." "Yes, if I had been allowed a little more time, I intended—" "Never mind what you intended. We know what you did, and that's enough," said Bickley as he snatched the packet from Bastin's hand and proceeded to undo it, adding, "By heaven, I have no matches, nor have you, Arbuthnot." "I have a dozen boxes of wax vestas in my other pocket," said Bastin. "You see, they burn so well when you want to get up a fire on a damp idol. As you may have noticed, the dew is very heavy here." In due course those two were produced. I took possession of them as they were too valuable to be left in the charge of Bastin, and, extracting a box from the packet, lit 2 of the candles, which were of the short, thick variety, like those used in carriage lamps. Presently they burned up, making 2 faint stars of light, which, however, were not strong enough to show us either the roof or the sides of that vast place. By their aid we pursued our path, still following the grooves till suddenly these came to an end. Now all around us was a flat floor of rock which, as we perceived clearly when we pushed aside the dust that had gathered thickly on it in the course of ages, doubtless from the gradual disintegration of the stony walls, had once been polished till it resembled black marble. Indeed, certain cracks in the floor appeared to have been filled in with some dark-colored cement. I stood looking at them while Bickley wandered off to the right and a little forward, and presently called to me. I walked to him, Bastin sticking close to me as I had the other candle, as did the little dog Tommy, who did not like these new surroundings and would not leave my heels. "Look," said Bickley, holding up his candle, "and tell me, what's that?" Before me, faintly shown, was some curious structure of gleaming rods made of yellowish metal, which rods appeared to be connected by wires. The structure might have been 40 feet high and perhaps 100 long. Its bottom part was buried in dust. "What is that?" asked Bickley again. I made no answer, for I was thinking. Bastin, however, replied, "It's difficult to be sure in this light, but I should think that it may be the remains of a cage in which some people who lived here kept monkeys, or perhaps it was an aviary. Look at those little ladders for the monkeys to climb by, or possibly for the birds to sit on." "Are you sure it wasn't tame angels?" asked Bickley. "What a ridiculous remark. How can you keep an angel in a cage? "Aeroplane," I almost whispered to Bickley. "You've got it," he answered. "The framework of an aeroplane, and a jolly large one, too. Only why hasn't it oxidized?" "Some indestructible metal," I suggested. "Gold, for instance, does not oxidize." He nodded and said, "We shall have to dig it out. The dust is feet thick about it. We can do nothing without spades. Come on." We went round to the end of the structure, whatever it might be, and presently came to another. Again we went on and came to another, all of them being berthed exactly in line. "What did I tell you?" said Bickley in a voice of triumph. "A whole garage full, a regular fleet of aeroplanes." "That must be nonsense," said Bastin, "for I'm quite sure that these Orofenans cannot make such things. Indeed, they have no metal, and even cut the throat of pigs with wooden knives." Now I began to walk forward, bearing to the left, so as to regain our former line. We could do nothing with these metal skeletons, and I felt that there must be more to find beyond. Presently I saw something looming ahead of me and quickened my pace, only to recoil. For there, not 30 feet away, and perhaps 300 yards from the mouth of the cave, suddenly appeared what looked like a gigantic man. Tommy saw it also and barked as dogs do when they are frightened, and the sound of his yaps echoed endlessly from every quarter, which scared him to silence. Recovering myself, I went forward, for now I guessed the truth. It was not a man, but a statue. The thing stood upon a huge base, which lessened by successive steps, 8 of them, I think, to its summit. The foot of this base may have been a square of 50 feet or rather more. The real support or pedestal of the statue, however, was only a square of about 6 feet. The figure itself was little above life size, or at any rate above our life size, say 7 feet in height. It was very peculiar in sundry ways. To begin with, nothing of the body was visible, for it was swathed like a corpse. From these wrappings projected one arm, the right, in the hand of which was the likeness of a lighted torch. The head was not veiled. It was that of a man, long-nosed, thin-lipped, stern-visaged. The countenance pervaded by an awful and unutterable calm, as deep as that of Buddha, only less benign. On the brow was a wreathed headdress, not unlike an Eastern turban, from which sprang 2 little wings resembling in some degree those on the famous Greek head of Hypnos, Lord of Sleep. Beyond the folds of the wrappings on the back sprang 2 other wings, enormous wings, bent like those of a bird about to take flight. Indeed, the whole attitude of the figure suggested that it was springing from earth to air. It was executed in black basalt, or some stone of the sort, and very highly finished. For instance, on the bare feet and the arm which held the torch could be felt every muscle and even some of the veins. In the same way the details of the skull were perfectly perceptible to the touch, although at first sight not visible on the marble surface. This was ascertained by climbing on the pedestal and feeling the face with our hands. Here I may say that its modeling, as well as that of the feet and the arm, filled Bickley, who of course was a highly trained anatomist, with absolute amazement. He said that he would never have thought it possible that such accuracy could have been reached by an artist working in so hard a material. When the others had arrived, we studied this relic as closely as our 2 candles would allow, and in turn expressed our opinions of its significance. Bastin thought that if those things down there were really the remains of aeroplanes, which he did not believe, the statue had something to do with flying, as was shown by the fact that it had wings on its head and shoulders. Also, he added, after examining the face, the head was uncommonly like that of the idol that he had blown up. It had the same long nose and severe shut mouth. If he was right, this was probably another effigy of Oro, which we should do well to destroy at once before the islanders came to worship it. Bickley ground his teeth as he listened to him. "Destroy that?" he gasped. "Destroy? Oh, you early Christian." Here I may state that Bastin was quite right, as we proved subsequently when we compared the head of the fetish, which, as it will be remembered, he had brought away with him, with that of the statue. Allowing for an enormous debasement of art, they were essentially identical in the facial characteristics. This would suggest the descent of a tradition through countless generations. Or, of course, it may have been accidental. I am sure I do not know, but I think it possible for that unknown centuries other old statues may have existed in Orofena from which the idol was copied. Or some daring and impious spirit may have found his way to the cave in past ages and fashioned the local god upon this ancient model. Bickley was struck at once, as I had been, with the resemblance of the figure to that of the Egyptian Osiris. Of course there were differences. For instance, instead of the crook and the scourge, this divinity held a torch. Again, in place of the crown of Egypt, it wore a winged headdress, though it is true that this was not very far removed from the winged disk of that country. The wings that sprang from its shoulders, however, suggested Babylonia rather than Egypt, or the Assyrian bulls that are similarly adorned. All of these symbolical ideas might have been taken from that figure, but what was it? What was it? In a flash the answer came to me. a representation of the spirit of death, neither more nor less. There was the shroud, there the cold, inscrutable countenance suggesting mysteries that it hid. But the torch and the wings, well, the torch was that which lighted souls to the other world, and on the wings they flew thither. Whoever fashioned that statue hoped for another life, or so I was convinced. I explained my ideas. Bastin thought them fanciful and preferred his notion of a flying man, since by constitution he was unable to discover anything spiritual in any religion except his own. Bickley agreed that it was probably an allegorical representation of death, but sniffed at my interpretation of the wings and the torch, since by constitution he could not believe that the folly of a belief in immortality could have developed so early in the world, that is, among a highly civilized people, such as must have produced this statue. What we could none of us understand was why this ominous image with its dead, cold face should have been placed in an aerodrome, nor in fact did we ever discover. Possibly it was there long before the cave was put to this use. At first the place may have been a temple, and have so remained until circumstances forced the worshippers to change their habits, or even their faith. We examined this wondrous work and the pedestal on which it stood as closely as we were able by the dim light of our candles. I was anxious to go further and see what lay beyond it. Indeed, we did walk a few paces, 20 perhaps, onward into the recesses of the cave. Then Bickley discovered something that looked like the mouth of a well, down which he nearly tumbled, and Bastin began to complain that he was hot and very thirsty, also to point out that he wished for no more caves and idols at present. "Look here, Arbuthnot," said Bickley. "These candles are burning low, and we don't want to use up more if we can prevent it, for we may need what we have got very badly later on. Now, according to my pocket compass, the mouth of this cave points due east. Probably at the beginning it was orientated to the rising sun for purposes of astronomical observation or of worship at certain periods of the year. From the position of the sun when we landed on the rock this morning, I imagine that just now it rises almost exactly opposite to the mouth of the cave. If this is so, tomorrow at dawn, for a time at least, the light should penetrate as far as the statue and perhaps further. What I suggest is that we should wait till then to explore." I agreed with him, especially as I was feeling tired, being exhausted by wonder, and wanting time to think. So we turned back. As we did so, I missed Tommy and inquired anxiously where he was, being afraid lest he might have tumbled down the well-like hole. "He's all right," said Bastin. "I saw him sniffing at the base of that statue. I expect there is a rat in there, or perhaps a snake." Sure enough, when we reached it, there was Tommy with his black nose pressed against the lowest of the tiers that formed the base of the statue, and sniffing loudly. Also he was scratching in the dust, as a dog does when he has winded a rabbit in a hole. So engrossed was he in this occupation that it was with difficulty that I coaxed him to leave the place. I did not think much of the incident at the time, but afterwards it came back to me, and I determined to investigate those stones at the first opportunity. Passing the wrecks of the machines, we merged onto the causeway without accident. After we had rested and washed, we set to work to draw our canoe with its precious burden of food right into the mouth of the cave, where we hid it as well as we could. This done, we went for a walk round the base of the peak. This proved to be a great deal larger than we had imagined, over 2 miles in circumference indeed. All about it was a belt of fertile land, as I suppose deposited there by the waters of the great lake and resulting from the decay of vegetation. Much of this belt was covered with ancient forest ending in mudflats that appeared to have been thrown up recently, perhaps at the time of the tidal wave which bore us to Orofena. On the higher part of the belt were many of the extraordinary crater-like holes that I have mentioned as being prevalent on the main island. Indeed, the place had all the appearance of being subjected to a terrific and continuous bombardment. When we had completed its circuit, we set to work to climb the peak in order to explore the terraces of which I have spoken and the ruins of which I had seen through my field glasses. It was quite true. They were terraces cut with infinite labor out of the solid rock, and on them had once stood a city, now pounded into dust and fragments. We struggled over the broken blocks of stone to what we had taken for a temple, which stood near the lip of the crater, for without doubt this mound was an extinct volcano, or rather its crest. All we could make out when we arrived was that here had once stood some great building, for its courts could still be traced. Also there lay about fragments of steps and pillars. Apparently the latter had once been carved, but the passage of innumerable ages had obliterated the work, and we could not turn these great blocks over to discover if any remained beneath. It was as though the god Thor had broken up the edifice with his hammer, or Jove had shattered it with his thunderbolts. Nothing else would account for that utter wreck, except, as Bickley remarked significantly, the scientific use of high explosives. Following the line of what seemed to have been a road, we came to the edge of the volcano and found, as we expected, the usual depression out of which fire and lava had once been cast, as from Hecla or Vesuvius. It was now a lake more than a quarter of a mile across. Indeed, it had been thus in the ancient days when the buildings stood upon the terraces, for we saw the remains of steps leading down to the water. Perhaps it had served as the sacred lake of the temple. We gazed with wonderment, and then, wearied out, scrambled back through the ruins, which, by the way, were of a different stone from the lava of the mountain, to the mouth of the great cave. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adam Thompson. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. 10. The Dwellers in the Tomb. By now it was drawing towards sunset, so we made such preparations as we could for the night. One of these was to collect dry driftwood, of which an abundance lay upon the shore, to serve us for firing, though unfortunately we had nothing that we could cook for our meal. While we were thus engaged, we saw a canoe approaching the Table Rock, and perceived that in it were the chief Marama and a priest. After hovering about for a while, they paddled the canoe near enough to allow for conversation, which, taking no notice of their presence, we left it to them to begin. "O friend from the sea," called Marama, addressing myself, "we come to pray you and the great healer to return to us to be our guests as before. The people are covered with darkness because of the loss of your wisdom, and the sick cry aloud for the healer. Indeed, 2 of those whom he has cut with knives are dying." "And what of the bellower?" I asked, indicating Bastin. "We should like to see him back also, friend from the sea, that we may sacrifice and eat him who destroyed our god with fire, and caused the healer to kill his priest."
"That is most unjust," exclaimed Bastin. I deeply regret the blood that was shed on the occasion, unnecessarily as I think."
"Then go and atone for it with your own," said Bickley, "and everybody will be pleased." Waving them to be silent, I said, "Are you mad, Marama, that you should ask us to return to sojourn among people who tried to kill us, merely because the bellower caused fire to burn an image of wood, and its head to fly from its shoulders, just to show you that it had no power to hold itself together, although you call it a god? Not so. We wash our hands of you, we leave you to go your own way while we go ours, till, perchance, in a day to come, after many misfortunes have overtaken you, you creep about our feet, and with prayers and offerings beg us to return." I paused to observe the effect of my words. It was excellent, for both Marama and the priest wrung their hands and groaned. Then I went on. "Meanwhile we have something to tell you. We have entered the cave where you said no man might set a foot, and have seen him who sits within, the true God." Here Bastin tried to interrupt, but was suppressed by Bickley. They looked at each other in a frightened way and groaned more loudly than before. "He sends you a message, which, as he told us of your approach, we came to the shore to deliver to you."
"How can you say that?" began Bastin,
But was again violently suppressed by Bickley. It is that he, the real Oro, rejoices that the false Oro, whose face is copied from his face, has been destroyed. It is that he commands you day by day to bring food in plenty, and lay it upon the rock of offerings, not forgetting a supply of fresh fish from the sea, and with it all those things that are stored in the house wherein we, the strangers from the sea, deigned to dwell a while, until we left you because in your wickedness you wished to murder us.
And if we refuse, what then? Asked the priest, speaking for the first time.
Then Oro will send death and destruction upon you. Then your food shall fail, and you shall perish of sickness and want. And the Oromatuas, the spirits of the great dead, shall haunt you in your sleep, and Oro shall eat up your souls. At these horrible threats, both of them uttered a kind of wail, after which Marama asked, "And if we consent, what then, friend from the sea?" "Then, perchance," I answered, "in some day to come we may return to you, that I may give you of my wisdom, and the great healer may cure your sick, and the bellower may lead you through his gate, and in his kindness make you to see with his eyes." This last clause of my ultimatum did not seem to appeal to the priest, who argued a while with Marama, though what he said we could not hear. In the end he appeared to give way. At any rate, Marama called out that all should be done as we wished, and that meanwhile they prayed us to intercede with Oro in the cave, and to keep back the ghosts from haunting them, and to protect them from misfortune. I replied that we would do our best, but could guarantee nothing, since their offence was very great. Then, to show that the conversation was at an end, we walked away with dignity, pushing Bastin in front of us, lest he should spoil the effect by some of his ill-timed and often over-true remarks. "That's capital," said Bickley when we were out of hearing. "The enemy has capitulated. We can stop here as long as we like, provisioned from the mainland, and if for any reason we wish to leave, be sure of our line of retreat."
"I don't know what you call capital," exclaimed Bastin. "It seems to me that all the lies which Arbuthnot has just told are sufficient to bring a judgment upon us. Indeed, I think that I will go back with Marama and explain the truth."
"I never before knew anybody who was so anxious to be cooked and eaten," remarked Bickley. "Moreover, you're too late, for the canoe is 100 yards away by now, and you shan't have ours. Remember the Pauline maxims, old fellow, which you are so fond of quoting, and be all things to all men. And another that is more modern, that when you are at Rome you must do as the Romans do. Also, a third, that necessity has no law. And for the matter of that, a fourth, and all is fair in love and war."
I am sure, Bickley, that Paul never meant his words to bear the debased sense which you attribute to them," began Bastin, but at this point I hustled him off to light a fire, a process at which I pointed out he had shown himself an expert. We slept that night under the overhanging rock just to one side of the cave, not in the mouth because of the draught which drew in and out of the great place. In that soft and balmy clime this was no hardship, although we lacked blankets, and yet, tired though I was, I could not rest as I should have done. Bastin snored away contentedly, quite unaffected by his escape, which to him was merely an incident in the day's work, and so too slumbered Bickley, except that he did not snore. But the amazement and the mystery of all that we had discovered, and of all that might be left for us to discover, held me back from sleep. What did it mean? What could it mean? My nerves were taut as harp strings, and seemed to vibrate to the touch of invisible fingers, although I could not interpret the music that they made. Once or twice, also, I thought I heard actual music with my physical ears, and that of a strange quality. Soft and low and dreamful it appeared to well from the recesses of the vast cave, wailing song in an unknown tongue from the lips of women, or of a woman, multiplied mysteriously by echoes. This, however, must have been pure fancy, since there was no singer there. Presently I dozed off, to be awakened by the sudden sound of a great fish leaping in the lake. I sat up and stared, fearing lest it might be the splash of a paddle, for I could not put from my mind the possibility of attack. All I saw, however, was the low line of the distant shore, and above it the bright and setting stars that heralded the coming of the sun.
Then I woke the others, and we washed and ate, since once the sun rose, time would be precious. At length it appeared, splendid in a cloudless sky, and, as I had hoped, directly opposite to the mouth of the cave. Taking our candles and some stout pieces of driftwood, which with our knives we had shaped on the previous evening to serve us as levers and rough shovels, we entered the cave. Bickley and I were filled with excitement and hope of what we knew not, but Bastin showed little enthusiasm for our quest. His heart was with his half-converted savages beyond the lake, and of them, quite rightly I have no doubt, he thought more than he did of all the archaeological treasures in the whole earth. Still, he came, bearing the blackened head of Oro with him, which, with unconscious humour, he had used as a pillow through the night, because, as he said, it was after all softer than stone. Also, I believe that in his heart he hoped that he might find an opportunity of destroying the bigger and earlier edition of Oro in the cave, before it was discovered by the natives who might wish to make it into an object of worship. Tommy came also, with greater alacrity than I expected, since dogs do not as a rule like dark places. When we reached the statue, I learned the reason. He remembered the smell he had detected at its base on the previous day, which Bastin supposed to proceed from a rat, and was anxious to continue his investigations. We went straight to the statue, although Bickley passed the half-buried machines with evident regret. As we had hoped, the strong light of the rising sun fell upon it in a vivid ray, revealing all its wondrous workmanship, and the majesty, for no other word describes it, of the somewhat terrifying countenance that appeared above the wrappings of the shroud. Indeed, I was convinced that originally this monument had been placed here in order that on certain days of the year the sun might fall upon it thus, when probably worshippers assembled to adore their hallowed symbol. After all, this was common in ancient days. Witness the instance of the awful three who sit in the deepest recesses of the temple of Abu Simbel on the Nile. We gazed and gazed our fill. At least Bickley and I did, for Bastin was occupied in making a careful comparison between the head of his wooden Oro and that of the statue.
"There is no doubt that they are very much alike," he said. "Why, whatever is that dog doing? I think it's going mad."
And he pointed to Tommy, who was digging furiously at the base of the lowest step, as at home I have seen him do at roots that sheltered a rabbit. Tommy's energy was so remarkable that at length it seriously attracted our attention. Evidently he meant that it should do so, for occasionally he sprang back to me, barking, then returned and sniffed and scratched. Bickley knelt down and smelt at the stone. "It is an odd thing, Humphrey," he said, "but there is a strange odour here, a very pleasant odour, like that of sandalwood or attar of roses."
"I never heard of a rat that smelt like sandalwood or attar of roses," said Bastin. "Look out that it isn't a snake."
I knelt down beside Bickley, and in clearing away the deep dust from what seemed to be the bottom of the step, which was perhaps 4 feet in height, by accident thrust my amateur spade somewhat strongly against its base, where it rested upon the rocky floor. Next moment a wonder came to pass. The whole massive rock began to turn outwards as though upon a pivot. I saw it coming and grabbed Bickley by the collar, dragging him back so that we just rolled clear before the great block, which must have weighed several tons, fell down and crushed us. Tommy saw it too and fled, though a little late, for the edge of the block caught the tip of his tail and caused him to emit a most piercing howl. But we did not think of Tommy and his woes. We did not think of our own escape or of anything else, because of the marvel that appeared to us. Seated there upon the ground, after our backward tumble, we could see into the space which lay behind the fallen step, for there the light of the sun penetrated. The first idea it gave me was that of the jewelled shrine of some medieval saint, which, by good fortune, had escaped the plunderers. There are still such existing in the world. It shone and glittered, apparently with gold and diamonds, although, as a matter of fact, there were no diamonds, nor was it gold which gleamed, but some ancient metal, or rather amalgam, which is now lost to the world, the same that was used in the tubes of the air machines. I think that it contained gold, but I do not know. At any rate, it was equally lasting and even more beautiful, though lighter in colour.
For the rest, this adorned recess, which resembled that of a large funeral vault, occupying the whole space beneath the base of the statue that was supported on its arch, was empty, save for two flashing objects that lay side by side, but with nearly the whole width of the vault between them. I pointed at them to Bickley with my finger, for really I could not speak. "Coffins, by Jove," he whispered. "Glass or crystal coffins, and people in 'em. Come on." A few seconds later we were crawling into that vault, while Bastin, still nursing the head of Oro as though it were a baby, stood confused outside, muttering something about desecrating hallowed graves. Just as we reached the interior, owing to the heightening of the sun, the light passed away, leaving us in a kind of twilight. Bickley produced carriage candles from his pocket and fumbled for matches. While he was doing so, I noticed two things. Firstly, that the place really did smell like a scent shop, and secondly, that the coffins seemed to glow with a kind of phosphorescent light of their own, not very strong, but sufficient to reveal their outlines in the gloom. Then the candles burnt up, and we saw. Within the coffin that stood on our left hand as we entered, for this crystal was as transparent as plate glass, lay a most wonderful old man, clad in a gleaming embroidered robe. His long hair, which was parted in the middle, as we could see beneath the edge of the pearl-sewn embroidered cap he wore, also his beard, was snowy white. The man was tall, at least 6 feet 4 inches in height, and rather spare. His hands were long and thin, very delicately made, as were his sandalled feet. But it was his face that fixed our gaze, for it was marvellous, like the face of a god, and, as we noticed at once, with some resemblance to that of the statue above. Thus the brow was broad and massive, the nose straight and long, the mouth stern and clear-cut, while the cheekbones were rather high and the eyebrows arched. Such are the characteristics of many handsome old men of good blood, and as the mummies of Seti and others show us, such they have been for thousands of years. Only this man differed from all the others because of the fearful dignity stamped upon his features. Looking at him, I began to think at once of the prophet Elijah, as he must have appeared rising to heaven, enhanced by the more earthly glory of Solomon, for although the appearance of these patriarchs is unknown, of them one conceives ideas. Only it seemed probable that Elijah may have looked more benign. Here there was no benignity, only terrible force and infinite wisdom. Contemplating him, I shivered a little, and felt thankful that he was dead. For to tell the truth, I was afraid of that awesome countenance, which, I should add, was of the whiteness of paper, although the cheeks still showed tinges of colour, so perfect was the preservation of the corpse. I was still gazing at it when Bickley said in a voice of amazement, "I say, look here in the other coffin." I turned, looked, and nearly collapsed on the floor of the vault, since beauty can sometimes strike us like a blow. Oh! There before me lay all loveliness, such loveliness that there burst from my lips an involuntary cry, "Alas, that she should be dead!" A young woman, I supposed, at least she looked young, perhaps 5 or 26 years of age, or so I judged. There she lay, her tall and delicate shape half hidden in masses of rich-hued hair, in colour of a ruddy blackness. I know not how else to describe it, since never have I seen any of the same tint. Moreover, it shone with a life of its own, as though it had been dusted with gold. From between the masses of this hair appeared a face which I can only call divine. There was every beauty that woman can boast, from the curving eyelashes of extraordinary length to the sweet and human mouth. To these charms also were added a wondrous smile and an air of kind dignity, very different from the fierce pride stamped upon the countenance of the old man, who was her companion in death. She was clothed in some close-fitting robe of white broidered with gold. Pearls were about her neck, lying far down upon the perfect bosom. A girdle of gold and shining gems encircled her slender waist, and on her little feet were sandals fastened with red stones like rubies. In truth, she was a splendid creature, and yet I know not how, her beauty suggested more of the spirit than of the flesh. Indeed, in a way, it was unearthly. My senses were smitten. It pulled at my heartstrings, and yet its unutterable strangeness seemed to awake memories within me, though of what I could not tell. A wild fancy came to me that I must have known this heavenly creature in some past life. By now Bastin had joined us, and attracted by my exclamation, and by the attitude of Bickley, who was staring down at the coffin with a fixed look upon his face, not unlike that of a pointer where he scents game, he began to contemplate the wonder within it in his slow way.
"Well, I never," he said. "Do you think the glittering lady in there is human?"
"The glittering lady is dead, but I suppose that she was human in her life," I answered, in an awed whisper.
"Of course she is dead, otherwise she would not be in that glass coffin. I think I should like to read the burial service over her, which I dare say was never done when she was put in there."
"How do you know she's dead?" asked Bickley in a sharp voice, and speaking for the first time. "I've seen hundreds of corpses, and mummies too, but never any that look like these." I stared at him. It was strange to hear Bickley, the scoffer at miracles, suggesting that this greatest of all miracles might be possible. "They must have been here a long time," I said, "for, although human, they are not, I think, of any people known to the world today. Their dress, everything shows it, though perhaps thousands of years ago—" and I stopped. "Quite so," answered Bickley. "I agree. That's why I suggest that they may have belonged to a race who knew what we do not, namely, how to suspend animation for great periods of time." I said no more, nor did Bastin, who was now engaged in studying the old man, and for once wonder-struck and overcome. Bickley, however, took one of the candles and began to make a close examination of the coffins. So did Tommy, who sniffed along the join of that of the glittering lady until his nose reached a certain spot, where it remained, while his black tail began to wag in a delighted fashion. Bickley pushed him away and investigated. "As I thought," he said. "Air-holes, see?" I looked, and there, bored through the crystal of the coffin, in a line with the face of its occupant, were a number of little holes that, either by accident or design, outlined the shape of a human mouth. "They are not airtight," murmured Bickley, "and if air can enter, how can dead flesh remain like that for ages?" Then he continued his search upon the other side. "The lid of this coffin works on hinges," he said. "Here they are, fashioned of the crystal itself. A living person within could have pulled it down before the senses departed." "No," I answered, "for look, here is a crystal bolt at the end, and it is shot from without." This puzzled him. Then, as though struck by an idea, he began to examine the other coffin. "I've got it!" he exclaimed presently. "The old god in here," somehow we all thought of this old man as not quite normal, "shut down the glittering lady's coffin and bolted it. His own is not bolted, although the bolt exists in the same place. He just got in and pulled down the lid. Oh, what nonsense I'm talking, for how can such things be? Oh, let us get out and think." So we crept from the sepulchre, in which the perfumed air had begun to oppress us, and sat ourselves down upon the floor of the cave, where for a while we remained silent.
"I am very thirsty," said Bastin presently. "Those smells seem to have dried me up. I'm going to get some tea. I mean water, as unfortunately there is no tea." And he set off towards the mouth of the cave. We followed him. I don't quite know why, except that we wished to breathe freely outside. Also, we knew that the sepulchre and its contents would be safe, as they had been for, well, how long? It proved to be a beautiful morning outside. We walked up and down, enjoying it subconsciously, for really our, that is, Bickley's and my own, intelligences were concentrated on that sepulchre and its contents. Where Bastin's may have been, I do not know. Perhaps in a visionary teapot, since I was sure that it would take him a day or two to appreciate the significance of our discoveries. At any rate, he wandered off, making no remarks about them. To drink water, I suppose. Presently he began to shout to us from the end of the Table Rock, and we went to see the reason of his noise. It proved to be very satisfactory, for while we were in the cave, the Orofenans had brought absolutely everything belonging to us, together with a large supply of food from the main island.
Not a single article was missing. Even our books, a can with the bottom out, and the broken pieces of a little pocket mirror had been religiously transported. And with these a few articles that had been stolen from us, notably my pocket-knife. Evidently a great taboo had been laid upon all our possessions. They were now carefully arranged in one of the grooves of the rock that Bickley supposed had been made by the wheels of aeroplanes, which was why we had not seen them at once. Each of us rushed for what we desired most, Bastin for one of the canisters of tea, I for my diaries, and Bickley for his chest of instruments and medicines. These were removed to the mouth of the cave, and after them the other things and the food, also a bell tent and some camp furniture that we had brought from the ship. Then Bastin made some tea, of which he drank 4 large pannikins, having first said grace over it with unwonted fervour. Nor did we disdain our share of the beverage, although Bickley preferred cocoa and I coffee. Cocoa and coffee we had no time to make then, and in view of that sepulchre in the cave, what had we to do with cocoa and coffee? So Bickley and I said to each other, and yet presently he changed his mind, and in a special metal machine carefully made some extremely strong black coffee, which he poured into a thermos flask, previously warmed with hot water, adding thereto about a claret glass of brandy. Also he extracted certain drugs from his medicine chest, and with them, as I noted, a hypodermic syringe, which he first boiled in a kettle, and then shut up in a little tube with a glass stopper. These preparations finished, he called to Tommy to give him the scraps of our meal. But there was no Tommy. The dog was missing, and though we hunted everywhere, we could not find him. Finally we concluded that he had wandered off down the beach on business of his own, and would return in due course. We could not bother about Tommy just then. After making some further preparations and fidgeting about a little, Bickley announced that as we had now some proper paraffin lamps of the powerful sort, which are known as hurricane, he proposed by their aid to carry out further examinations in the cave. "I think I shall stop where I am," said Bastin, helping himself from the kettle to a 5th pannikin of tea. "These corpses are very interesting, but I don't see any use in staring at them again at present. One can always do that at any time. I have missed Marama once already by being away in that cave, and I have a lot to say to him about my people. I don't want to be absent in case he should return." "To wash up the things, I suppose," said Bickley with a sniff, "or perhaps to eat the tea leaves." "Well, as a matter of fact, I have noticed that these natives have a peculiar taste for tea leaves. I think they believe them to be a medicine, but I don't suppose they would come so far for them. Though perhaps they might, in the hope of getting the head of Oro. Anyhow, I'm going to stop here." "Pray do," said Bickley. "Are you ready, Humphrey?" I nodded, and he handed to me a felt-covered flask of the non-conducting kind, filled with boiling water, a tin of preserved milk, and a little bottle of meat extract of a most concentrated sort. Then, having lit 2 of the hurricane lamps and seen that they were full of oil, we started back up the cave. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adam Thompson. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 11. Resurrection. We reached the sepulchre without stopping to look at the parked machines, or even the marvellous statue that stood above it. For what did we care about machines or statues now? As we approached, we were astonished to hear low and cavernous growlings. "There's some wild beast in there," said Bickley, halting. "No, by George, it's Tommy. What can the dog be after?" We peeped in, and there, sure enough, was Tommy lying on the top of the glittering lady's coffin, and growling his very best with the hair standing up on his back. When he saw who it was, however, he jumped off and frisked around, licking my hand. "That's very strange," I exclaimed. "Not stranger than everything else," said Bickley. "What are you going to do?" I asked. "Open these coffins," he answered, "beginning with that of the old god. Since I would rather experiment on him, I expect he will crumble into dust. But if by chance he doesn't, I'll jam a little strychnine, mixed with some other drugs, of which you don't know the names, into one of his veins and see if anything happens. If it doesn't, it won't hurt him, and if it does, well, who knows? Now give me a hand." We went to the left-hand coffin, and by inserting the hook on the back of my knife, of which the real use is to pick stones out of horses' hoofs, into one of the little air holes I have described, managed to raise the heavy crystal lid sufficiently to enable us to force a piece of wood between it and the top. The rest was easy, for the hinges, being of crystal, had not corroded. In 2 minutes it was open. From the chest came an overpowering spicy odour, and with it a veritable breath of warm air, before which we recoiled a little. Bickley took a pocket thermometer which he had at hand and glanced at it. It marked a temperature of 82 degrees in the sepulchre. Having noted this, he thrust it into the coffin between the crystal wall and its occupant. Then we went out and waited a little while to give the odours time to dissipate, for they made the head reel. After 5 minutes or so we returned and examined the thermometer. It had risen to 98 degrees, the natural temperature of the human body. "What do you make of that, if the man is dead?" he whispered.
I shook my head, and as we had agreed, set to, helping him to lift the body from the coffin.
It was a good weight, quite 11 stone, I should say. Moreover, it was not stiff, for the hip joints bent. We got it out and laid it on a blanket we had spread on the floor of the sepulchre. Whilst I was thus engaged, I saw something that nearly caused me to lose my hold from the astonishment. Beneath the head, the centre of the back and the feet, were crystal boxes about 8 inches square, or rather crystal blocks, for in them I could see no opening, and these boxes emitted a faint phosphorescent light. I touched one of them and found that it was quite warm. "Great heavens!" I exclaimed. "Here's magic!" "There's no such thing," answered Bickley in his usual formula. Then an explanation seemed to strike him, and he added, "Not magic, but radium, or something of the sort. That's how the temperature was kept up. In sufficient quantity it's practically indestructible, you see." My word, this old gentleman knew a thing or two. Again we waited a little while to see if the body begun to crumble on exposure to the air, I taking the opportunity to make a rough sketch of it in my pocket-book in anticipation of that event. But it did not. It remained quite sound. "Here goes," said Bickley. "If he should be alive, he will catch cold in his lungs after lying for ages in that baby incubator, as I suppose he has done. So it's now or never." Then, bidding me hold the man's right arm, he took the sterilised syringe which he had prepared, and thrusting the needle into a vein he selected just above the wrist, injected the contents. "It would have been better over the heart," he whispered, "but I thought I would try the arm first. I don't like risking chills by uncovering him." I made no answer, and again we waited and watched. "Great heavens, he's stirring!" I gasped presently. Stirring he was, for his fingers began to move. Bickley bent down and placed his ear to the heart. I forgot to say that he had tested this before with a stethoscope, but had been unable to detect any movement. "I believe it's beginning to beat," he said in an awed voice. Then he applied the stethoscope and added, "It is, it is!" Next he took a filament of cotton wool and laid it on the man's lips. Presently it moved. He was breathing, though very faintly. Bickley took more cotton wool, and having poured something from his medicine chest onto it, placed it over the mouth beneath the man's nostrils. I believe it was sal volatile. Nothing further happened for a little while, and to relieve the strain on my mind, I stared absently into the empty coffin. Here I saw what had escaped our notice, 2 small plates of white metal, and cut upon them what I took to be star maps. Beyond these and the glowing boxes which I have mentioned, there was nothing else in the coffin. I had no time to examine them, for at that moment the old man opened his mouth and began to breathe, evidently with some discomfort and effort, as his empty lungs filled themselves with air. Then his eyelids lifted, revealing a wonderful pair of dark, glowing eyes beneath. Next he tried to sit up, but would have fallen had not Bickley supported him with his arm. I do not think he saw Bickley. Indeed, he shut his eyes again as though the light hurt them, and went into a kind of faint. Then it was that Tommy, who all this while had been watching the proceedings with grave interest, came forward, wagging his tail, and licked the man's face. At the touch of the dog's red tongue, he opened his eyes for the second time. Now he saw, not us, but Tommy, for after contemplating him for a few seconds, something like a smile appeared upon his fierce but noble face. More, he lifted his hand and laid it on the dog's head, as though to pat it kindly. Half a minute or so later, his awakening senses appreciated our presence,
The incipient smile vanished and was replaced by a somewhat terrible frown. Meanwhile, Bickley had poured out some of the hot coffee laced with brandy into the cup that was screwed on the top of the thermos flask. Advancing to the man whom I supported, he put it to his lips. He tasted and made a wry face, but presently he began to sip, and ultimately swallowed it all. The effect of the stimulant was wonderful, for in a few minutes he came to life completely, and was even able to sit up without support. For quite a long while he gazed at us gravely, taking us in and everything connected with us. For instance, Bickley's medicine case, which lay open, showing the little vulcanite tubes. A few instruments and other outfit engaged his particular attention, and I saw at once that he understood what it was. Thus his arm still smarted where the needle had been driven in, and on the blanket lay the syringe. He looked at his arm, then looked at the syringe, and nodded. The paraffin hurricane lamps also seemed to interest and win his approval. We two men, as I thought, attracted him least of all. He just summed us up and our garments, more especially the garments, with a few shrewd glances, and then seemed to turn his thoughts to Tommy, who had seated himself quite contentedly at his side, evidently accepting him as a new addition to our party. I confess that this behaviour on Tommy's part reassured me not a little. I am a great believer in the instincts of animals, especially of dogs, and I felt certain that if this man had not been in all essentials human like ourselves, Tommy would not have tolerated him. In the same way, the sleeper's clear liking for Tommy, at whom he looked much oftener and with greater kindness than he did at us, suggested that there was goodness in him somewhere, since although a dog in its wonderful tolerance may love a bad person in whom it smells out hidden virtue, no really bad person ever loved a dog, or, I may add, a child or a flower. As a matter of fact, the old god, as we had christened him while he was in his coffin, during all our association with him, cared infinitely more for Tommy than he did for any of us, a circumstance that ultimately was not without its influence upon our fortunes. But for this there was a reason, as we learned afterwards. Also he was not really so amiable as I had hoped. When we had looked at each other for a long while, the sleeper began to arrange his beard, of which the length seemed to surprise him, especially as Tommy was seated on one end of it. Finding this out, and apparently not wishing to disturb Tommy, he gave up the occupation, and after one or two attempts, for his tongue and lips still seemed to be stiff, addressed us in some sonorous and musical language, unlike any that we had ever heard. We shook our heads. Then by an afterthought I said good day to him in the language of the Orofenans. He puzzled over the word, as though it were more or less familiar to him, and when I repeated it, gave it back to me with a difference, indeed, but in a way which convinced us that he quite understood what I meant. The conversation went no further at the moment, because just then some memory seemed to strike him. He was sitting with his back against the coffin of the glittering lady, whom therefore he had not seen. Now he began to turn round, and being too weak to do so, motioned me to help him. I obeyed, while Bickley, guessing his purpose, held up one of the hurricane lamps that he might see better. With a kind of fierce eagerness he surveyed her who lay within the coffin, and after he had done so, uttered a sigh as of intense relief. Next he pointed to the metal cup out of which he had drunk. Bickley filled it again from the thermos flask, which I observed excited his keen interest, for having touched the flask with his hand and found that it was cool, he appeared to marvel that the fluid coming from it should be hot and steaming. Presently he smiled as though he had got the clue to the mystery, and swallowed his second drink of coffee and spirit. This done, he motioned to us to lift the lid of the lady's coffin, pointing out a certain catch in the bolts, which at first we could not master, for it will be remembered that on this coffin these were shot. In the end, by pursuing the same methods that we had used in the instance of his own, we raised the coffin lid, and once more were driven to retreat from the sepulchre for a while by the overpowering odour, like to that of a whole greenhouse full of tuberoses, that flowed out of it, inducing a kind of stupefaction from which even Tommy fled. When we returned, it was to find the man kneeling by the side of the coffin, for as yet he could not stand, with his glowing eyes fixed upon the face of her who slept therein, and waving his long arms above her. "Hypnotic business. Wonder if it'll work," whispered Bickley. Then he lifted the syringe and looked inquiringly at the man, who shook his head and went on with his mesmeric passes.
I crept round him and took my stand by the sleeper's head that I might watch her face, which was well worth watching, while Bickley, with his medicine at hand, remained near her feet. I think engaged in disinfecting the syringe in some spirit or acid. I believe he was about to make an attempt to use it when suddenly, as though beneath the influence of the hypnotic passes, a change appeared on the glittering lady's face. Hitherto, beautiful as it was, it had been a dead face, though one of a person who had suddenly been cut off while in full health and vigour a few hours or at the most a day or so before. Now it began to live again. It was as though the spirit were returning from afar, and not without toil and tribulation. Expression after expression flitted across the features. Indeed, these seemed to change so much from moment to moment that they might have belonged to several different individuals, though each was beautiful. The fact of these remarkable changes, with the suggestion of multiform personalities which they conveyed, impressed both Bickley and myself very much indeed. Then the breast heaved tumultuously. It even appeared to struggle. Next the eyes opened. They were full of wonder, even of fear, but oh, what marvellous eyes! I do not know how to describe them. I cannot even state their exact colour, except that it was dark, something like the blue of sapphires, of the deepest tint, and yet not black, large too, and soft as a deer's. They shut again as though the light hurt them, then once more opened and wandered about, apparently without seeing. At length they found my face, for I was still bending over her, and resting there appeared to take it in by degrees. More, it seemed to touch and stir some human spring in the still sleeping heart. At least the fear passed from her features, and was replaced by a faint smile, such as a patient sometimes gives to one known and well loved, as the effects of chloroform pass away. For a while she looked at me with an earnest, searching gaze. Then, suddenly, for the first time moving her arms, lifted them and threw them round my neck. The old man stared, bending his imperial brows into a little frown, but did nothing. Bickley stared also through his glasses and sniffed as though in disapproval, while I remained quite still, fighting with a wild impulse to kiss her on the lips as one would an awakening and beloved child. I doubt if I could have done so, however, for really I was immovable. My heart seemed to stop and all my muscles to be paralysed. I do not know for how long this endured, but I do know how it ended. Presently, in the intense silence, I heard Bastin's heavy voice, and looking round saw his big head projecting into the sepulchre.
"Well, I never," he said. "You seem to have woke them up with a vengeance. If you begin like that with the lady, there will be complications before you have done, Arbuthnot."
Talk of being brought back to earth with a rush. I could have killed Bastin, and Bickley, turning on him like a tiger, told him to be off, find wood and light a large fire in front of the statue. I think he was about to argue when the ancient gave him a glance of his fierce eyes, which alarmed him, and he departed, bewildered, to return presently with the wood. But the sound of his voice had broken the spell. The lady let her arms fall with a start, and shut her eyes again, seeming to faint. Bickley sprang forward with his sal volatile and applied it to her nostrils, the ancient not interfering, for he seemed to recognise that he had to deal with a man of skill, and one who meant well by them. In the end we brought her round again, and, to omit details, Bickley gave her, not coffee and brandy, but a mixture he compounded of hot water, preserved milk, and meat essence. The effect of it on her was wonderful, since a few minutes after swallowing it she sat up in the coffin. Then we lifted her from that narrow bed in which she had slept for, how long, and perceived that beneath her also were crystal boxes of the radiant, heat-giving substance. We sat her on the floor of the sepulchre, wrapping her also in a blanket. Now it was that Tommy, after frisking round her as though in welcome of an old friend, calmly established himself beside her and laid his black head upon her knee. She noted it and smiled for the first time, a marvellously sweet and gentle smile. More, she placed her slender hand upon the dog and stroked him feebly. Bickley tried to make her drink some more of his mixture, but she refused, motioning him to give it to Tommy. This, however, he would not do, because there was but one cup. Presently both of the sleepers began to shiver, which caused Bickley anxiety, abusing Bastin beneath his breath for being so long with the fire. He drew the blankets closer about them. Then an idea came to him, and he examined the glowing boxes in the coffin. They were loose, being merely set in prepared cavities in the crystal. Wrapping our handkerchiefs about his hand, he took them out and placed them around the wakened patients, a proceeding of which the ancient nodded approval. Just then, too, Bastin returned with his first load of firewood, and soon we had a merry blaze going just outside the sepulchre. I saw that they observed the lighting of this fire by means of a match with much interest. Now they grew warm again, as indeed we did also, too warm. Then in my turn I had an idea. I knew that by now the sun would be beating hotly against the rock of the mount, and suggested to Bickley that, if possible, the best thing we could do would be to get them into its life-giving rays. He agreed if we could make them understand and they were able to walk. So I tried. First I directed the ancient's attention to the mouth of the cave, which at this distance showed as a white circle of light. He looked at it, and then at me with grave inquiry. I made motions to suggest that he should proceed there, repeating the word sun in the Orofenan tongue. He understood at once, though whether he read my mind rather than what I said I am not sure. Apparently the glittering lady understood also, and seemed to be most anxious to go. Only she looked rather pitifully at her feet and shook her head. This decided me. I do not know if I have mentioned anywhere that I am a tall man and very muscular. She was tall also, but as I judged, not so very heavy after her long fast. At any rate, I felt quite certain that I could carry her for that distance. Stooping down, I lifted her up, signing to her to put her arms round my neck, which she did. Then, calling to Bickley and Bastin to bring along the ancient between them, with some difficulty I struggled out of the sepulchre and started down the cave. She was more heavy than I thought, and yet I could have wished the journey longer. To begin with, she seemed quite trustful and happy in my arms, where she lay with her head against my shoulder, smiling a little as a child might do, especially when I had to stop and throw her long hair round my neck like a muffler to prevent it from trailing in the dust. A bundle of lavender or a truss of new-mown hay could not have been more sweet to carry, and there was something electric about the touch of her, which went through and through me. Very soon it was over, and we were out of the cave into the full glory of the tropical sun. At first, that her eyes might become accustomed to its light and her awakened body to its heat, I set her down where shadow fell from the overhanging rock, in a canvas deck-chair that had been brought by Marama with the other things, throwing the rug about her to protect her from such wind as there was. She nestled gratefully into the soft seat and shut her eyes, for the motion had tired her. I noted, however, that she drew in the sweet air with long breaths. Then I turned to observe the arrival of the ancient, who was being borne between Bickley and Bastin in what children know as a dandy chair, which is formed by two people crossing their hands in a peculiar fashion. It says much for the tremendous dignity of his presence that even thus, with one arm round the neck of Bickley and the other round that of Bastin, and his long white beard falling almost to the ground, he still looked most imposing. Unfortunately, however, just as they were emerging from the cave, Bastin, always the most awkward of creatures, managed to leave hold with one hand, so that his passenger nearly came to the ground. Never shall I forget the look that he gave him. Indeed, I think that from this moment he hated Bastin. Bickley he respected as a man of intelligence and learning, although in comparison with his own the latter was infantile and crude. Me he tolerated and even liked, but Bastin he detested. The only one of our party for whom he felt anything approaching real affection was the spaniel Tommy. We set him down, fortunately uninjured, on some rugs, and also in the shadow. Then, after a little while, we moved both of them into the sun. It was quite curious to see them expand there. As Bickley said, what happened to them might well be compared to the development of a butterfly which has just broken from the living grave of its chrysalis and crept into the full, hot radiance of the light. Its crinkled wings unfold, their brilliant tints develop. In an hour or two it is perfect, glorious, prepared for life and flight, a new creature.
So it was with this pair. From moment to moment they gathered strength and vigour. Near by to them, as it happened, stood a large basket of the luscious native fruits brought that morning by the Orofenans, and at these the lady looked with longing. With Bickley's permission I offered them to her, and to the ancient, first peeling them with my fingers. They ate of them greedily, a full meal, and would have gone on had not the stern Bickley, fearing untoward consequences, removed the basket. Again the results were wonderful. For half an hour afterwards they seemed to be quite strong. With my assistance, the glittering lady, as I still call her, for at that time I did not know her name, rose from the chair, and leaning on me, tottered a few steps forward. Then she stood looking at the sky and all the lovely panorama of nature beneath, and stretching out her arms as though in worship. Oh, how beautiful she seemed with the sunlight shining on her heavenly face! Now, for the first time, I heard her voice. It was soft and deep, yet in it was a curious bell-like tone that seemed to vibrate like the sound of chimes heard from far away. Never have I listened to such another voice. She pointed to the sun, whereof the light turned her radiant hair and garments to a kind of golden glory, and called it by some name that I could not understand. I shook my head, whereon she gave it another name, taken, I suppose, from another language. Again I shook my head, and she tried a third time. To my delight, this word was practically the same that the Orofenans used for sun. "Yes," I said, speaking very slowly, "so it is called by the people of this land." She understood, for she answered in much the same language. "What then do you call it?" "Sun in the English tongue," I replied.
Sun. English, she repeated after me, then added, "How are you named, wanderer?"
"Humphrey," I answered. "Humphrey," she said, as though she were learning the word.
"And those?"
"Bastin and Bickley," I replied. Over these patronymics she shook her head. As yet they were too much for her. "How are you named, sleeper?" I asked.
"Eva," she answered.
"A beautiful name for one who is beautiful," I declared with enthusiasm, of course always in the rich Orofenan dialect, which by now I could talk well enough. She repeated the words once or twice, then of a sudden caught their meaning, for she smiled and even coloured, saying hastily with a wave of her hand towards the ancient who stood at a distance between Bastin and Bickley, "My father Oro, great man, great king, great God!" At this information I started, for it was startling to learn that here was the original Oro, who was still worshipped by the Orofenans, although of his actual existence they had known nothing for uncounted time. Also I was glad to learn that he was her father, and not her old husband, for to me that would have been horrible, a desecration too deep for words. "How long did you sleep, Eva?" I asked, pointing towards the sepulchre in the cave. After a little thought she understood and shook her head hopelessly. Then by an afterthought she said, "Stars tell Oro tonight." So Oro was an astronomer as well as a king and a god. I had guessed as much from those plates in the coffin which seemed to have stars engraved on them. At this point our conversation came to an end, for the ancient himself approached, leaning on the arm of Bickley, who was engaged in an animated argument with Bastin.
"For heaven's sake," said Bickley, "keep your theology to yourself at present. If you upset the old fellow and put him in a temper, he may die. If a man tells me that he is a god, it is my duty to tell him that he is a liar," replied Bastin obstinately. "Which you did, Bastin, only fortunately he did not understand you. But for your own sake I advise you not to take liberties. He is not one, I think, with whom it is wise to trifle. I think he seems thirsty. Go and get some water from the rain-pool, not from the lake." Bastin departed, and presently returned with an aluminium jug full of pure water and a glass. Bickley poured some of it into a glass and handed it to Eva, who bent her head in thanks. Then she did a curious thing. Having first lifted the glass with both hands to the sky and held it for a few seconds, she turned and with an obeisance poured a little of it on the ground before her father's feet. A libation, thought I to myself, and evidently Bastin agreed with me, for I heard him mutter, "I believe she's making a heathen offering." Doubtless we were right, for Oro accepted the homage by a little motion of the head.
After this, at a sign from him, she drank the water. Then the glass was refilled and handed to Oro, who also held it towards the sky. He, however, made no libation, but drank at once, 2 tumblers of it in rapid succession. By now the direct sunlight was passing from the mouth of the cave, and though it was hot enough, both of them shivered a little. They spoke together in some language of which we could not understand a word, as though they were debating what their course of action should be. The dispute was long and earnest. Had we known what was passing, which I learned afterwards, it would have made us sufficiently anxious, for the point at issue was nothing less than whether we should or should not be forthwith destroyed, an end, it appears, that Oro was quite capable of bringing about, if he so pleased. Eva, however, had very clear views of her own on the matter, and, as I gather, even dared to threaten that she would protect us by the use of certain powers at her command, though what these were I do not know. While the event hung doubtful, Tommy, who was growing bored with these long proceedings, picked up a bough still covered with flowers, which, after their pretty fashion, the Orofenans had placed on top of one of the baskets of food. This small bough he brought and laid at the feet of Oro, no doubt in the hope that he would throw it for him to fetch, a game in which the dog delighted. For some reason Oro saw an omen in this simple canine performance, or he may have thought that the dog was making an offering to him, for he put his thin hand to his brow and thought a while, then motioned to Bastin to pick up the bough and give it to him. Next he spoke to his daughter, as though assenting to something, for I saw her sigh in relief. No wonder, for he was conveying his decision to spare our lives and admit us to their fellowship. After this they again talked, but in quite a different tone and manner. Then the glittering lady said to me in her slow and archaic Orofenan, "We go to rest. You must not follow. We come back, perhaps tonight, perhaps next night. We are quite safe. You are quite safe under the beard of Oro. Spirit of Oro watch you. You understand?" I said I understood, whereon she answered, "Goodbye, O Humphrey." "Goodbye, O Eva," I replied, bowing. Thereon they turned, and refusing all assistance from us, vanished into the darkness of the cave, leaning upon each other and walking slowly. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adam Thompson. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 12. 250,000 years?
"You seem to have made the best of your time, old fellow," said Bickley in rather a sour voice.
"I never knew people began to call each other by their Christian names so soon," added Bastin, looking at me with a suspicious eye. "I know no other," I said.
"Perhaps not, but at any rate you have another, though you don't seem to have told it to her. Anyway, I'm glad they are gone, for I was getting tired of being ordered by everybody to carry about wood and water for them. Also, I'm terribly hungry, as I can't eat before it is light. They have taken most of the best fruit, to which I was looking forward, but thank goodness they do not seem to care for pork."
"So am I," said Bickley, who really looked exhausted. "Get the food, there's a good fellow. We'll talk afterwards." When we had eaten, somewhat silently, I asked Bickley what he made of the business, also whither he thought the sleepers had gone.
"I think I can answer the last question," interrupted Bastin. "I expect it is to a place well known to students of the Bible, which even Bickley mentions sometimes when he is angry. At any rate, they seem to be very fond of heat, for they wouldn't part from it even in their coffins, and you will admit that they are not quite natural, although that glittering lady is so attractive as regards her exterior."
Bickley waved these remarks aside and addressed himself to me. "I don't know what to think of it," he said. "But as the experience is not natural, and everything in the universe, as far as we know it, has a natural explanation, I am inclined to the belief that we are suffering from hallucinations, which in their way are also quite natural. It does not seem possible that two people can really have been asleep for an unknown length of time, enclosed in vessels of glass or crystal, kept warm by radium or some such substance, and then emerge from them comparatively strong and well. It is contrary to natural law."
"How about microbes?" I asked. "They are said to last practically forever, and they are living things. So in their case your natural law breaks down."
"That is true," he answered.
Some microbes in a sealed tube and under certain conditions do appear to possess indefinite powers of life. Also, radium has an indefinite life, but that is a mineral. Only these people are not microbes, nor are they minerals. Also, experience tells us that they could not have lived for more than a few months at the outside in such circumstances as we seem to find them. Then what do you suggest? I suggest that we do not really find them at all, that we have all been dreaming. You know that there are certain gases which produce illusions. Laughing gas is one of them, and that these gases are sometimes met with in caves. Now, there were very peculiar odours in that place under the statue, which may have worked upon our imaginations in some such way. Otherwise, we're up against a miracle, and as you know, I do not believe in miracles.
I do, said Bastin calmly. You'll find all about it in the Bible if you will only take the trouble to read. Why do you talk such rubbish about gases?
Because only gas or something of the sort could have made us imagine them.
Nonsense, Bickley. These people were here right enough. Didn't they eat our fruit and drink the water I brought them without ever saying thank you? Only they are not human. They are evil spirits, and for my part I don't want to see any more of them, though I have no doubt Arbuthnot does, as that glittering lady threw her arms round his neck when she woke up, and already he is calling her by her Christian name. If the word Christian can be used in connection with her. The old fellow had the impudence to tell us that he was a god, and it is remarkable that he should have called himself Oro, seeing that the devil they worship on the island is also called Oro, and the place itself is named Orofena.
As to where they've gone, continued Bickley, taking no notice of Bastin, I really don't know. My expectation is, however, that when we go to look tomorrow morning, and I suggest that we should not do so before then, in order that we may give our minds time to clear, we shall find that sepulchre place quite empty, even perhaps without the crystal coffins we have imagined to stand there.
Perhaps we shall find that there isn't a cave at all, and that we are not sitting on a flat rock outside of it, suggested Bastin with heavy sarcasm, adding, You are clever in your way, Bickley, but you can talk more rubbish than any man I ever knew.
They told us they would come back tonight, or tomorrow, I said. If they do, what will you say then, Bickley? I will wait till they come to answer that question. Now let us go for a walk and try to change our thoughts. We are all overstrained and scarcely know what we are saying. One more question, I said as we rose to start. Did Tommy suffer from hallucinations as well as ourselves? Why not, answered Bickley. He is an animal just as we are, or perhaps we thought we saw Tommy do the things he did. When you found that basket of fruit, Bastin, which the natives brought over in the canoe, was there a bough covered with red flowers lying on the top of it?
Yes, Arbuthnot, one bough only. I threw it down on the rock as it got in the way when I was carrying the basket.
Which flowering bough we all thought we saw the sleeper Oro carry away after Tommy had brought it to him.
Yes, he made me pick it up and give it to him, said Bastin.
Well, if we did not see this, it should still be lying on the rock, as there has been no wind and there are no animals here to carry it away. You will admit that, Bickley? He nodded. Then if it is gone, you will admit also that the presumption is that we saw what we thought we did see. I do not know how that conclusion can be avoided, at any rate, so far as the incident of the bough is concerned, replied Bickley with caution. Then, without more words, we started to look. At the spot where the bough should have been, there was no bough, but on the rock lay several of the red flowers, bitten off, I suppose, by Tommy while he was carrying it. Nor was this all. I think I have mentioned that the glittering lady wore sandals which were fastened with red studs that looked like rubies or carbuncles. On the rock lay one of these studs. I picked it up and we examined it. It had been sewn to the sandal strap with golden thread or silk. Some of this substance hung from the hole drilled in the stone which served for an eye. It was as rotten as tinder, apparently with extreme age. Moreover, the hard gem itself was pitted as though the passage of time had taken effect upon it, though this may have been caused by other agencies, such as the action of the radium rays. I smiled at Bickley, who looked disconcerted and even sad. In a way, it is painful to see the effect upon an able and earnest man of the upsetting of his lifelong theories. We went for our walk, keeping to the flatlands at the foot of the volcano cone, for we seemed to have had enough of wonders and to desire to reassure ourselves, as it were, by the study of natural and familiar things. As it chanced, too, we were rewarded by sundry useful discoveries. Thus we found a place where the bread tree and other fruits, most of them now ripe, grew in abundance, as did the yam.
Also, we came to an inlet that we noticed was crowded with large and beautiful fish from the lake, which seemed to find it a favourite spot. Perhaps this was because a little stream of excellent water ran in here, overflowing from the great pool or mere which filled the crater above. At these finds we rejoiced greatly, for now we knew that we need not fear starvation, even should our supply of food from the main island be cut off. Indeed, by help of some palm leaf stalks which we wove together roughly, Bastin, who was rather clever at this kind of thing, managed to trap 4 fish weighing 2 or 3 pounds apiece, wading into the water to do so. It was curious to observe with what ease he adapted himself to the manners and customs of primeval man. So much so, indeed, that Bickley remarked that if he could believe in reincarnation, he would be absolutely certain that Bastin was a troglodyte in his last sojourn on the earth. However this might be, Bastin's primeval instincts and abilities were of the utmost service to us. Before we had been many days on that island, he had built us a kind of native hut, or house roofed with palm leaves, in which, until provided with a better, as happened afterwards, we ate, and he and Bickley slept, leaving the tent to me. Moreover, he wove a net of palm fibre with which he caught abundance of fish, and made fishing lines of the same material, fortunately we had some hooks, which he baited with freshwater mussels and the insides of fish. By means of these he secured some veritable monsters of the carp species that proved most excellent eating. His greatest triumph, however, was a decoy which he constructed of boughs, wherein he trapped a number of waterfowl, so that soon we kept a very good table of a sort, especially after he had learned how to cook our food upon the native plan by means of hot stones. This suited us admirably, as it enabled Bickley and myself to devote all our time to archaeological and other studies, which did not greatly interest Bastin. By the time that we got back to camp, it was drawing towards evening, so we cooked our food and ate, and then, thoroughly exhausted, made ourselves as comfortable as we could and went to sleep. Even our marvellous experiences could not keep Bickley and myself from sleeping, and on Bastin such things had no effect. He accepted them, and that was all. Much more readily than we did, indeed. Triple-armed as he was in the mail of a childlike faith, he snapped his fingers at evil spirits, which he supposed the sleepers to be, and at everything else that other men might dread. Now, as I have mentioned after our talk with Marama, although we did not think it wise to adventure ourselves among them again at present, we had lost all fear of the Orofenans. In this attitude, so far as Marama himself and the majority of his people were concerned, we were quite justified, for they were our warm friends. But in the case of the sorcerers, the priests, and all their rascally and superstitious brotherhood, we were by no means justified. They had not forgiven Bastin his sacrilege, or for his undermining of their authority by the preaching of new doctrines, which, if adopted, would destroy them as a hierarchy. Nor had they forgiven Bickley for shooting one of their number, or any of us for our escape from the vengeance of their god. So it came about that they made a plot to seize us all and hale us off to be sacrificed to a substituted image of Oro, which by now they had set up. They knew exactly where we slept upon the rock. Indeed, our fire showed it to them, and so far they were not afraid to venture, since here they had been accustomed for generations to lay their offerings to the god of the mountain. Secretly on the previous night, without the knowledge of Marama, they had carried 2 more canoes to the borders of the lake. Now, on this night, just as the moon was setting, about 3 in the morning, they made their attack. 21 men in all, for the 3 canoes were large, relying on the following darkness to get us away and convey us to their place of sacrifice to be offered up at dawn and before Marama could interfere. The first we knew of the matter, for most foolishly we had neglected to keep a watch, was the unpleasant sensation of brawny savages kneeling on us and trussing us up with palm fibre ropes. Also they thrust handfuls of dry grass into our mouths to prevent us from calling out, although as air came through the interstices of the grass we did not suffocate. The thing was so well done that we never struck a blow in self-defence, and although we had our pistols at hand, much less could we fire a shot. Of course we struggled as well as we were able, but it was quite useless. In 3 minutes we were as helpless as calves in a net, and like calves we were being conveyed to the butcher. Bastin managed to get the gag out of his mouth for a few seconds, and I heard him say in his slow, heavy voice, "This, Bickley, is what comes of trafficking with evil spirits in museum cases." There his speech stopped, for the grass wad was jammed down his throat again. But distinctly I heard the inarticulate Bickley snort as he conceived the repartee he was unable to utter. As for myself, I reflected that the business served us right for not keeping a watch, and abandoned the issue to fate. Still, to confess the truth, I was infinitely more sorry to die than I should have been 48 hours earlier. This is a dull, and in most ways a dreadful world, one, if we could only summon the courage, that some of us would be glad to leave in search of new adventures. But here a great and unprecedented adventure had begun to befall me, and before its mystery was solved, before even I could formulate a theory concerning it, my body must be destroyed, and my intelligence that was caged therein sent far afield, or, if Bickley were right, eclipsed. It seemed so sad, just when the impossible, like an unguessed wandering moon, had risen over the grey flats of the ascertained and made them shine with hope and wonder. They carried us off to the canoes, not too gently. Indeed, I heard the bony frame of Bastin bump into the bottom of one of them, and reflected not without venom that it served him right, as he was the fount and origin of our woes. Two stinking magicians, wearing on their heads undress editions of their court cages, since these were too cumbersome for active work of the sort, and painted all over with various pigments, were just about to swing me after him into the same or another canoe, when something happened. I did not know what it was, but as a result my captors left hold of me so that I fell to the rock, lying upon my back. Then, within my line of vision, which, it must be remembered, was limited because I could not lift my head, appeared the upper part of the tall person of the ancient, who said that he was named Oro. I could only see him down to his middle, but I noted vaguely that he seemed to be much changed. For instance, he wore a different-coloured dress, or rather robe. This time it was dark blue, which caused me to wonder where on earth it came from. Also, his tremendous beard had been trimmed and dressed, and on his head there was a simple black cap, strangely quilted, which looked as though it were made of velvet. Moreover, his face had plumped out. He still looked ancient, it is true, and unutterably wise, but now he resembled an antique youth, so great were his energy and vigour. Also his dark and glowing eyes shone with a fearful intensity. In short, he seemed impressive and terrible, almost beyond imagining. He looked about him slowly, then asked in a deep, cold voice, speaking in the Orofenan tongue, "What do you, slaves?" No one seemed able to answer. They were too horror-stricken at this sudden vision of their fabled god, whose fierce features of wood had become flesh. They only turned to fly. He waved his thin hand, and they came to a standstill, like animals which have reached the end of their tether and are checked by the chains that bind them. There they stood, in all sorts of postures, immovable, and looking extremely ridiculous in their paint and feathers, with dread unutterable stamped upon their evil faces. The sleeper spoke again. "You would murder as did your forefathers. O children of snakes and hogs, fashioned in the shape of men, you would sacrifice those who dwell in my shadow to satisfy your hate because they are wiser than you. Come hither, thou!" And he beckoned with a bony finger to the chief magician. The man advanced towards him in short jumps, as a mechanical toy might do, and stood before him, his miniature crate and feathers all awry, and the sweat of terror melting the paint in streaks upon his face. "Look into the eyes of Oro, O worshipper of Oro," said the sleeper, and he obeyed, his own eyes starting out of his head. "Receive the curse of Oro," said the ancient again. Then followed a terrible spectacle. The man went raving mad. He bounded into the air to a height inconceivable. He threw himself upon the ground and rolled upon the rock. He rose again and staggered round and round, tearing pieces out of his arms with his teeth. He yelled hideously like one possessed. He grovelled, beating his forehead against the rock. Then he sat up, slowly choked, and died. His companions seemed to catch the infection of death as terrified savages often do. They too performed dreadful antics, all except 3 of them, who stood paralysed.
They rushed about, battering each other with their fists and wooden weapons, looking like devils from hell in their hideous painted attire. They grappled and fought furiously. They separated and plunged into the lake, where, with a last grimace, they sank like stones. It seemed to last a long while, but I think that, as a matter of fact, within 5 minutes it was over. They were all dead. Only the 3 paralysed ones remained standing and rolling their eyes. The sleeper beckoned to them with his thin finger, and they walked forward in step like soldiers.
"Lift that man from the boat," he said, pointing to Bastin. "Cut his bonds and those of the others."
They obeyed with a wonderful alacrity. In a minute we stood at liberty, and were pulling the grass gags from our mouths. The ancient pointed to the head magician who lay dead upon the rock, his hideous, contorted countenance staring open-eyed at heaven.
"Take that sorcerer and show him to the other sorcerers yonder," he said, "and tell them where your fellows are if they would find them. Know by these signs that the Oro, god of the mountain, who has slept a while, is awake, and ill will it go with them who question his power, or dare to try to harm those who dwell in his house. Bring food day by day, and await commands. Begone!"
The dreadful-looking body was bundled into one of the canoes, that out of which Bastin had emerged. A rower sprang into each of them, and presently was paddling, as he had never done before. As the setting moon vanished, they vanished with it, and once more there was a great silence.
"I'm going to find my boots," said Bastin. "This rock is hard, and I hurt my feet kicking at those poor fellows who appear to have come to a bad end. How, I do not exactly understand. Personally, I think that more allowances should have been made for them, as I hope will be the case elsewhere, since, after all, they only acted according to their lights."
"Curse their lights!" ejaculated Bickley, feeling his throat, which was bruised. "I'm glad they're out." Bastin limped away in search of his boots, but Bickley and I stood where we were, contemplating the awakened sleeper. All recollection of the recent tumultuous scene seemed to have passed from his mind, for he was engaged in a study of the heavens. They were wonderfully brilliant now that the moon was down, brilliant as they only can be in the tropics when the sky is clear. Something caused me to look round, and there, coming towards us, was she who said her name was Eva. Evidently all her weakness had departed also, for now she needed no support, but walked with a peculiar gliding motion that reminded me of a swan floating forward on the water. Well had we named her the Glittering Lady, for in the starlight literally she seemed to glitter. I suppose the effect came from her golden raiment, which, however, I noticed, as in her father's case, was not the same that she had worn in the coffin. Also from her hair that seemed to give out a light of its own. At least she shimmered as she came, her tall shape swaying at every step like a willow in the wind. She drew near, and I saw that her face too had filled out, and now was that of one in perfect health and vigour, while her eyes shone softly and seemed wondrous large. In her hands she carried those 2 plates of metal which I had seen lying in the coffin of the sleeper Oro. These she gave to him, then fell back out of his hearing, if it were ever possible to do this, a point on which I am not sure, and began to talk to me. I noted at once that in the few hours during which she was absent, her knowledge of the Orofenan tongue seemed to have improved greatly, as though she had drunk deeply from some hidden fount of memory. Now she spoke it with readiness, as Oro had done when he addressed the sorcerers, although many of the words she used were not known to me, and the general form of her language appeared archaic, as for instance that of Spencer as compared with modern English. When she saw I did not comprehend her, however, she would stop and cast her sentences in a different shape, till at length I caught her meaning. Now I give the substance of what she said. "You are safe," she began, glancing first at the palm ropes that lay upon the rock and then at my wrists, one of which was cut. "Yes, Lady Eva, thanks to your father." "You should say thanks to me. My father was thinking of other things, but I was thinking of you strangers, and from where I was I saw those wicked ones coming to kill you." "Oh, from the top of the mountain, I suppose?"
She shook her head and smiled, but vouchsafed no further explanation, unless her following words can be so called. These were,
"I can see otherwise than with my eyes, if I choose,"
a statement that caused Bickley, who was listening, to mutter, "Impossible! What the deuce can she mean? Telepathy, perhaps."
"I saw," she continued, "and told the Lord my Father. He came forth. Did he kill them? I did not look to learn."
"Yes, they lie in the lake, all except 3 whom he sent away as messengers."
"I thought so. Death is terrible, O Humphrey, but it is a sword which those who rule must use to smite the wicked and the savage."
Not wishing to pursue this subject, I asked her what her father was doing with the metal plates.
"He reads the stars," she answered, "to learn how long we have been asleep. Before we went to sleep he made 2 pictures of them, as they were then, and as they should be at the time we had set for our awakening."
"We set that time," interrupted Bickley.
"Not so, O Bickley," she answered, smiling again. "In the divine Oro's head was the time set. You were the hand that executed his decree."
When Bickley heard this, I really thought he would have burst. However, he controlled himself nobly, being anxious to hear the end of this mysterious fib. "How long was the time that the Lord Oro set apart for sleep?" I asked. She paused, as though puzzled to find words to express her meaning, then held up her hands and said,
10,
nodding at her fingers. By second thoughts she took Bickley's hands, not mine, and counted his 10 fingers. 10 years, said Bickley. "Well, of course, it's impossible, but perhaps," and he paused.
10 tens, she went on, with a deepening smile. 100.
"Oh," said Bickley.
10 hundreds, 1,000.
"I say," said Bickley.
10 times 10,000, 100,000.
Bickley became silent.
Twice 100,000 and half 100,000. 250,000 years. That was the space of time which the Lord Oro, my father, set for our sleep. Whether it has been fulfilled, he will know presently when he has read the book of the stars and made comparison of it with what he wrote before we laid us down to rest."
And she pointed to the metal plates which the ancient was studying. Bickley walked away, making sounds as though he were going to be ill, and looking so absurd in his indignation that I nearly laughed. The Lady Eva actually did laugh, and very musical was that laugh.
"He does not believe," she said. "He is so clever he knows everything, but 250,000 years ago we should have thought him quite stupid. Then we could read the stars and calculate their movements for ever."
"So can we," I answered, rather nettled.
"I am glad, O Humphrey, since you will be able to show my father if in one of them he is wrong."
Secretly I hoped that this task would not be laid on me. Indeed, I thought it well to change the subject for the edification of Bickley, who had recovered and was drawn back by his eager curiosity. Just then, too, Bastin joined us, happy in his regained boots. "You tell us, Lady Eva," I said, "that you slept, or should have slept, for 250,000 years. Here Bastin opened his eyes. "If that was so, where was your mind all this time?"
"If by my mind you mean spirit, O Humphrey, I have to answer that at present I do not know for certain. I think, however, that it dwelt elsewhere, perhaps in other bodies on the earth, or some different earth. At least I know that my heart is very full of memories, which as yet I cannot unroll and read."
"Great heavens, this is madness," said Bickley.
"In the great heavens," she answered slowly, "there are many things which you, poor man, would think to be madness, but yet are truth and perfect wisdom. These things, or some of them soon, I shall hope to show you."
"Do if you can," said Bickley.
"Why not?" interrupted Bastin. "I think the lady's remarks quite reasonable. It seems to me highly improbable, if really she has slept for 250,000 years, which of course I can't decide, that an immortal spirit would be allowed to remain idle for so long. That would be wallowing in a bed of idleness and shirking its duty, which is to do its work. Also, as she tells you, Bickley, you are not half so clever as you think you are in your silly scepticism, and I have no doubt that there are many things in other worlds which would expose your ignorance, if only you could see them."
At this moment Oro turned and called his daughter. She went at once, saying,
"Come, strangers, and you shall learn."
So we followed her. "Daughter," he said, speaking in Orofenan, I think that we might understand, Ask these strangers to bring one of those lamps of theirs, that by the light of it I may study these writings."
"Perhaps this may serve," said Bickley, suddenly producing an electric torch from his pocket and flashing it into his face. It was his form of repartee for all he had suffered at the hands of this incomprehensible pair. Let me say at once that it was singularly successful. Perhaps the wisdom of the ages in which Oro flourished had overlooked so small a matter as electric torches, or perhaps he did not expect to meet with them in these degenerate days. At any rate, for the first and last time in my intercourse with him, I saw the god, or lord, the native word bears either meaning, Oro genuinely astonished. He started and stepped back, and for a moment or two seemed a little frightened. Then, muttering something as to the cleverness of this light-producing instrument, he motioned to his daughter to take it from Bickley and hold it in a certain position. She obeyed, and in its illumination he began to study the engraved plates, holding one of them in either hand. After a while he gave me one of the plates to hold, and with his disengaged hand pointed successively to the constellation of Orion, to the stars Castor, Pollux, Aldebaran, Rigel, the Pleiades, Sirius, and others which with my very limited knowledge I could not recognize offhand. Then on the plate which I held he showed us those same stars and constellations, checking them one by one. Then he remarked very quietly that all was in order, and handing the plate he held to Eva, he said, "The calculations made so long ago are correct, nor have the stars varied in their proper motions during what is, after all, but an hour of time. If you, stranger, who I understand are named Humphrey, should be, as I gather, a heaven master, naturally you will ask me how I could fix an exact date by the stars without an error of, let us say, from 5 to 10,000 years. I answer you that by the proper motion of the stars alone it would have been difficult. Therefore I remember that in order to be exact I calculated the future conjunctions of those two planets," and he pointed to Saturn and Jupiter, "finding that one of these occurred near yonder star," and he indicated the bright orb Speaker. "At a certain time I determined that then I would awake. Behold, there are the stars as I engraved them from my foreknowledge, upon this chart, and there those two great planets hang in conjunction. Daughter Eva, my wisdom has not failed me. This world of ours has travelled round the sun neither less nor more than 250,000 times since we laid ourselves down to sleep. It is written here and yonder," and he pointed first to the engraved plates, and then to the vast expanse of the starlit heavens. Awe fell on me. I think that even Bickley and Bastin were awed, at any rate for the moment. It was a terrible thing to look on a being to all appearance more or less human, who alleged that he had been asleep for 250,000 years, and proceeded to prove it by certain ancient star charts. Of course, at the time I could not check those charts, lacking the necessary knowledge, but I have done so since, and found that they are quite accurate. However, this made no difference, since the circumstance and something in his manner convinced me that he spoke the absolute truth. He and his daughter had been asleep for 250,000 years. Oh, heavens, for 250,000 years! End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adam Thompson. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. Oro speaks and Bastin argues. The reader of what I have written, should there ever be such a person, may find the record marvellous, and therefore rashly conclude that because it is beyond experience it could not be. It is not a wise deduction, as I think Bickley would admit today, because without doubt many things are which surpass our extremely limited experience. However, those who draw the veil from the unknown and reveal the new must expect incredulity, and accept it without grumbling. Was that not the fate, for instance, of those who in the Middle Ages, a few hundred years ago, discovered, or rather rediscovered, the mighty movements of those constellations which served Oro for an almanac? But the point I want to make is that if the sceptic plays a Bickleyan part as regards what has been written, it seems probable that his attitude will be accentuated as regards that which it still remains for me to write. If so, I cannot help it, and must decline entirely to water down or doctor facts, and thus pander to his prejudice and ignorance. For my part, I cannot attempt to explain these occurrences. I only know that they happened, and that I set down what I saw, heard, and felt, neither more nor less. Immediately after Oro had triumphantly vindicated his stellar calculations, he turned and departed into the cave, followed by his daughter, waving to us to remain where we were. As she passed us, however, the glittering lady whispered, this time to Bastin, that he would see them again in a few hours, adding, "We have much to learn, and I hope that then you, who I understand are a priest, will begin to teach us of your religion and other matters." Bastin was so astonished that he could make no reply, but when they had gone he said,
"Which of you told her that I was a priest?"
We shook our heads, for neither of us could remember having done so.
"Well, I did not," continued Bastin, "since at present I have found no opportunity of saying a word in season, so I suppose she must have gathered it from my attire, though as a matter of fact I haven't been wearing a collar, and those men who wanted to cook me pulled off my white tie, and I didn't think it worth while dirtying a clean one."
"If," said Bickley, "you imagine that you look like the minister of any religion, ancient or modern, in a grubby flannel shirt, a battered psalm helmet, a torn green and white umbrella, and a pair of ragged duck trousers, you are mistaken, Bastin. That is all."
I admit that the costume is not appropriate, Bickley, but how otherwise could she have learned the truth?"
"These people seem to have ways of learning a good many things, but in your case, Bastin, the cause is clear enough. You have been walking about with the head of that idol, and always keep it close to you. No doubt they believe that you are a priest of the worship of the god of the grove, Baal, you know, or something of that sort." When he heard this, Bastin's face became a perfect picture. Never before did I see it so full of horror struggling with indignation.
"I must undeceive them without a moment's delay," he said,
and was starting for the cave when we caught his arms and held him. "Better wait till they come back, old fellow," I said, laughing. "If you disobey that Lord Oro, you may meet with another experience in the sacrifice line."
"Perhaps you are right, Arbuthnot. I will occupy the interval in preparing a suitable address."
"Much better occupied in preparing breakfast," said Bickley. "I have always noticed that you are at your best extempore." In the end he did prepare breakfast, though in a distrait fashion. Indeed, I found him beginning to make tea in the frying pan. Bastin felt that his opportunity had arrived, and was making ready to rise to the occasion. Also we felt, all three of us, that we were extremely shabby-looking objects, and though none of us said so, each did his best to improve his personal appearance. First of all, Bickley cut Bastin's and my hair, after which I did him the same service. Then Bickley, who was normally clean-shaven, set to work to remove a beard of about a week's growth, and I, who wore one of the pointed variety, trimmed up mine as best I could with the help of a hand-glass. Bastin, too, performed on his, which was of the square and rather ragged type, wisely rejecting Bickley's advice to shave it off altogether, offered, I felt convinced, because he felt that the result on Bastin would be too hideous for words. After this we cut our nails, cleaned our teeth, and bathed. I even caught Bickley applying hair tonic from his dressing-case in secret behind a projecting rock, and borrowed some myself. He gave it me on condition that I did not mention its existence to Bastin, who, he remarked, would certainly use the lot and make himself smell horrible. Next we found clean ducks among our store of spare clothes, for the Orofenans had brought these with our other possessions, and put them on, even adding silk cummerbunds and neckties. My tie I fastened with a pin that I had obtained in Egypt. It was a tiny gold statuette of very fine and early workmanship, of the god Osiris, wearing the crown of the upper land with the uraeus crest, and holding in his hands, which projected from the mummy wrappings, the emblems of the crook, the scourge, and the crux ansata, or sign of life. Bastin, for his part, arrayed himself in full clerical costume, black coat and trousers, white tie and stick-up clergyman's collar, which, as he remarked, made him feel extremely hot in that climate, and were unsuitable for domestic duties such as washing up. I offered to hold his coat while he did this office, and told him he looked very nice indeed. "Beautiful," remarked Bickley, "but why don't you put on your surplice and biretta?" Being very high church, Bastin did wear a biretta on festival Sundays at home. "There would be no mistake about you then."
"I do not think it would be suitable," replied Bastin, whose sense of humour was undeveloped. "There is no service to be performed at present, and no church, though perhaps that cave—"
And he stopped. When we had finished these vain adornments, and Bastin had put away the things and tidied up, we sat down, rather at a loose end. We should have liked to walk, but refrained from doing so for fear lest we might dirty our clean clothes. So we just sat and thought. At least Bickley thought, and so did I for a while, until I gave it up. What was the use of thinking, seeing that we were face to face with circumstances which baffled reason and beggared all recorded human experience? What Bastin did, I am sure I do not know, but I think from the expression of his countenance that he was engaged in composing sermons for the benefit of Oro and the glittering lady. One diversion we did have. About 11 o'clock a canoe came from the main island, laden with provisions and paddled by Marama and 2 of his people. We seized our weapons, remembering our experiences of the night, but Marama waved a bow in token of peace. So, carrying our revolvers, we went to the rock edge to meet him. He crept ashore, and, chief though he was, prostrated himself upon his face before us, which told me that he had heard of the fate of the sorcerers. His apologies were abject. He explained that he had no part in the outrage of the attack, and besought us to intercede on behalf of him and his people with the awakened god of the mountain, whom he looked for with a terrified air. We consoled him as well as we could, and told him that he had best be gone before the god of the mountain appeared, and perhaps treated him as he had done the sorcerers. In his name, however, we commanded Marama to bring materials and build us a proper house upon the rock, also to be sure to keep up a regular and ample supply of provisions. If he did these things, and anything else we might from time to time command, we said that perhaps his life and those of his people would be spared. This, however, after the evil behaviour of some of them, of course, we could not guarantee. Marama departed, so thoroughly frightened that he even forgot to make any inquiries as to who this god of the mountain might be, or where he came from, or whither he was going. Of course, the place had been sacred among his people from the beginning, whenever that may have been, but that its sacredness should materialize into an active god who brought sorcerers of the highest reputation to a most unpleasant end, just because they wished to translate their preaching into practice, was another matter. It was not to be explained even by the fact of which he himself had informed me, that during the dreadful storm of some months before, the cave mouth, which previously was not visible on the volcano, had suddenly been lifted up above the level of the Rock of Offerings, although of course all religious and instructed persons would have expected something peculiar to happen after this event. Such, I knew, were his thoughts, but as I have said, he was too frightened and too hurried to express them in questions that I should have found it extremely difficult to answer. As it was, he departed quite uncertain as to whether one of us was not the real god of the mountain, who had power to bring hideous death upon his molesters. After all, what had he to go on to the contrary, except the word of 3 priests who were so terrified that they could give no coherent account of what had happened? Of these events, it was true, there was evidence in the twisted carcass of their lamented high sorcerer, and, for the matter of that, of certain corpses which he had seen that lay in shallow water at the bottom of the lake. Beyond all was vague, and in his heart I am sure that Marama believed that Bastin was the real god of the mountain. Naturally he would desire to work vengeance on those who tried to sacrifice and eat him. Moreover, had he not destroyed the image of the god of the grove, and borne away its head whence he had sucked magic and power? Thus argued Marama, disbelieving the tale of the frightened sorcerers, for he admitted as much to me in after days. Marama departed in a great hurry, fearing lest the god of the mountain, or Bastin, whose new and splendid garb he regarded with much suspicion, might develop some evil energy against him. Then we went back to our camp, leaving the industrious Bastin, animated by a suggestion from Bickley that the fruit and food might spoil if left in the sun, to carry it into the shade of the cave. Owing to the terrors of the Orofenans, the supply was so large that to do this he must make no fewer than 7 journeys, which he did with great goodwill, since Bastin loved physical exercise. The result on his clerical garments, however, was disastrous. His white tie went awry, squashed fruit and roast pig gravy ran down his waistcoat and trousers, and his high collar melted into limp crinkles in the moisture engendered by the tropical heat. Only his long coat escaped, since that Bickley kindly carried for him. It was just as he arrived with the 7th load, in this extremely dishevelled condition, that Oro and his daughter emerged from the cave. Indeed, Bastin, who, being short-sighted, always wore spectacles that, owing to his heated state, were covered with mist, not seeing that dignitary, dumped down the last basket onto his toes, exclaiming,
"There, you lazy beggar! I told you I would bring it all, and I have!"
In fact, he thought he was addressing Bickley and playing off on him a troglodytic practical joke. Oro, however, who at his age did not appreciate jokes, resented it, and was about to do something unpleasant, when, with extraordinary tact, his daughter remarked,
"Bastin the priest makes you offerings. Thank him, O Lord my father."
So Oro thanked him, not too cordially, for evidently he still had feeling in his toes, and once more Bastin escaped. Becoming aware of his error, he began to apologize profusely in English, while the Lady Eva studied him carefully.
"Is that the costume of the priests of your religion, O Bastin?" she asked, surveying his dishevelled form. "If so, you were better without it."
Then Bastin retired to straighten his tie, and grabbing his coat from Bickley, who handed it to him with a malicious smile, forced his perspiring arms into it in a peculiarly awkward and elephantine fashion. Meanwhile, Bickley and I produced 2 camp chairs which we had made ready, and on these the wondrous pair seated themselves side by side. "We have come to learn," said Oro. "Teach."
"Not so, father,"
interrupted Eva, who I noted was clothed in yet a 3rd costume, though whence these came I could not imagine.
"First I would ask a question. Whence are you, strangers, and how came you here?"
"We are from the country called England, and a great storm shipwrecked us here. That, I think, which raised the mouth of the cave above the level of this rock," I answered. "The time appointed having come when it should be raised," said Oro, as though to himself.
"Where is England?" asked Eva.
Now among the books we had with us was a pocket atlas, quite a good one of its sort. By way of answer I opened it at the map of the world, and showed her England. Also I showed, to within 1,000 miles or so, that spot on the earth's surface where we spoke together. The sight of this atlas excited the pair greatly. They had not the slightest difficulty in understanding everything about it, and the shape of the world, with its division into hemispheres, seemed to be quite familiar to them. What appeared chiefly to interest them, and especially Oro, were the relative areas and positions of land and sea. "Of this, strangers," he said, pointing to the map, "I shall have much to say to you when I have studied the pictures of your book, and compared them with others of my own." "So he has got maps," said Bickley in English, "as well as star charts. I wonder where he keeps them."
"With his clothes, I expect," suggested Bastin.
Meanwhile Oro had hidden the atlas in his ample robe, and motioned to his daughter to proceed.
"Why do you come here from England so far away?" the Lady Eva asked,
a question to which each of us had an answer. "To see new countries," I said. "Because the Cyclone brought us," said Bickley.
"To convert the heathen to my own Christian religion," said Bastin,
which was not strictly true. It was on the last reply that she fixed.
"What does your religion teach?" she asked.
"It teaches that those who accept it and obey its commands will live again after death, for ever in a better world, where is neither sorrow nor sin," he answered.
When he heard this saying, I saw Oro start as though struck by a new thought, and look at Bastin with a curious intentness.
"Who are the heathen?"
Eva asked again after a pause, for she also seemed to be impressed.
"All who do not agree with Bastin's spiritual views," answered Bickley. "Those who, whether from lack of instruction or from hardness of heart, do not follow the true faith. For instance, I suppose that your father and you are heathen," replied Bastin stoutly.
This seemed to astonish them, but presently Eva caught his meaning and smiled, while Oro said, Of this great matter of faith we will talk later. It is an old question in the world.
Why, went on Eva, if you wished to travel so far, did you come in a ship that is so easily wrecked? Or why did you not journey through the air, or better still, pass through space, leaving your bodies asleep, as, being instructed, doubtless you can do?
As regards your first question, I answered, there are no aircraft known that can make so long a journey. And as regards the second, broke in Bickley, we did not do so because it is impossible for men to transfer themselves to other places through space, either with or without their bodies. At this information the glittering lady lifted her arched eyebrows and smiled a little, while Oro said, I perceive that the new world has advanced but a little way on the road of knowledge. Fearing that Bastin was about to commence an argument, I began to ask questions in my turn. Lord Oro and Lady Eva, I said, we have told you something of ourselves, and will tell you more when you desire it, but pardon us if first we pray you to tell us what we burn to know. Who are you? Of what race and country? And how came it that we found you sleeping yonder?
If it be your pleasure, answer, my father, said Eva.
Oro thought a moment, then replied, in a calm voice, I am a king who once ruled most of the world as it was in my day, though it is true that much of it rebelled against me, my counsellors and servants. Therefore I destroyed the world as it was then, save only certain portions, whence life might spread to the new countries that I raised up. Having done this, I put myself and my daughter to sleep for a space of 250,000 years, that there might be time for fresh civilizations to arise. Now I begin to think that I did not allot a sufficiency of ages, since I perceive from what you tell me that the learning of the new races is as yet but small. Bickley and I looked at each other and were silent. Mentally we had collapsed. Who could begin to discuss statements built upon such a foundation of gigantic and paralyzing falsehoods? Bastin could for one. With no more surprise in his voice than if he were talking about last night's dinner, he said,
There must be a mistake somewhere, or perhaps I misunderstand you. It is obvious that you, being a man, could not have destroyed the world. That could only be done by the power which made it and you.
I trembled for the results of Bastin's methods of setting out the truth. To my astonishment, however, Oro replied, You speak wisely, priest, but the power you name may use instruments to accomplish its decrees. I am such an instrument.
Quite so, said Bastin, just like anybody else. You have more knowledge of the truth than I thought. But pray, how did you destroy the world?
Using my wisdom to direct the forces that are at work in the heart of this great globe, I drowned it with a deluge, causing one part to sink and another to rise. Also changes of climate which completed the work.
That's quite right, exclaimed Bastin delightedly. We know all about the deluge. Only you are not mentioned in connection with the matter. A man, Noah, has to do with it when he was 600 years old.
600, said Oro. That is not very old. I myself had seen more than 1,000 years when I lay down to sleep.
1,000, remarked Bastin, mildly interested. That is unusual, though some of these mighty men of renown we know lived over 900.
Here Bickley snorted and exclaimed, 900 moons, he means. I did not know Noah, went on Oro. Perhaps he lived after my time and caused some other local deluge. Is there anything else you wish to ask me before I leave you, that I may study this map-writing?
Yes, said Bastin. Why were you allowed to drown your world?
Because it was evil, priest, and disobeyed me and the power I serve.
Oh, thank you, said Bastin. That fits in exactly. It was just the same in Noah's time.
I pray that it is not just the same now, said Oro, rising. Tomorrow we will return, or if I do not, who have much that I must do, the lady my daughter will return and speak with you further. He departed into the cave, Eva following at a little distance. I accompanied her as far as the mouth of the cave, as did Tommy, who all this time had been sitting contentedly upon the hem of her gorgeous robe, quite careless of its immemorial age, if it was immemorial and not woven yesterday, a point on which I had no information. Lady Eva, I said,
Did I rightly understand the Lord Oro to say that he was 1,000 years old?" "Yes, oh Humphrey, and really he is more, or so I think." "Then are you 1,000 years old also?" I asked, aghast. "No, no," she replied, shaking her head. "I am young, quite young, for I do not count my time of sleep." "Certainly you look it," I said. "But what, Lady Eva, do you mean by young?" She answered my question by another. "What age are your women when they are as I am?" "None of our women were ever quite like you, Lady Eva. Yet, say, from 25 to 30 years of age." "Ah, I have been counting, and now I remember, when my father sent me to sleep, I was 27 years old. No, I will not deceive you, I was 27 years and 3 moons. Then, saying something to the effect that she would return, she departed, laughing a little in a mischievous way, and although I did not observe this till afterwards, Tommy departed with her. When I repeated what she had said to Bastin and Bickley, who were standing at a distance straining their ears and somewhat aggrieved, the former remarked,
"If she is 27, her father must have married late in life, though of course it may have been a long while before he had children."
Then Bickley, who had been suppressing himself all this while, went off like a bomb. "Do you tell us, Bastin," he asked, "that you believe one word of all this ghastly rubbish? I mean, as to that antique charlatan being 1,000 years old and having caused the flood, and the rest?"
"If you ask me, Bickley, I see no particular reason to doubt it at present. A person who can go to sleep in a glass coffin kept warm by a pocketful of radium, together with very accurate maps of the constellations at the time he wakes up, can, I imagine, do most things."
"Even cause the deluge?" jeered Bickley.
"I don't know about the deluge, but perhaps he may have been permitted to cause a deluge. Why not? You can't look at things from far enough off, Bickley, and if something seems big to you, you conclude that therefore it is impossible. The same power which gives you skill to succeed in an operation that hitherto was held impracticable, as I know you have done once or twice, may have given that old fellow power to cause a deluge. You should measure the universe and its possibilities by worlds, and not by acres, Bickley."
"And believe, I suppose, that a man can live 1,000 years, whereas we know well that he cannot live more than about 100.
"You don't know anything of the sort, Bickley. All you know is that over the brief period of history with which we are acquainted, say 10,000 years at most, men have only lived to about 100. But the very rocks which you are so fond of talking about tell us that even this planet is millions upon millions of years of age. Who knows, then, but that at some time in its history men did not live for 1,000 years, and that lost civilizations did not exist, of which this Oro and his daughter may be 2 survivors?"
"There is no proof of anything of the sort," said Bickley.
"I don't know about proof, as you understand it, though I have read in Plato of a continent called Atlantis that was submerged, according to the story of old Egyptian priests. But personally I have every proof, for it is all written down in the Bible, at which you turn up your nose, and I am very glad that I have been lucky enough to come across this unexpected confirmation of the story. Not that it matters much, since I should have learned all about it when it pleases Providence to remove me to a better world, which in our circumstances may happen any day. Now I must change my clothes before I see to the cooking and other things."
"I'm bound to admit," said Bickley, looking at him, "that old Bastin is not so stupid as he seems. From his point of view, the arguments he advances are quite logical. Moreover, I think he's right when he says that we look at things through the wrong end of the telescope. After all, the universe is very big, and who knows what may happen there? Who knows even what may have happened on this little earth during the eons of its existence, whenever its balance chanced to shift, as the ice ages show us it has often done. Still, I believe that old Oro to be a prince of liars." "That remains to be proved," I answered cautiously. "All I know is that he is a wonderfully learned person of most remarkable appearance, and that his daughter is the loveliest creature I ever saw." "There I agree," said Bickley decidedly, "and as brilliant as she is lovely, if she belongs to a past civilization it is a pity that it ever became extinct. Now let's go and have a nap. Bastin will call us when supper is ready." End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of When the World Shook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sophia. When the World Shook by H. Rider Haggard. The Underworld. That night we slept well and without fear, being quite certain that after their previous experience, the Orofenans would make no further attempts on us. Indeed, our only anxiety was for Tommy, whom we could not find when the time came to give him his supper. Bastin, however, seemed to remember having seen him following the glittering lady into the cave. This, of course, was possible, as certainly he had taken an enormous fancy to her, and sat himself down as close to her as he could on every occasion. He even seemed to like the ancient Oro, and was not afraid to jump up and plant his dirty paws upon that terrific person's gorgeous robe. Moreover, Oro liked him, for several times I observed him pat the dog upon the head, as I think I have said, the only human touch that I had perceived about him. So we gave up searching and calling, in the hope that he was safe with our supernatural friends. The next morning, quite early, the Lady Yvonne appeared alone. No, not alone, for with her came our lost Tommy, looking extremely spry and well at ease. The faithless little wretch just greeted us in a casual fashion, and then went and sat by Yvonne. In fact, when the awkward Bastin managed to stumble over the end of her dress, Tommy growled at him and showed his teeth. Moreover, the dog was changed. He was blessed with a shiny black coat, but now this coat sparkled in the sunlight, like the Lady Yvonne's hair. The glittering lady is all very well, but I'm not sure that I care for a glittering dog. It doesn't look quite natural, said Bastin, contemplating him. Why does Tommy shine, lady? I asked. Because I washed him in certain waters that we have, so that now he looks beautiful and smells sweet, she answered, laughing. It was true, the dog did smell sweet, which I may add had not always been the case with him, especially when there were dead fish about. Also, he appeared to have been fed, for he turned up his nose at the bits we had saved for his breakfast. He is drunk of the life water, explained Yvonne, and will want no food for 2 days. Bickley pricked up his ears at this statement and looked incredulous. You do not believe, O Bickley, she said, studying him gravely. Indeed, you believe nothing. You think my father and I tell you many lies. Bastin there, he believes all. Humphrey, he is not sure. He thinks to himself, I will wait and find out whether or no these funny people cheat me. Bickley colored and made some remark about things which were contrary to experience, also that Tommy in a general way was rather a greedy little dog. You too like to eat, Bickley. This was true, he had an excellent appetite. But when you have drunk the life water, you will care much less. I'm glad to hear it, interrupted Bastin, for Bickley wants a lot of cooking done, and I find it tedious. You eat also, lady, said Bickley. Yes, I eat sometimes because I like it, but I can go weeks and not eat, when I have the life water. Just now, after so long a sleep, I am hungry. Please give me some of that fruit. No, not the flesh. Flesh I hate. We handed it to her. She took 2 plantains, peeled and ate them with extraordinary grace. Indeed, she reminded me, I do not know why, of some lovely butterfly drawing its food from a flower. While she ate, she observed us closely. Nothing seemed to escape the quick glances of those beautiful eyes. Presently she said, What, O Humphrey, is that with which you fasten your neck-dress? And she pointed to the little gold statue of Osiris that I used as a pin. I told her that it was a statuette of a god named Osiris, and very, very ancient, probably quite 5,000 years old, a statement at which she smiled a little. Also that it came from Egypt. Ah, she answered. Is it so? I asked because we have figures that are very like to that one, and they also hold in their hands a staff surmounted by a loop. They are figures of Sleep's brother, Death. So is this, I said. Among the Egyptians, Osiris was the god of death. She nodded and replied that doubtless the symbol had come down to them. One day you shall take me to see this land which you call so very old. Or I will take you, which would be quicker, she added. We all bowed and said we should be delighted. Even Bastin appeared anxious to revisit Egypt in such company, though when he was there it seemed to bore him. But what she meant about taking us I could not guess. Nor had we time to ask her, for she went on, watching our faces as she spoke. "The Lord Oro sends you a message, strangers. He asks whether it is your wish to see where we dwell. He adds that you are not to come if you do not desire, or if you fear danger." We all answered that there was nothing we should like better, but Bastin added that he had already seen the tomb. "Do you think, Bastin, that we live in a tomb because we slept there for a while, awaiting the advent of you wanderers at the appointed hour? I don't see where else it could be, unless it is further down that cave," said Bastin. "The top of the mountain would not be convenient as a residence." "It has not been convenient for many an age, for reasons that I will show you. Think now before you come. You have naught to fear from us, and I believe that no harm will happen to you. But you will see many strange things that will anger Bickley, because he cannot understand them, and perhaps will weary Bastin, because his heart turns from what is wondrous and ancient. Only Humphrey will rejoice in them, because the doors of his soul are open and he longs. What do you long for, Humphrey?" "That which I have lost and fear I shall never find again," I answered boldly. "I know that you have lost many things. Last night, for instance, you lost Tommy, and when he slept with me he told me much about you, and others." "This is ridiculous," broke in Bastin. "Can a dog talk?" "Everything can talk, if you understand its language, Bastin. But keep a good heart, Humphrey, for the bold seeker finds in the end. Oh, foolish man, do you not understand that all is yours if you have but the soul to conceive and the will to grasp? All, below, between, above. Even I know that, I who have so much to learn." So she spoke and became suddenly magnificent. Her face, which had been but that of a super-lovely woman, took on grandeur. Her bosom swelled, her presence radiated some subtle power, much as her hair radiated light. In a moment it was gone, and she was smiling and jesting. "Will you come, strangers, where Tommy was not afraid to go, down to the underworld? Or will you stay here in the sun? Perhaps you will do better to stay here in the sun, for the underworld has terrors for weak hearts that were born but yesterday, and feeble feet may stumble in the dark." "I shall take my electric torch," said Bastin with decision, "and I advise you fellows to do the same. I always hated cellars, and the catacombs at Rome are worse, though full of sacred interest." Then we started, Tommy frisking on ahead in a most provoking way, as though he were bored by a visit to a strange house and going home, and Yuval gliding forward with a smile upon her face that was half mystic and half mischievous. We passed the remains of the machines, and Bickley asked her what they were. "Carriages in which once we traveled through the skies, until we found a better way, and that the uninstructed use till the end," she answered carelessly, leaving me wondering what on earth she meant. We came to the statue and the sepulchre beneath without trouble, for the glint of her hair, and I may add of Tommy's back, were quite sufficient to guide us through the gloom. The crystal coffins were still there, for Bastin flashed his torch, and we saw them, but the boxes of radium had gone. "Let that light die," she said to Bastin. "Humphrey, give me your right hand, and give your left to Bickley. Let Bastin cling to him, and fear nothing." We passed to the end of the tomb, and stood against what appeared to be a rock wall, all close together, as she directed. "Fear nothing," she said again, but next second I was never more full of fear in my life, for we were whirling downwards at a speed that would have made an American elevator attendant turn pale. "Don't choke me," I heard Bickley say to Bastin, and the latter's murmured reply of, "I could never bear these moving staircases and tube lifts. They always make me feel sick." I admit that for my part I also felt rather sick, and clung tightly to the hand of the glittering lady. She, however, placed her other hand upon my shoulder, saying in a low voice, "Did I not tell you to have no fear?" Then I felt comforted, for somehow I knew that it was not her desire to harm, and much less to destroy me. Also, Tommy was seated quite at his ease with his head resting against my leg, and his absence of alarm was reassuring. The only stoic of the party was Bickley. I have no doubt that he was quite as frightened as we were, but rather than show it, he would have died. "I presume this machinery is pneumatic," he began, when suddenly and without shock we arrived at the end of our journey. How far we had fallen I am sure I do not know, but I should judge from the awful speed at which we traveled that it must have been several thousand feet, probably 4 or 5. "Everything seems steady now," remarked Bastin, "so I suppose this luggage lift has stopped. The odd thing is that I can't see anything of it. There ought to be a shaft, but we seem to be standing on a level floor." "The odd thing is," said Bickley, "that we can see it all. Where the devil does the light come from thousands of feet underground?" "I don't know," answered Bastin, "unless there is natural gas here, as I am told there is at a town called Medicine Hat in Canada." "Natural gas be blowed," said Bickley. "It is more like moonlight magnified 10 times. So it was. The whole place was filled with a soft radiance, equal to that of the sun at noon, but gentler and without heat. "Where does it come from?" I whispered to Yvonne. "Oh," she replied, as I thought evasively, "it is the light of the underworld which we know how to use. The earth is full of light, which is not wonderful, is it, seeing that its heart is fire? Now look about you." I looked and leant on her harder than ever, since amazement made me weak. We were in some vast place whereof the roof seemed almost as far off as the sky at night. At least all that I could make out was a dim and distant arch, which might have been one of cloud. For the rest, in every direction stretched vastness, illuminated far as the eye could reach by the soft light of which I have spoken, that is, probably for several miles. But this vastness was not empty. On the contrary, it was occupied by a great city. There were streets much wider than Piccadilly, all bordered by houses, though these, I observed, were roofless, very fine houses, some of them built of white stone or marble. There were roadways and pavements worn by the passage of feet. There, farther on, were marketplaces or public squares, and there, lastly, was a huge central enclosure, 100 or 200 acres in extent, which was filled with majestic buildings that looked like palaces or town halls, and in the midst of them all, a vast temple with courts and a central dome. For here, notwithstanding the lack of necessity, its builders seemed to have adhered to the overworld tradition and had roofed their fane. And now came the terror. All of this enormous city was dead. Had it stood upon the moon, it could not have been more dead. None paced its streets. None looked from its window places. None trafficked in its markets. None worshipped in its temple. Swept, garnished, lighted, practically untouched by the hand of time. Here, where no rains fell and no winds blew, it was yet a howling wilderness. For what wilderness is there to equal that which once has been the busy haunt of men? Let those who have stood among the buried cities of Central Asia, or of Enarajapura in Ceylon, or even amid the ruins of Salamis on the coast of Cyprus, answer the question. But here was something infinitely more awful. A huge human haunt in the bowels of the earth, utterly devoid of human beings, and yet as perfect as on the day when these ceased to be. "I do not care for underground localities," remarked Bastin, his gruff voice echoing strangely in that terrible silence. "But it does seem a pity that all these fine buildings should be wasted. I suppose their inhabitants left them in search of fresh air." "Why did they leave them?" I asked of Yvonne. "Because death took them," she answered solemnly. "Even those who live 1,000 years die at last, and if they have no children, with them dies the race." "Then were you the last of your people?" I asked. "Inquire of my father," she replied, and led the way through the massive arch of a great building. "Inquire of my father," she replied, and led the way through the massive arch of a great building. It led into a walled courtyard in the center of which was a plain cupola of marble, with a gate of some pale metal that looked like platinum mixed with gold. This gate stood open. Within it was the statue of a woman beautifully executed in white marble, and set in the niche of some black stone. The figure was draped as though to conceal the shape, and the face was stern and majestic rather than beautiful. The eyes of the statue were cunningly made of some enamel, which gave them a strange and lifelike appearance. They stared upwards as though looking away from the earth and its concerns. The arms were outstretched. In the right hand was a cup of black marble, in the left a similar cup of white marble. From each of these cups trickled a thin stream of sparkling water, which two streams met and mingled at a distance of about 3 feet beneath the cups. Then they fell into a metal basin which, although it might have been quite a foot thick, was cut right through by their constant impact, and apparently vanished down some pipe beneath. Out of this metal basin, Tommy, who gamboled into the place ahead of us, began to drink in a greedy and demonstrative fashion. "The life water?" I said, looking at our guide. She nodded and asked in her turn, "What is the statue and what does it signify, Humphrey?" I hesitated, but Bastin answered, "Just a rather ugly woman who hid up her figure because it was bad. Probably she was a relation of the artist who wished to have her likeness done and sat for nothing." "The goddess of health?" suggested Bickley. "Her proportions are perfect, a robust, a thoroughly normal woman." "Now, Humphrey," said Yvonne. I stared at the work and had not an idea. Then it flashed on me with such suddenness and certainty that I am convinced the answer to the riddle was passed to me from her and did not originate in my own mind. "It seems quite easy," I said in a superior tone. "The figure symbolizes life, and is draped because we only see the face of life, the rest is hidden. The arms are bare because life is real and active. One cup is black and one is white, because life brings both good and evil gifts. That is why the streams mingle, to be lost beneath in the darkness of death. The features are stern and even terrifying rather than lovely, because such is the aspect of life. The eyes look upward and far away from present things, because the real life is not here." "Of course one may say anything," said Bastin, "but I don't understand all that." "Imagination goes a long way," broke in Bickley, who was vexed that he had not thought of this interpretation himself. But Yvonne said, "I begin to think that you are quite clever, Humphrey. I wonder whence the truth came to you, for such is the meaning of the figure and the cups. Had I told it to you myself, it could not have been better said." And she glanced at me out of the corners of her eyes. "Now, strangers, will you drink? Once that gate was guarded, and only at a great price or as a great reward were certain of the highest blood given the freedom of this fountain, which might touch no common lips. Indeed, it was one of the causes of our last war, for all the world which was desired this water which now is lapped by a stranger's hound." "I suppose there is nothing medicinal in it," said Bastin. "Once when I was very thirsty, I made a mistake and drank 3 tumblers of something of the sort in the dark, thinking that it was Apollinaris, and I don't want to do it again." "Just the sort of thing you would do," said Bickley. "But, Lady Yvonne, what are the properties of this water?" "It is very health-giving," she answered, "and if drunk continually, not less than once each 30 days, it wards off sickness, lessens hunger, and postpones death for many, many years. That is why those of the high blood endured so long and became the rulers of the world, and that, as I have said, is the greatest of the reasons why the people who dwelt in the ancient outer countries and never wished to die made war upon them, to win this secret fountain. Have no fear, O Bastin, for see, I will pledge you in this water." Then she lifted a strange-looking, shallow metal cup, whereof the handles were formed of twisted serpents, that lay in the basin, filled it from the trickling stream, bowed to us, and drank. But as she drank, I noted with a thrill of joy that her eyes were fixed on mine, as though it were me she pledged, and me alone. Again she filled the cup with the sparkling water, for it did sparkle, like that French liquor in which are mingled little flakes of gold, and handed it to me. I bowed to her and drank. I suppose the fluid was water, but to me it tasted more like strong champagne, dashed with Chateau Chem. It was delicious. More, its effects were distinctly peculiar. Something quick and subtle ran through my veins, something that for a few moments seemed to burn away the obscureness which blurs our thought. I began to understand several problems that had puzzled me, and then lost their explanations in the midst of light, inner light, I mean. Moreover, of a sudden it seemed to me as though a window had been opened in the heart of that glittering lady who stood beside me. At least I knew that it was full of wonderful knowledge, wonderful memories, and wonderful hopes, and that in the latter two of these I had some part. What part I could not tell. Also, I knew that my heart was open to her, and that she saw in it something which caused her to marvel and to sigh. In a few seconds, 30 perhaps, all this was gone. Nothing remained except that I felt extremely strong and, well, happier too, than I had been for years. Mutely, I asked her for more of the water, but she shook her head and, taking the cup from me, filled it again and gave it to Bickley, who drank. He flushed, seemed to lose the self-control which was his very strong characteristic, and said in a rather thick voice, "Curious! But I do not think at this moment that there is any operation that has ever been attempted which I could not tackle single-handed and with success." Then he was silent, and Bastin's turn came. He drank rather noisily, after his fashion, and began, "My dear young lady, I think the time has come when I should expound to you." Here he broke off and commenced singing very badly, for his voice was somewhat raucous. "From Greenland's icy mountains, from India's coral strand, where Afric's sunny fountains roll down their golden sand." Ceasing from melody, he added, "I determined that I would drink nothing intoxicating while I was on this island, that I might be a shining light in a dark place, and now I fear that quite unwittingly I have broken what I look upon as a promise." Then he too grew silent. "Come," said Yuval, "my father, the Lord Oro, awaits you." We crossed the court of the Water of Life and mounted steps that led to a wide and impressive portico, Tommy frisking ahead of us in a most excited way for a dog of his experience. Evidently, the water had produced its effect upon him as well as upon his masters. This portico was in a solemn style of architecture, which I cannot describe, because it differed from any other that I know. It was not Egyptian and not Greek, although its solidity reminded me of the former, and the beauty and grace of some of the columns of the latter. The profuseness and rather grotesque character of the carvings suggested the ruins of Mexico and Yucatan, and the enormous size of the blocks of stone, those of Peru and Baalbek. In short, all the known forms of ancient architecture might have found their inspiration here, and the general effect was tremendous. "The palace of the king," said Yuval, "whereof we approached the great hall." We entered through mighty metal doors, one of which stood ajar, into a vestibule which from certain indications I gathered had once been a guard, or perhaps an assembly room. It was about 40 feet deep by 100 wide. Thence she led us through a smaller door into the hall itself. It was a vast place without columns, for there was no roof to support. The walls of marble or limestone were sculptured like those of Egyptian temples, apparently with battle scenes, though of this I am not sure, for I did not go near to them. Except for a broad avenue along the middle, up which we walked, the area was filled with marble benches that would, I presume, have accommodated several thousand people. But they were empty. Empty. And oh, the loneliness of it all! Far away at the head of the hall was a dais enclosed and, if it were, roofed in by a towering structure that mingled grace and majesty to a wonderful degree. It was modeled on the pattern of a huge shell. The base of the shell was the platform, behind were the ribs, and above the overhanging lip of the shell. On this platform was a throne of silvery metal. It was supported on the arched coils of snakes, whereof the tails formed the back and the heads the arms of the throne. On this throne, arrayed in gorgeous robes, sat the Lord Oro, his white beard flowing over them, and a jeweled cap upon his head. In front of him was a low table on which lay graven sheets of metal, and among them a large ball of crystal. There he sat, solemn and silent in the midst of this awful solitude, looking in very truth like a god, as we conceive such a being to appear. Small as he was in that huge expanse of buildings, he seemed yet to dominate it, in a sense to fill the emptiness which was accentuated by his presence. I know that the sight of him filled me with true fear, which it had never done in the light of day, not even when he arose from his crystal coffin. Now, for the first time, I felt as though I were really in the presence of a being supernatural. Doubtless, the surroundings heightened this impression. What were these mighty edifices in the bowels of the world? Whence came this wondrous, all-pervading, and translucent light, whereof we could see no origin? Whither had vanished those who had reared and inhabited them? How did it happen that of them all, this man, if he were a man, and this lovely woman at my side, who, if I might trust my senses and instincts, was certainly a woman, alone survived of their departed multitudes? The thing was crushing. I looked at Bickley for encouragement, but got none, for he only shook his head. Even Bastin, now that the first effects of the life-water had departed, seemed overwhelmed, and muttered something about the halls of Hades. Only the little dog Tommy remained quite cheerful. He trotted down the hall, jumped onto the dais, and sat himself comfortably at the feet of its occupant. "I greet you," Oro said in his slow, resonant voice. "Daughter, lead these strangers to me. I would speak with them." End of chapter 14.